Chapter 1. I could smell the smoke as I opened my door. Screams and crying echoed around the pack house. I panicked, looking around to see if I could find my family. I ran through the halls shouting for them. Tears ran down my cheeks and my throat burned as I inhaled more and more smoke. I made it outside, and a sharp sob escaped my mouth. I saw the fallen forms of my pack mates resting on the grass. My heart quickened as fear ran through me. I looked behind and saw my beloved pack house on fire. I sat on the ground in the middle of the devastation and let my grief rip through me. I didn't pay attention to the fights still raging. I just wanted my family. I had almost given up hope until I felt an arm wind around my shoulders and under my knees. I looked up into the green eyes of Thrain, the beta's son. "What are you doing, Thrain?" "Alyssa, we have to go." I struggled in his hold. I couldn't just leave. This was my family, my pack. "No, Thrain, we have to go back and help them." I didn't know how I could help, but I wanted to. Thrain looked down at me with sad eyes. "I'm sorry, ally. Your father ordered me to take you somewhere safe and not look back." More tears fell as I realized my family was most likely gone. No one can go against an alpha's orders. I just hoped my little brother got away as well. I snuggled deeper into Thrain's arms, needing the comfort and reminding myself to stay strong. That is how, at the tender age of 10, I, the alpha's daughter, became a rogue. We continued for 2 days until we literally stumbled into the vicious peak pack territory. The alpha was extremely sympathetic towards us and let us stay with his family. Thrain and I decided not to tell anyone that I was an alpha's daughter. It would cause too much conflict. We told everyone I was Thrain's little cousin. They gave us refuge and treated us like family, all except the alpha's son. He was extremely rude and made it clear he expected me to be his when I came of age. We stayed for 9 years. When the alpha announced his son, Thomas, as the new alpha 3 years into our stay, tensions ran high. He had tried for years to claim me as his mate, and I was still refusing. I will not accept someone who isn't my true mate. I am stronger than a normal she-wolf, but I have always put it down to my alpha blood. Everyone else thinks it is because I am of the beta bloodline. They will never know the truth. Thrain, me, Beta Josh, and his mate, Lauren, were sitting around the table eating breakfast and chatting when Alpha Thomas stormed into the room. His eyes were dark and his canines extended. I knew trouble was coming, and frankly, I wasn't in the mood for his nonsense today. Everyone but Alyssa leave. No one moved a muscle, too surprised at his outburst. Now, he growled in his alpha tone. They all got up to leave, and I noticed Lauren gesturing to the side wall. I smiled, getting what they were doing. Eavesdropping. "What can I help you with, Alpha?" I asked while picking up some eggs and stuffing them in my mouth. "What you pulled last night was unacceptable." His hands were shaking, close to shifting, and he started pacing. "Oh? You shouldn't have tried to force your presence on me. Then I wouldn't have had to defend myself." I snickered, quite enjoying getting his hackles up. He stopped pacing and was in front of me in a flash. His hand gripped my arm forcefully. I growled lowly at him, my wolf not liking that I wasn't fighting back. "Patience. You had better remove your hand before I make you regret it." "No. Alyssa, you will be mine, or I will destroy you." I rolled my eyes. "Thomas, you wouldn't be able to destroy me." I could feel my wolf tearing at my self-control. She wanted to fight, and she wanted it now. I had to remind her that he is the alpha and he can ruin our family. "Let me go, Thomas." He smirked before standing straight and allowing his alpha power to flow through him. "Alyssa Hawkins, I order you to be my mate and start a family with me." He was looking all smug, thinking he could actually order me. My wolf finally broke through before I could stop her. She didn't take kindly to being commanded. "You do not order me around, Alpha Thomas. You are a pathetic little boy who can only get a girl by ordering her to be with you. We will not be that girl. We are leaving your pack. If anyone follows me and tries to bring me back, I promise I will send them away in defeat." It wasn't me talking anymore. My wolf had total control, and her voice could send the toughest of alphas crying to their mothers. Thomas was in shock, his eyes wide with fear. I pushed him away from me and ran upstairs to my room, throwing all of my belongings into a duffel bag. I could hear Thrain and Josh talking to him downstairs before Lauren came running up the stairs and into my room. Alyssa, Josh, and I are coming with you. I shook my head and picked my bag up. No, Lauren. Josh is the beta of this pack, and he has a responsibility. We have already made our decision. As soon as he tried to order you to be his, he lost all of our respect. He is slowly becoming unhinged. I sighed and moved out of my room. I knew there was no convincing them any differently. Fine. Meet me outside in 30 minutes. Lauren nodded and left to pack. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor with my back against the wall. I pulled my knees to my chest and lay my head down. I can't believe I'm going to be a rogue again. I know my parents would be disappointed. I don't have a mate, and now I don't have a pack. I don't particularly want a mate anyway. Well, I do. The hassle of it all is just too much, and I don't want to get hurt by someone I love again. I shake my head of all my thoughts and stand up. I head downstairs and come face to face with Thomas's father. I smiled at him, and he opened his arms to bring me in for a hug. He had become like a father to me these last few years. I heard what my son did, and I am so ashamed. I'm so sorry he did this to you, Alyssa. I will make sure he never does anything like this again. Call me if you need anything. He pressed a kiss to my temple. I nodded at him and thanked him for everything he had done for Thrain and me over the years. I knew this was hard on him. His son just tried to command someone to be his, messing with the moon goddess's plans. I headed outside and stopped in my tracks as I saw around 30 pack members all standing around with bags. Thrain, Josh, and Lauren were standing in the front, smiling at me. I had a bad feeling about this. We are all coming with you, Alyssa. Thrain stepped forward and slung his arm around my shoulders. You all belong to this pack. You can't come. Not anymore. Alpha Thomas told everyone that you were leaving. He said that if anyone who is loyal to you stays, they will be banished. He doesn't want traitors in his pack. Lauren threw me a smirk. She had me there. Fine, let's get out of here. We all shifted and grabbed our bags. The children climbed onto their parents' backs. We crossed the boundary, and we stumbled a bit as we felt the connection to the pack snap. I looked behind me and saw everyone following. No one was running beside me or in front. They were running behind me in a V formation, the way you run when the alpha is running in front. I guess I am the alpha now. Chapter 2. It's been 2 years since we left the Vicious Peak pack, and it has been hard. Don't get me wrong, I love being an alpha and looking after my pack. Before we settled in one spot, we had to keep moving. It was tough on everyone, but we finally found a piece of unclaimed territory and have settled here. We keep to ourselves and make sure we don't cause any trouble for the neighboring packs. It can be tough, though. Our once little pack has grown to around 200 wolves, all rogues or lone wolves. If we come across anyone who wants to join, we will let them. We wolves are social creatures and crave the company of other wolves, so to be isolated is very hard on us. Most rogues aren't cruel or bad. Don't get me wrong, there are horrible ones out there, but most of them have had their packs attacked, like my parents, or they have been banished for something silly. For example, we have a couple who ran away because the girl's father didn't want her to be mates with him, since he wasn't a high-ranking wolf. They're extremely happy together. We have an alpha son with us who was banished by his father because he is gay. We don't judge anyone, and as long as you haven't intentionally harmed anyone, then you can join us. Right now, our camp is about an hour's run from the Silver Thunder Pack. They know we are here. When we first arrived, the beta and the warriors tried to run us off. Thrain handled it and assured them we weren't here to cause any trouble. We just wanted to settle down in peace. For the first few months, they upped their border patrols, but I think they realized we weren't trouble, so they don't bother us much anymore. The alpha doesn't like rogues near his territory, but as we are on unclaimed land, he can't do much. That is what Thrain told the beta. Our little camp is amazing. The main section is in a large clearing. It's where we eat, train, and have meetings. The sleeping tents are scattered around the outskirts. Mine is in the middle, so I am always near if something goes wrong. Right now, we are all sitting around the fires, eating and dancing. It's a joyous occasion, for one of our warriors has found his mate. She hasn't told me why she was running yet, but from the looks of her, it was pretty bad. Everyone is enjoying themselves. The kids were running around chasing each other with bursts of laughter ringing out. The teenagers were dancing close together while their parents looked on. I couldn't help but chuckle. They were the same at their age. My heart squeezed at the thought of any harm coming to my pack. I know, as a rogue, that anything can happen. We could have an angry alpha on our tails at any time. We train hard. Even the children receive some training, so we won't be unprepared. I won't have any of my pack defenseless. I just wish I could give them a proper home. I felt a presence sit beside me. From the scent, I could tell it was Thrain. Alpha, what are you thinking about? He nudged my arm. I sighed. I never could hide anything from him. He knew me too well. I put my forgotten plate down and turned to him. I was just thinking about how I wish I could give everyone a proper home. Somewhere they can go at night and sleep on beds, not just sleeping bags. I'm a terrible alpha. I could feel my throat getting tight. Thrain looked at me with conviction. He grabbed my hand tightly. Alyssa, you listen to me. You're a fantastic alpha. You keep everyone as safe as you can by running training sessions, being yourself, and caring about them. These people follow you because you make them feel safe and because they are loyal to you. You have given them a home, somewhere they can be safe with their friends, their family, and their loved ones. I want to be able to be a proper pack, though, with a pack house and enough food to last us. Thrain was about to speak, but got cut off by another voice. I think I can help with that. I turned and saw Josh looking at me with a small smile. How? I gestured for him to sit down, and when he did, he began explaining. Well, do you remember when Thomas took over as alpha, and he had to take a trip to see the royals? I had to go with him. We both nodded. Well, as you know, all alphas have to be registered with their bloodline, so everyone is kept track of. Not just anyone can take over as alpha. But you, my dear alpha, come from a long line of alphas. The confusion of what he was trying to say must have shown on my face because his smile fell, and he threw his hands up in the air. Goddess Alyssa, you have to go to the royals and register yourself as an alpha. Claim this land, and they will give you a stipend to support the pack until you get on your feet. Oh, the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I can finally give my pack a proper home. I smiled, gave them both a kiss on the cheek, and sprinted to my tent, shouting my thanks behind me. I grabbed my bag and shoved some clothes in it, making sure to include a nice outfit. We will have to run the whole way there, so we need to bring food and water. I walked back out with my bag over my shoulder, heading for Josh and Thrain to ask if they were coming with me. I found Josh first. He was sitting around the fire with Lauren on his lap. Their heads were together, and they were whispering. They're so cute together, total opposites though. Josh was tall and built like a beta. He has nice green eyes and curly blonde hair. Lauren is shorter by a mile, but she makes up for it with her attitude. She has green eyes, but her hair is a deep fiery red. You do not want to anger her. Hey guys, can I talk to you? Sure, what's up, ally? Lauren looked up at me with a small smile on her face. I'm going to do what Josh said and go to the royals, but I wanted to know if you would like to be a joint beta with Thrain, Josh. You both deserve it. Josh looked at Lauren, and she gave him a small nod of her head. I'm honored that you asked Alpha, but I think I will have to pass. I would like a less stressful position now that Lauren is pregnant. That's okay. You can take the Gamma position if you'd like. They both looked at me with smiles on their faces. Lauren's eyebrow was raised. It was then that I realized what he had said. Now that Lauren is pregnant. Oh, are you kidding me, you guys? This is amazing. I ran up and hugged them both tightly. I am so happy for them. They deserve some happiness. They left their pack for me, and now I will make sure I provide a proper home for them and their future pups. Besides Thrain, they were the first people to have faith in me that I could actually do this whole alpha thing. I let them go and sat across from them. Lauren snuggled deeper into Josh's arms. Thank you, Alyssa. I will be happy to be your Gamma and let Thrain be the one stressing out all the time. Why will I be stressing out? Thrain walked up and sat beside me. Because you will be Beta and I will be Gamma. Why? Because Lauren is pregnant and I want to spend more time with her. Thrain let out a booming laugh that made some people jump. He pulled Lauren out of Josh's arms and picked her up. He then pulled Josh into a hug. "Congrats, guys. I'm happy for you." He set them both down, threw his arm around my shoulder, and pulled me into his side. A lot of people have said that we act like mates, but they don't know what the two of us have been through. He is like my brother, and I love him like my brother. A pang of hurt shot through me as I thought of my real brother. I don't even know if he survived the attack. I shook my head of those thoughts and put a smile on my face before anyone noticed. "So, why will I be beta?" Thrain looked down at me. I grinned. "Because you and I will be taking a trip to the Royals to register us as a pack." Thrain laughed loudly and then called everyone to attention. He already knew what I needed to do. He would make a great beta. Everyone gathered around us. The music died down, and the clearing was silent as they all looked at me. Sometimes it was unnerving seeing the looks they all gave me, like they would lay down their lives for me. I could see the trust and loyalty in their gazes, and I knew I was making the right decision. The children deserved to have a proper home. I just wish I had done it sooner. I told everyone what would be happening and that Josh would be looking after everyone while Thrain and I were gone. There was a second of deafening silence, then cheers rang out. I left everyone celebrating, the music back on, and people dancing, and gathered Thrain, Josh, and my 3 best warriors in my tent. We went over everything that would need to be taken care of while I was gone. A few hours later, everyone headed off to bed before we left first thing in the morning. I just hope everything goes okay and I don't get any surprises, I thought as I slipped into bed. Chapter 3. 3 days into our journey, and we were almost there. We were all tired, hungry, and terribly smelly. We should arrive at the castle just after sunset. I was at the front with Thrain flanking me. Our warriors were on each of our flanks, so we were covered on all sides. We stopped for a quick break at a little stream. It was beautiful. Birds chirped, and the small bubble of the water from the stream was soothing enough to almost send me to sleep while I ate. I shook myself awake and finished my lunch. I figured going for a quick swim would wake me up enough to continue, plus I didn't want to turn up at the castle looking like I had been dragged through the forest. I quickly removed my outer clothing and jumped into the stream. The water was refreshing on my skin. I went below the water and just let my mind drift to what we would be walking into at the palace. I heard that the King Julius was a very stern man and didn't take too kindly to rogues. I wasn't sure what would happen when he found out that I had a whole pack of rogues. I heard a splash and lifted my head above water, only to see 3 very toned men standing in the stream, water droplets running down their bodies. I know we all have mates out there somewhere, and we will eventually meet them, but I could still appreciate the company of my friends. Thrain was the black sheep in his family. He had Greek heritage, and it showed. His black curls hung down to his ears, and his green eyes just drew you in. His jaw was strong and sharp, and he always had a little stubble. He didn't like shaving, but he looked ridiculous with a beard. His skin was a beautiful golden color, like maple syrup. I was always envious of his skin tone. He was also super toned, but not built up too much, nice and lean. Now, Tom and Eric are built like tanks. They train every day, and if they aren't training, then they are in the gym. They both have impressive biceps and defined abs. Tom was a blonde surfer-type dude. His shaggy hair hung down his shoulders, and his nose had definitely been broken before. His blue eyes are always full of mischief, and he always has a smile on his face. Eric has his red hair in a buzz cut. He said it keeps it out of the way. His skin is pale, and he has freckles everywhere. I asked him once if I could play Connect the Dots, and he almost tackled me. Lesson learned. Eric's green eyes were full of kindness, and I knew I could always count on him to help if needed. No need to show off, boys, I said, pushing my hair out of my face and smiling at them. You know you could easily best all of us, Alpha. We all laughed at Tom as he pouted. It was true. I had sparred with each and every warrior in our pack, and not one has ever bested me. Actually, no one has ever been able to defeat me. I am eagerly awaiting the day that happens because it is good to be humbled once in a while. Maybe you should train a little bit more, and you could defeat me, I replied. That will never happen, and you know it. Thrain splashed me, which started an all-out splash war. We played around in the water for a bit before we got out. We had to get going again. Thrain, do you think that family will be alright? I asked as I pulled my clothes on and turned around. Yesterday, we met a family of wolves who had abandoned their pack. Their alpha wouldn't allow their daughter to travel to other packs to find her mate, so they left in the middle of the night. We came across them late last night. They were looking terrible. Their clothes hung on their bodies, and the little boy looked extremely sick and weak. I don't think they would have survived much longer out here by themselves. I called my border patrols and told them to be on the lookout for the family. I instructed them to ensure the family was treated with respect and cared for. We don't have a pack doctor at the moment, but they will be looked after as best we can. They will be fine. They just need some good food and a comfy place to sleep. They have been through a lot lately. I smiled, and we all transformed into our wolves. We got into position and headed back to our route to the palace. We arrived at the palace just after sundown, hungry, exhausted, and in need of a shower. We transformed into our human forms as the palace guards came into view. They greeted us with clear disdain. "What do you rogues want?" the taller of the two said. I almost rolled my eyes. "We have an appointment to see the king in the morning." The shorter guard snorted. "We weren't talking to you, female." I had to hold back a vicious growl, and I knew the boys were doing the same. While female was technically accurate, the dismissive tone was unmistakable. Our world was still stuck in the Dark Ages. I decided to let Thrain take over because I was sure I would lose my temper. "We have an appointment with the king in the morning. Bowers and company." Thrain's voice was strained, and I knew he was having trouble holding his wolf back. The tall guard's eyes glazed over before he nodded at us and let us through, letting us know that a servant would meet us to show us to our rooms. We headed in the direction of the palace, and I took deep, calming breaths to make sure I didn't get too angry. I had to remind my wolf that they didn't know I was an alpha and that their ignorance wasn't an excuse for a fight, but I was having trouble because my human side was feeling angry as well. The palace came into view a few minutes later, and it was breathtaking. The large building was at least a few centuries old. Vines wound around the columns at the entrance. A beautiful fountain with a wolf in the center was sitting in the driveway. Stairs led up to the large oak front doors, and standing in front of the doors was a frail-looking old man with his hands behind his back. He beckoned us forward and through the door. We didn't have time to admire the beauty of the inside as he took off down a hallway, then up some stairs, down another hallway, and then down another before coming to a stop in front of a door. "This is the ladies' room. Breakfast is at 7:00 a.m. sharp. The king will see you in the throne room after you have finished. I will have someone fetch you in the morning for breakfast." He gave a little bow and motioned for the boys to follow him. I said goodnight to the boys and went into the room. The room was beautiful, a bit luxurious for my tastes, but I wouldn't complain right now. The large bed sat in the middle of the room, with the back of the bed facing the door, so you could see the view through the large windows when you woke in the morning. 2 doors on the left side of the room were quite self-explanatory: bathroom and closet. On the right side of the room was a small desk and a lounge facing a TV. I dropped my bag on the bed and rummaged through it for my pajamas. I took my nice clothes out for tomorrow so they could hopefully unwrinkle in time. I grabbed my sleepwear and went over to the doors, hoping I picked the right one. I opened the door I stood in front of and let out a sigh of satisfaction that I had picked the bathroom first. I jumped into the shower once it was warm and let the water ease my sore, tired muscles and relax my mind. I washed myself and my hair, then got out and got dressed in my pajamas. I walked back out to see that someone had delivered a tray of food and taken my clothes to be cleaned. Glad that my outfit would be nice and wrinkle-free, I picked up the tray and sat in the lounge to watch some TV. I hadn't watched TV in quite some time. I picked a reality show and dug into my food, my stomach rumbling. I could feel myself dozing off, so I put the tray of dirty dishes on the desk and face-planted on the bed. I hadn't slept in a proper bed in forever, so as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was asleep. Chapter 4. I was woken up from my extremely comfortable sleep by a small shake. Forgetting where I was, I released a low growl to tell whoever it was to leave me alone. A small squeal sounded, and my eyes flew open to see a young girl staring down at me with wide eyes. Shoot, I'm at the castle. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, miss. I didn't mean to be rude. The young girl was close to tears. I sat up and put my hands up in surrender. I didn't want to scare the girl anymore. No, you're okay. I'm very sorry for growling at you. I forgot where I was for a minute. The girl nodded and smoothed her dress out. She was dressed like a maid. Her hair was braided under a little cap, her blue dress was smooth and fell to her knees, and her white apron was spotless. I'm here to escort you to breakfast in 30 minutes. I was also told to offer any help you may need. I have laid your clothes out on the chair for when you're ready, miss. I looked over to the chair by the desk, and lying over the back was my nice outfit that someone took away last night. I nodded at the girl and stretched, looking around the room. The room was even more beautiful in the daytime. I could see out the giant windows, and the view was amazing. The grounds were kept immaculate. The mountain range in the distance was barely visible over the fog of the early morning. I don't need any help. Thank you for fixing my outfit. I'm afraid the travel left its mark. The girl giggled and nodded. I'll wait outside your door when you're ready, Mississippi. She left the room, and I got out of bed, grabbing my clothes before walking into the bathroom. I didn't bother showering as I had showered before bed. I washed my face with cold water so I looked more awake than I felt. I pulled on my clothes and smoothed out my knee-length black skirt. My shirt was just a white-sleeved blouse that buttoned up, simple but elegant. I put on mascara and concealer. I brushed my hair back into a sleek high ponytail to keep it out of my eyes. I looked in the mirror and was pleased with how I looked. I had to look professional. I took a few deep breaths to ease my nerves and walked out of the bathroom to put on my flats. I wouldn't dare wear heels. I'd break my neck for sure. I opened the room door to find the maid waiting patiently beside it. She looked up when the door opened and gave me a small smile. This way, miss, breakfast is about to be served. She turned and walked down the hallway. I quickly followed behind, not wanting to get lost. We stepped into a large dining room. Every eye turned to look at me, and I got the feeling that I wasn't particularly welcome here. I was the only female present, and every man's eyes were on me, not in a good way either. I looked to my left and saw that the maid had left. Just leave me to the wolves. Ha, punny. My eyes scanned the room and noticed the large buffet station set up on the right wall. My stomach growled, and I quickly scanned the rest of the room, trying to find the boys. I found them in the middle of the room, all stuffing their faces already. I chuckled and set off to get food. I loaded my plate up with almost everything that was there: pancakes, bacon, fried eggs, toast, and some sausages. I grabbed a few rolls on my way to the table, stuffing them in my mouth so I could carry my plate and my cup of coffee. I held my head high and didn't let any of the stares get to me. I didn't care that I looked like a chipmunk. Morning, boys. I set my plate and cup down at the table and pulled my chair out before sitting down. Morning, Alpha, Tom started, but I sent a glare his way. Alyssa, he corrected, finishing with a sheepish smile. The others echoed their greetings. I still didn't want people to know just yet. I figured word would get out after the introduction party, and I just wanted to get the pack set up before we received any threats. I rolled my eyes and stuffed my face with a piece of pancake. I looked up and saw the boys looking at me with dismay. What? I feel sorry for your mate, to have to put up with you eating like that. Thrain sent me a small smirk. I gaped at him and kicked his shin under the table. When I heard his small curse, I grinned. Don't be disrespectful. I continued eating my breakfast while the boys had their heads down, silently laughing. Are you nervous about meeting the king and queen? My head shot up to meet Thrain's eyes, and I scowled at him. I wasn't until you just reminded me that I probably should be nervous. Thrain shrugged and sent me a small smirk. You will be fine. They will love you. Everyone else usually does. I smiled and finished my food. I took a gulp of coffee, relishing its bitter taste. We talked about our nights while we waited for someone to collect us. I noticed that they were all wearing suits and looked extremely attractive. I love a man in a well-tailored suit. A few minutes later, a butler came up to our table. The king and queen are ready for you. Please follow me. We all got up and followed him out the door. I quickly smoothed my clothes again and noticed the boys adjusting their ties and jackets. We came to a large oak door, and I was suddenly queasy with nerves. Have you ever gotten the feeling that maybe you have made the biggest mistake of your life? Well, I just got that feeling now as the doors swung open and I saw the room we were stepping into. My hands were sweaty and my heart was thumping in my chest. The room was beautiful. Pillars stood along both sides with gold inlays, forming a sort of aisle to the thrones on a raised platform. Beautiful tapestries hung on the walls, depicting some old and famous scenes. Sitting in those thrones were the two most beautiful people I had seen. The king sat up straight with his mouth set in a flat line. His dark eyes were set straight ahead on us, and the crown sat proudly on his dark curls. The queen sat on the throne next to him. Her hands were clasped tightly over a very pregnant belly. Her long red hair was perfectly styled, and her brown eyes shone with happiness. She had a gentle smile on her face as she stared at us. They were quite the contrast. He, the silent, brooding type, and she, the gentle, kind, and loving type. We all walked forward and bowed to our rulers. Everyone respected them. They took over from the Queen's parents a few years ago, and they have addressed and solved more issues than her parents ever did in their entire reign. The herald told us to rise and state our names, status, and reason for being here. I stepped forward, trying to take deep breaths and steady my heartbeat. I kept my chin up and looked towards the thrones. Alyssa Bowers, Alpha, daughter of Romeo and April Bowers. I would like to register my pack, Your Highnesses. I stepped back and Thrain stepped forward. Thrain Hawkins, Beta, son of Lee and Andrea Hawkins, lending support to my Alpha. The warrior stepped forward and repeated what Thrain had said, using their own names. When we were silent, I noticed an old lady standing next to the king whispering in his ear. He nodded, stood up, and helped his queen up before turning to us. Alpha, Beta, please follow me to my office. Your warriors are more than welcome to stand outside the door if they wish. I nodded and turned to Tom and Eric. They nodded and lowered their heads in respect before they took 2 steps behind me. We followed behind the king and queen, who were walking behind the old lady. A door opened up ahead, and they all went inside, waiting for us. Tom and Eric took their spots on either side of the door and nodded at us. They were in protection mode and would not disrespect the crown or me by eavesdropping. Thrain and I took a seat on the couch in the office. The king sat on the chair behind his desk, and the queen sat on his lap. His hands automatically encircled her and started rubbing her belly. I felt a pang of longing that I still didn't have that. I am almost 22, and I still haven't found my mate, which is unusual, but because I didn't do the normal thing and go around to different packs, it is understandable. I quickly brushed my feelings aside and sat up straight as the king started talking. The reason I called you in here is that my seer, he gestured towards the old lady who sent me a big smile, has sensed something about you. He nodded at the seer, who dragged a chair over and sat right in front of me. I saw the king roll his eyes and the queen quietly giggle. The seer placed her hands on my temples, and I felt a warmth spread from where her hands touched me. I watched as her eyes closed in concentration, and a serene smile flittered onto her lips. A minute passed before she removed her hands and grinned at me. Well, this is interesting. When is your birth date, dear? Year as well. January 20th, 1996, I replied, looking at her with a confused expression. No need to worry, dear, she laughed at my look. Have you found that wolves are drawn to you? I shrugged and looked worriedly at Thrain. He chuckled and patted my knee. I have noticed. I was drawn to her when we were kids. I know the rest of the pack feels this way. I had a young boy ask me a few weeks ago why he feels the need to never make her angry and why he feels such a strong need to protect her. I didn't know that. All I knew was that I didn't have any problems with my pack following my directions, and that if we were ever under attack, I would give my life to save theirs. The seer smiled and clapped her hands. She looked at me. You are a very special alpha, Alyssa Bowers. Great. Chapter 5. I watched as the seer left the king's office. I was still trying to wrap my mind around everything that she had told me. I still couldn't believe it. Why would the moon goddess choose me of all people? I tried not to dwell on it too much for now. I'm meeting her for brunch tomorrow so she can tell me more. It's crazy that I only came here to register my pack, and now I'm leaving with more knowledge about who I am than I thought possible. It was a lot to take in, but it all kind of made sense to me as well. I always wondered why the wolves we found seemed to want to spill their life stories to me. Now it all made sense. They felt safe with me and like I would protect them. I will protect any of my pack members with my life, so they don't have to worry about that. Thrain nudged my arm, and I shook my thoughts out. I saw the king gesturing for us to take the seats in front of his desk instead of the couch. Time to do what we came here to do. We got right down to business. A doctor came in to draw my blood to make sure my claim to Alpha was legitimate. When the doctor left, the king pulled out a stack of forms and started filling them in, then passed them to me to complete my part. We are now bent over a large map, sorting out the territory. I already knew that I didn't want to move the pack. I wanted to stay where we are now. Where are you settled now? The queen asked. I looked at the map closely. All the different territories were outlined with their names in the middle. I looked for the Silver Thunder Pack and saw that they have the largest territory. Just here, about an hour's run from the Silver Thunder Pack. I pointed to the area without any names or outlines. You're near them? Have they caused any trouble? Has anyone been hurt? The queen put a hand over her tummy while the king rubbed her back. No, my queen. They were understandably wary when we first arrived, but I make sure none of my wolves wander too far near their borders. Thank goodness. And please, Alyssa, call me Alexis. And this one, Julius. She patted the king's back, and he gave a low, playful growl. Lexi, we are royals. Our subjects don't call us by our names. Oh, hush, love. Alyssa and I are going to be good friends, I can tell. I smiled watching their interaction. You can see they care deeply for each other, because the king just shook his head with a small smile and went back to looking at the map. I looked at Alexis, and she gave me a warm smile. She sat in the large chair behind the desk, a look of relief taking over her face. I'm sure she is feeling quite sore. So, back to this. Is that where you would like to stay? It is unclaimed land, and I can't imagine moving everyone when you have been there so long. That would be fantastic. It would prove difficult to move over 200 wolves. Alexis gasped, and Julius looked up sharply. Oops. They didn't look happy. You have 200 wolves in your care? Why didn't you come forward sooner? King Julius' eyes were darkening, a sign his wolf was reacting. I had to hurry and explain. I'm very sorry, Your Highness. I just found out that I could register a pack a few days ago, and I came here straight away. I lost my parents when I was young, so I don't know much about official Alpha business. I hung my head slightly. Alexis got up from the chair and came over and hugged me, her belly getting in the way. I chuckled softly when she sighed. It's fine, don't worry, Alyssa. It's partially my fault for not even knowing about you. I don't know how you were never discovered, King Julius said, shaking his head. As I said, King Julius, my wolves do not cause any trouble. We run just like any other pack, except we all sleep in tents, I replied while smiling. King Julius smiled and shuffled through his desk for more paperwork. Well, no more of that. I will send my best construction crew back with you so we can get started on building houses. We will also send you a monthly stipend until you are able to sustain yourselves. Thank you, King Julius. That is very generous. Please, Lexi here will be very upset with me if I don't help her new friend in any way I can. King Julius looked over at his wife, who just smiled sweetly at him. When he looked away, she gave me an encouraging nod. I had to put my hand over my mouth to stifle my laughter. I could hear Thrain trying not to laugh too. I didn't think I would make friends with the king and queen when I came here, but it's nice to have another female friend. I know I have Laura, but having someone to talk to who knows what it is like to have so much responsibility is nice. Right, all that's left is to name your beta and gamma and name the pack. King Julius scribbled some notes and looked up at me. Thrain Hawkins is beta and Josh Roberts is gamma, along with his mate, Laura. King Julius nodded and wrote their names down. Pack name. I had been thinking about a name for the pack since we left, and I hadn't thought of anything. I racked my brains trying to think of something. We needed something that was special to us. Alphas named their packs by something that defined them. The Silver Thunder Pack got its name because there was a huge storm rolling in when their alpha was registering. A throat was cleared, and I looked over at Thrain. A small smile graced his face. I got an idea. I nodded at him, and he looked at King Julius. The Blood Moon Pack. A laugh left me as I looked at everyone. King Julius is smiling and shaking his head, and Alexis is laughing warmly while holding her belly. I love it. That will be our name. I nodded at King Julius as he wrote it down. We sat there for a bit more while King Julius informed us of what would happen next, and then he mentioned something about a gathering. My stomach sank. Don't look so worried, Alyssa. We need to introduce you and your pack to the other packs in the area so they all know you are a legitimate pack and not just a group of rogues. I nodded as his words sank in. It makes sense. The Silver Thunder Pack wasn't pleased when we moved in, and that was because they did see us as just a group of rogues. Now that we are a registered pack, they don't have to worry about us. I will have to set up a meeting with their alpha after the gathering so we can get to know each other better. We are neighbors after all. We all stood up and said our goodbyes. Just as we were about to head out the door, an idea hit me, and I smiled. King Julius? Yes. Do you think it would be possible to keep the fact that I am a female a secret until the gathering? I swallowed deeply, unsure how he would take the request. Alexis looked delighted. She walked over to me and brought me into another hug. I laughed as I wrapped my hands around her shoulders. She pulled back, but kept her arms on my shoulders. You are very clever, Alyssa. I love it. You will eat with us for dinner tonight. That includes your beta and warriors. I need to get to know my new friend. King Julius smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist, bringing her to his side. He looked at me and nodded. Your secret is safe with us. See you at dinner. I will have someone come and collect you to bring you to our private dining room. I nodded and walked out of the room, Tom and Eric falling into step behind me. I smiled at Thrain as he pushed off the wall and walked beside me. Excited about tomorrow afternoon? I nodded and leaned into him. Tomorrow, after we see the Seer, there will be a small ritual to officially join the pack together. It is usually done with the entire pack present, but the Seer said that, because I am much stronger, doing it over the phone will be enough. As long as everyone pledges their loyalty, we will all be connected and be able to mind-link. I couldn't stop the smile even if I wanted to. Tomorrow we will be a proper pack, and I will be able to lead my pack like a proper alpha and look after everyone like one. I thought about everyone at home, and the one person I was sorely missing right now. His smile can light up the room and make me feel better instantly. Chapter 6. This morning started off much like yesterday. I was woken by a maid, got ready, and was shown to the dining room. The only thing different this morning is that no one paid me any attention. Everyone ignored me as I walked through to the buffet. The boys and I had breakfast, then we all took a walk around the palace to explore. The palace was beyond spectacular, and the grounds were my favorite place to be. I would love to run in the woods surrounding the whole place, but I knew I could never do that. We almost got lost, but luckily, a butler came to collect us for brunch with the Seer, which is where we are heading now. We headed back the way we came and stopped at a small square in the middle of the gardens. The whole place was walled in by hedges, with a small doorway to enter through. I poked my head through and saw the Seer sitting in a wooden rocking chair in the middle of the garden. A small table sat before her, laden with a teapot and treats, with a bench seat across from her. She smiled over at me and waved me through. Tom and Eric automatically took a stance on either side of the doorway and bowed their heads. We may be friendly in front of the pack and each other, but they will always show respect in front of others, which I am grateful for. I don't want to be seen as a weak alpha, and they know that. Thrain and I took a seat on the bench while the Seer poured us a cup of tea. No one said anything for a few minutes. She handed us our teas, and I took a sip. I'm not big on tea, more of a coffee drinker, but this tea was very tasty. This garden was a very peaceful place. You couldn't hear much of the palace noise. I'm thinking I need something like this at home. How are you liking your stay, dears? The Seer asked. Oh, it's lovely here. Sleeping in a bed again is great, but I miss the pack dearly. I took another sip of tea as she looked at me like she was looking into my soul, which she most likely was, to be honest. And a certain face more than most, I'm sure. She smiled knowingly. I started panicking. No one can know about him. It's too dangerous. How does she know about him? Don't panic, dear, he was always destined to be in your life. The moon goddess showed me last night. He will change your life drastically. I smiled at her and shook my head a little. He already has. I will be honest, you will have a battle on your hands when you meet your mate. He can get very jealous. Oh, please, how can he be jealous of him? I'm sorry, but we're a package deal now. I love him too much, and it's only been a month. I can see how much you love him. It's all over your face. Just be careful how you tell your mate. Try not to leave it too late, or it could be worse. I nodded and looked down at my hands. I would never let anything happen to him. I would lay my life down for him. The seer waved her hand and grabbed a cookie off the tray, taking a bite. Onto why I asked you out here. It's nice and quiet out here, and there are no prying ears or eyes. Your boys out there will make sure of that. They are very loyal. I smiled and nodded. They are. Anyway, I just realized I never actually introduced myself. My name is Alice, and I have been the royal family's seer for over 500 years. That doesn't really surprise me. Seers tend to live a lot longer as they have an extremely close relationship with the moon goddess. When they want to leave the earth, they will grow old, and they will start looking for the new seer. Seeing how old Alice is, she must be getting ready to go back to the moon goddess. It's lovely to meet you, Alice, and thank you for allowing me to be here with Alyssa today, Thrain said. Oh dear, you're very handsome, I must say, and very welcome. I wanted you here because I have a message from the moon goddess for you, but I will tell you that after we have finished. Thrain's eyes widened, and I could see the gears turning in his head. See, Thrain is 26, but because he hasn't found his mate, he stopped aging last year. He is extremely heartbroken about it. Not that he has ever talked to me about it, but I can see it in his eyes when he watches Josh and Laura interact. It breaks my heart to see him like that, knowing my best friend is hurting. He is basically my brother. He helped me through all the tough times when we left our burning pack. I want to help him as well, but I just don't know how. I turned back to Alice to see her looking at him with sad eyes. Oh no. Please don't be bad news. He wouldn't be able to take it. Thrain may be the beta and a tough warrior, but he is the most sensitive guy I've met. He would be a shell of himself if anything had happened to his future mate. I laid my hand on his arm and squeezed lightly, offering any comfort that I could. His shoulders slumped, and his eyes had a faraway look to them. I grabbed his hand and rubbed soothing circles on the back. His eyes came back into focus, and he smiled a small smile at me. I grabbed a cookie and took a bite, savoring the chocolate goodness. There was something familiar about these, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. They tasted like the ones my mom would make for us every afternoon. She always said they were a family recipe. I took another bite and my eyes widened. Of course! They were exactly the same as my mom's famous recipe. I shoved a cookie into Thrain's hands and told him to eat it. He gave me a perplexed look, but shoved the entire cookie into his mouth in one go. He chewed, and his eyes widened as well. He quickly swallowed and turned to me. How is this possible? I couldn't answer him. I was freaking out that my family could possibly be alive. My hands were shaking, and I could feel my wolf close to taking over and running through the entire palace to try and find their sense. Thrain grabbed my hands to steady me. He was aware of what I was capable of if I lost control. I tried to control my breathing, but it wasn't helping. I had to know. Alice, who made these cookies? A pretty young thing. I'm not sure of her name. I love them and asked her to make some for us at brunch. What's the matter, sweetie? Alice looked worried. Nothing. They just reminded me of someone. My shoulders slumped, and I finally got my breathing under control. Alice nodded and poured more tea. That's okay. She makes them every afternoon. Her mate says it's a family tradition. Nice young man, he is. He came to live here when he was only 6 with his uncle. I wasn't really listening anymore, embarrassed that I freaked out like that. I usually have more control. I need more control than that. The moon goddess knows what happens when I lose control. Right? Alice clapped her hands, and my attention was on her again. Let's start then. I told you how you became who and what you are. Any questions about that first? Just one. You told me that I was the first child born under a blood moon since the first wolves. Why is that? Blood moon wolves are very special, you see. The moon goddess will only grant the blood moon a few children. It makes the wolf too strong, too angry, and too susceptible to losing control. The only time the blood moon is given to a child is in dire times. But we aren't in dire times. We have no wars or uprisings. We are, just not the whole wolf world. If you were a normal wolf, your mate would break you. You wouldn't be strong enough to lead with him, and you wouldn't be strong enough to bear his pups. Is she saying what I think she is saying? I am only what I am because of a man? No, nope, not happening. He has done just fine without me for the past however many years. I'm sure he will survive. I will move my pack to Antarctica if I have to, just so I never see or meet him. I could feel my ears ringing and my hands shaking. My eyesight was switching between my normal eyes and my wolf's eyes. It was a scary sight. I was getting angry at everything. This entire world was still stuck in the dark ages, where a woman's place was by her mate's side, doing nothing. My hands gripped my hair and I tugged. I had to breathe through the anger. I couldn't lose control in the palace. I would devastate the entire place. I could feel the pain from my head seeping into my bones. Pain was the only thing that got through the alpha haze. My breaths became deeper, and my eyes stayed in their normal states. I looked up and saw Alice and Thrain with their heads bowed almost to their knees. I gasped, and they looked up. Alice's eyes were shining brightly, but Thrain's were dull and glazed over. I almost slapped myself. I can't believe I lost control in front of other people. I'm just lucky that it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I caught on just in time. I'm so sorry, Alice. I couldn't control it. She waved me off with a small smile. I grabbed Thrain's hand, and he looked up at me. His eyes were back to normal, and as usual, there was nothing there but understanding. My entire pack has felt the effects of the alpha haze, and they would never get angry at me. They all understood. Don't you worry about it, dear. I know all about it. Anyway, your mate is an extremely strong alpha. He is also just a couple of 100 years younger than I am. I scrunched my nose up. Not an old man, dear, you know how it works. I nodded. Of course I knew. Thrain was going through it right now. If a wolf hasn't found its mate by the age of 25, they stop aging. When they find their mate, the aging process resumes where they left off. It was a mechanism to prevent huge age gaps from forming if a mate was more than 10 years younger. How old is he? I can't tell you that, my dear. What I can tell you is that he is extremely cynical about mates now. He has been alive so long without one that he thinks the moon goddess never gave him one. She told me that she could never find a soul strong enough to survive being a blood moon child and his mate until you came along. You will have a claim on him that no one else could hope to have, and plenty have hoped. Fantastic. So why didn't she just send him a message to say she didn't forget about him, like she's doing with Thrain? She did, but it was much more subtle than what she does now. He never caught on. I snorted. Sounds like a great man. Alice smiled at me. You will realize why he never caught on when you see him. She provides clearer messages now, though. Is there anything else I should know? Not much, only that because you are both alphas and you are a blood moon child, the mating pull is going to be very strong. You both will be extremely protective. He even more so because he has waited so long for you. Oh, she clicked her fingers, almost forgot. He will be the only one who can calm you down through your haze. Great. I'm going to want to claim him as soon as I see him. I can tell now. I don't feel drawn to any other man, and so, help me, if he has been with any other woman, I will make him regret it. I don't care if he has been alive for hundreds of years. And what's this nonsense about him being the only one to calm me down? I've been doing fine by myself. Just as I thought that, I knew it wasn't true. I have done some destructive things in my haze. It's why I have a bunker built under my tent, to keep me from harming anyone. We talked a bit more about what we wanted to do with the pack land. Thrain was getting anxious, and I think she was letting him settle down before she told him what she had to. She gave him some more tea, and I saw his shoulders relax as he sighed. Good love, just relax. There is nothing bad that I'm going to tell you, okay? Thrain nodded and sipped more of his tea. Okay, well, I did just say that the moon goddess gives clearer messages now. What she wants me to tell you is to go back to your old pack for a few days, and you will find what you are looking for. What? That isn't clear. Thrain looked just as confused. His eyebrows were drawn down, and his mouth had a frown on it. Vicious Peak? They would attack me if I set foot on their territory. Not them, dear. Both of our eyes widened. We hadn't been on that land in 12 years. Why would she tell him to go back? Okay, we can stop there before we go home. Alice shook her head and looked at me. No, dear, you cannot go with him. He must go by himself. I shook my head, but Thrain gave my hand a squeeze. We had not been separated for more than a day in 12 years. I wouldn't let him go back to our parents' pack by himself. I will take some warriors with me, but if the moon goddess says I have to go alone, then I will go alone. I nodded, but I didn't like it one bit. I had a gut feeling everything would change when he came back. You can go while we are building the houses. No, I will wait until after the introduction party to go. No, Thrain, everything will be hectic while we are all settling in. Go before we finish the houses and come back with some good news. He nodded. He knew he would never win against me. Chapter 7. I sighed and leaned my head back on the headrest. We were finally on our way home. Only one person was on my mind, and I couldn't wait to see him. These past few days without him have been difficult. We left as soon as we finished the ritual. Alexis and Julius understood, so they lent us a car so we didn't have to run all the way back. I was extremely grateful. I didn't think I would be able to run all that way again. Julius is sending the builders along in the morning, and to say I am excited about having proper houses for everyone is an understatement. We have already decided to keep it pretty simple. Our pack doesn't really care about the wealth of things, as most packs don't. We have gone without it for so long that we don't really need it. The pack house will be the grandest of them all, as it will house all the wolves who don't want to live with their families or don't have a family, and it will be the main meeting space for visitors. Pack members won't get their own house until they find their mate. The mated wolves and families will all get to design their own houses, which helps to make them more comfortable in their new home. I looked over at Thrain in the driver's seat. He was relaxed, one arm on the window and the other on the steering wheel. There have been plenty of times when I was weak and wished that he were my mate, but then my brain kicks in, and I remind myself that he is basically my brother. I frown when I remember he'll be leaving when we get home. He is going to take the car and head to our old pack lands. From what I've heard, they are still abandoned. No one wants to take over the land because it is in the mountains and extremely hard to defend. We didn't have a problem with it, maybe because we grew up there. I ordered him to take Tom and Eric with him. I know he can take care of himself, but I reminded him that he is now beta and he has to think about the well-being of the pack as well as himself. He knew I was right. Stop frowning, Lissy, or you will get wrinkles. Thrain looked over at me with a smirk. Quiet, Thrain. I smirked right back at him when I saw his jaw clench and a frown appear on his face. He always hated that nickname. When I was really young, I couldn't pronounce his name, so I called him Thrain. It stuck around when I wanted to annoy him. The boys in the back were snickering behind their hands, not wanting their beta to see their amusement. Are you glad we are going home? I asked the boys. Absolutely. Tom peeked his head through the gap between the seats and grinned. I can't wait to help build everything. I shook my head. Tom was a very talented guy. He could make anything out of a piece of wood. He is hoping the builders will teach him a few things so he can get a job in the nearest city to help the pack. I can't get a job because I will have the pack to run, but anyone who can will be getting a job only if they want. I won't be forcing anyone to work if they don't want to. Thrain has already taken part in our first stipend and invested it. He is very smart with numbers, so I trust him to get a good return on it. He will invest some of each stipend until we can stand on our own feet. I don't want to lean on the royals for too long. I won't lie, I was hoping I would find my mate. Thrain gave me a small smile and looked back at the road. You can't lie, not to me anyway, I joked, hoping to erase the sad look in his eyes. I lie to you all the time, Lissy. I gasped and put a hand over my heart in mock hurt. You lie to your alpha, Thrain? I would never lie to my alpha. He shook his head. My sister, on the other hand, all the time. He sent a cheeky smile to the boys in the back, who cracked up. I playfully shoved his arm. You're a dork. You love me. Debatable. We chatted for a while longer until Tom and Eric fell asleep in the back seat. I snorted. Good guards they are. The car settled into quietness, both of us lost in our thoughts. Time passed quickly. We swapped drivers every few hours, so we were all well rested. By the end of the second day, we arrived at our borders. Thrain stopped the car and Tom exited. Tell patrol that it's just us. I would mind-link, but I don't want to startle them. I smiled. We hadn't mind-linked yet because we were too far away, and doing it now while they weren't expecting it would cause confusion. Tom nodded and ran off into the trees. Thrain started the car again, and we crossed the border. 4 large wolves trotted beside the car as we made our way through the territory. I could hear loud talking and cheers as we got closer. I smiled at Thrain. It seems the pack is glad we are back. As soon as I stepped out of the car, a loud howl rang out into the night. A welcoming howl to let everyone know that their alpha had returned to them. Our pack didn't run like most. We were all very close and no one was left out of anything. We tried our best to be happy. Despite our circumstances, we are alive, we have each other, and we have food. There is nothing to be unhappy about. I held along with the rest of them, the cacophony of sounds ringing throughout the forest. We would go on a pack run later. Running together as a pack was the most exhilarating thing. Everyone was playing in wolf form, our natural instincts taking over our bodies. Once the noise had quieted down, I had everyone's attention on me. I opened my mouth to begin explaining what happened while we were gone, but I was interrupted by a little body ramming into my legs. I didn't have to look down to see who it was. My heart fluttered when I looked down and saw his face. I missed him. Hey, little wolf. I picked him up and set him on my hip. Hi, Lisa, I missed you. He nuzzled my neck, breathing in my scent. I missed you so much. I held him closer to me and kissed his hair. Marty is an orphan. I found him 3 months ago just outside the borders. We had word that a family was coming to us for help. I had guards waiting for them, but instead, they heard cries for help. I could feel their fear and quickly made my way to the source of the sounds. What I saw, I pray that Marty never remembers. Feral wolves had snuck up on them and attacked. I got there just after the father fell. They had advanced on the mother who was lying over a young girl's body. My heart broke when I saw it, and I shifted into my wolf and quickly stopped the feral wolves. I only saw red. The family was pretty much already a part of my pack, and for them to be so close to my borders and getting attacked was unacceptable. At that point, I welcomed the Haze. I just wanted them gone. I went up to the mom and saw that she was severely wounded. I knew then that she wouldn't make it. She looked up at me with glassy eyes and thanked me, then told me to look after him. Then she was gone. I sniffed around the area and found little Marty hiding in a tree, crying his little eyes out. At only 3, he knew that his entire family was gone. From that point on, Marty hardly leaves my sight. He doesn't trust many people, but when he does, you get the most dazzling smile. It brightens up your entire day. It doesn't hurt that he is extremely cute. I looked up at everyone after my little trip down memory lane and saw them all staring at us with a soft look in their eyes. The women all had tears in their eyes. Everyone had taken a liking to him. It would just take a little bit longer for him to warm up to everyone else. I cleared my throat to make sure everyone was listening. Thank you all for the fantastic welcome. I'm glad I'm home. Now on to business. We are officially a pack, as you know from the phone call, but we can now all mind link each other. So if anyone needs anything, just contact me. Everyone cheered, and I saw some of the kids trying it out with big smiles on their faces. Our name is the Blood Moon Pack. I'll explain that later. In the morning, a crew of builders will arrive from the palace. All mated couples and families can design their own houses. Anyone who wants to live in the pack house can design their room however they want. Also, please give me suggestions about what kind of buildings we need around the area. Everyone cheered, yelled, and ran off to their tents to start their designs. I shook my head in amusement. They all acted like kids sometimes. Thrain patted me on the back and said goodnight. It was getting late. I could feel my body becoming heavy. I looked down at Marty and noticed he was looking at me with an excitement-filled smile. His black hair hung down to his shoulders. He won't let me cut it, and his big brown eyes were heavy with sleep. What are you smiling about, cutie? I get to live in a house again. I had to fight to keep the smile on my face at his words. They cut me deep. Yes, you do. His smile dropped, and he looked down. Will I have to share a room? Why would you have to share a room? The other kids said that because I don't have a family, I will have to live with all the other kids without a family, and I will have to share a room. My heart broke. Kids could be so cruel. Don't you worry, little wolf. You will be living with me. I am going to take care of you from now on. I had decided when we were away that I would officially adopt Marty as my own. I know my mate might not like it, but I have a connection with Marty, and I won't let anyone come between us. He will be my son the day of the introduction party. His eyes lit up at my words. I get to live with you? I nodded my head and smiled at him. Will you be my new mommy? His head dropped onto my shoulder in exhaustion. Honey, I could never replace your real mommy. She saved your life. How about I be Mama Ally? His head bobbed up and down, and a yawn escaped. I chuckled and began walking to my tent. Time to put the little wolf to bed. I kissed his forehead and placed him on my bed. Even though I wanted to lie down with him and sleep, I had paperwork to catch up on and had to design the pack house, including my room and the offices. I sighed and left my tent. Time to catch up with my duties. Chapter 8. 6 months later. Walking around the new pack lands and seeing how well everything has come together is amazing. The past few months have been hectic. The pack house was finished first, so everyone had a bed to sleep in while they worked on their own houses. Everyone in the pack pitched in to help build the houses and other buildings. The houses were all beautiful and unique, fitting each member perfectly. Thrain still hasn't gotten back home from our old pack lands, and I am beginning to get worried. Tomorrow is the introduction party, and he needs to be here. I walk past the orphanage that I had built. The children are playing out front while Tessa watches over them. I had to have a place for the orphan kids to stay. The pack members would have gladly taken them in, but I didn't want to burden any of them with that task, so they have their own home. Morning, Alpha. Morning, Tessa. How are they today? Oh, you know, troublemakers in training. She looked lovingly at the kids. She volunteered to do this job. She hasn't found her mate yet, and she is feeling extremely motherly, so it fits her perfectly. I chuckled. She was right. All the kids were just waiting for her to turn her back so they could get into trouble. Kids, say hello to Alpha Alyssa. Hello, Alpha Alyssa. They all chorused while wearing tiny smiles. Morning, guys. Make sure you behave for Tessa, or I'll have to come have a talk with you, okay? Yes, Alpha. They all giggled. They knew what that meant. It meant they wouldn't get any dessert for a week. I didn't like punishing my pack, especially the children, for something as simple as being children. They have lived hard lives in their short time, and they deserve to just be kids. Many alphas would disagree with my methods. Some punish their pack for not listening to orders, or they make such ridiculous demands that the pack wouldn't be able to follow their orders. The alphas I hate the most are the ones who have their pack terrified of doing anything wrong for fear of severe punishment or exile. I hate when alphas run their pack through fear. You are responsible for all their lives. They should trust you, and you should trust them. I left the children and walked back to the pack house. I saw the looming building ahead and smiled. As I said, it is the grandest place in our entire land. It's 4 stories extending into the trees around it. The top level housed Thrain, Josh, and Lauren, Marty, and me. There are enough bedrooms to house more than half the pack. The kitchen, dining, and living areas are all on the ground floor, as are our offices. The basement houses the training gym and a small door to the holding cells. I headed into my office to go over the preparations for tomorrow. Most of the pack is setting up out back. I need to make sure we have enough food and drink available for everyone. There will be around 300 people here tomorrow, most of whom are in my pack. All alphas and betas within a 100-mile radius will be coming. I know we will have trouble on our hands when they find out that I am a female alpha, so I have to be prepared. My eyes scanned the guest list for tomorrow, mentally putting a face to the name. My eyes stopped on one name, Damien Shaw, Alpha of the Silver Thunder Pack. Silver Thunder are our neighbors, and I have never met the Alpha. Every time I try to set up a meeting, I am denied. I don't even know what the Alpha or Beta looks like, though I have been told that Damien is wild. He doesn't like outsiders coming into his territory. I don't really blame him, to be honest. Most people are morons. I don't listen to rumors, though. I know he is a good Alpha. He takes good care of his pack, and he has good warriors. I should know, considering I have watched his border warriors every day for the past few years. I rubbed my tired eyes and leaned back into my chair. I was worried about Thrain. I was worried about how this party would go tomorrow. These are the times I wish I had my mate, to be able to talk to someone about all of this, to be able to cuddle up and just relish being in each other's arms. Lissa, I'm home, crossing the border now. I have someone with me. Hearing Thrain's voice in my head had me up and out of my chair within seconds. I rushed to the front door and flung it open, looking around for my beta. I sniffed the air and caught a strange scent. A female. A pregnant female. Thrain did say he had someone with him, so I didn't worry too much. A few minutes later, his familiar build came into view. He hadn't changed in the past few months. He just got scruffier. A beard now took over half his face, and his hair hung down below his ears. My smile grew as he got closer. I noticed a small form behind him, her head flinging back and forth in alarm. My eyebrows furrowed, not liking the fact that she was so scared while on my territory. Thrain. I flung myself into his arms and squeezed him hard. I missed him so much. A small growl had me stepping out of his arms and raising my brows. The growl came from the small girl behind him, and she looked terrified that it had happened. Thrain stepped to the side, and I could see her fully. She was tiny. Her brown hair hung limply down her back. Her eyes were wide and terrified, and her body was shaking. Well, this just won't do. I can't have a potential pack member of mine being scared of me. Hello, my name is Alyssa. I held my hand out to her, and she shook it. I'm the alpha of this pack. Her hand ripped out of mine. I caught the wet sheen in her eyes before she bowed her head in respect or shame. I'm not sure which. I am so sorry for growling at you, Alpha. I didn't mean to. I frowned up at Thrain, and he gave me a sad smile. You will tell me what happened when we get inside. He nodded his head in understanding, and his arms encircled her waist. I already had an inkling of what this was all about, and hearing the growl confirmed it. Oh, no worries. What's your name, hun? Delilah. Well, it's lovely to meet you, Delilah. Please call me Alyssa, most everyone else does. Now let's get you inside, and you can have a nice warm bath, okay? Delilah nodded and followed behind me. Thrain was on her heels. They went up the stairs to our floor, and I split off to the office. Thrain and I had a nice, long talk ahead of us. Thrain came back half an hour later in a set of clean clothes. His hair looked clean, but he still had his beard. I shook my head. I needed to pound some sense into his head. He does not suit a beard. I stood up from my chair and gave him another hug. His arms wound around my waist, and he squeezed me into him. I laughed and drew back. I missed you, you big oaf. I missed you too, Lissa. I missed my little sister telling me what to do. I bellowed out a laugh and slapped his shoulder. Thrain laughed and ruffled my hair. Sitting back down in my chair, Thrain took the seat across from me and looked around. The place looks awesome. Thanks for the room, by the way, I love it. Good, we just followed your plans, that's all. I waved my hand around. Right, now to business. Thrain grinned, and his eyes glazed over. Delilah is my mate. I figured as much when she growled at me when I hugged you. She seems lovely, if a bit terrified. She really is. I found her on our old pack lands. She wasn't in good condition at all. It took us this long because she just wasn't in the right condition to travel so far. God, that's horrible. but I won't ask you to elaborate because that's her story to tell. She still looks a little fragile. Yeah, she's sleeping right now. That's good. I nodded. Okay, personal question as your alpha. Your sister doesn't want to know this, but your alpha needs to know. Thrain nodded and gestured for me to continue. Have you guys completed the mating bond? Thrain's eyes widened, and his back went stiff. He looked defensive, and like he didn't want to tell me, but as his alpha, I need to know if I will be protecting this pack's future beta. I know she is pregnant. She isn't very far along, and she wouldn't even know yet, but with my enhanced senses, I could smell the change in her scent and hear the tiny heartbeat. After a minute, he nodded reluctantly and slouched. Thrain, it's not a bad thing. I just noticed something, but I can't tell you what it is. I just wanted to make sure you guys had completed the bond. Thrain stood up and glowered at me. I was a bit taken aback. He had never gotten angry with me before, but I knew it was his instincts, so I didn't allow my wolf to rise to the challenge. What can't you tell me, Lissa? If it has something to do with my mate, I deserve to know. He was getting angry. His wolf was driving his natural instincts to protect his mate. Back off, Thrain. Do not get angry with me because you won't like the repercussions. Calm yourself, I said in my alpha tone. The fight immediately went out of his body, and he sagged into the chair. His eyes were glassy, and his eyebrows drawn together. I'm sorry, Alpha. I wasn't thinking. Thrain, trust me, okay? It's nothing bad. I have to talk to Delilah first, though, okay? I laid my hand on his shoulder in support. He nodded and sat up straighter. He didn't like looking weak, but unfortunately for him, he'll show weakness soon when he finds out what I know. I smiled. He has always wanted a family. He couldn't wait to find his mate and start a family, and finally, it is coming true. I looked around and noticed for the first time that Tom and Eric weren't around. Shoot, what kind of alpha am I that I didn't notice two of my pack members missing? Thrain, where are Tom and Eric? Oh, Thrain chuckled and stood up. I'm not the only one to find my mate while on our trip. What? Yep, the alpha of Moonstone Pack allowed us to stay for a bit to help Delilah get back on her feet, and Tom and Eric found their mates in his pack. The Moonstone Pack was always an ally of my parents, so it makes sense that they would help Thrain out. I just couldn't believe that they both had found their mates in the same pack. I shook my head. Every one of my close friends is finding their mates and starting their lives. I felt a bit put out about the whole thing. My friends were finding love, and I was still waiting. I quickly banished those thoughts. It's not a sad time, it's a happy time. My friends are finding love, and I should be happy for them. That's fantastic. I can't wait to meet them. I guess we are having a welcoming ceremony as well then, aren't we? Thrain laughed and nodded, but his eyes were darting around, and his leg was bouncing up and down. I smiled softly. His wolf was getting restless being away from his mate for too long. Go back to your mate, Thrain. I can see you're anxious to see her. I clapped his shoulder and pushed him out of my office. He kissed my cheek and ran off in the direction of the stairs, shouting a thanks over his shoulder. I shook my head, happy to have him back and happy to see him so happy. He deserves all the happiness in the world. We've both been through so much, and it's about time something good went our way. I made my own way up the stairs towards our floor. Josh and Lauren's suite was the first door on the right, Thrain's and now Delilah's was the first on the left, and further down was Marty's room. The last door right down the end of the hallway was my suite. I poked my head through Marty's door and saw him sprawled out on his race car bed. I walked over and gently pulled the comforter over his small body. Placing a small kiss on his head, I left his room, pulling the door gently closed behind me. I walked into my room and, without even thinking about undressing, I collapsed onto my bed with a grunt. Chapter 9. I woke up to a little body jumping on me. He jumped straight onto my ribs, and I let out a pained groan. The boy is getting heavy. Oh, I'm sorry, Mama Ally. Did I hurt you? I opened my eyes and saw a set of twinkling brown eyes right in front of my face. He is a sneaky little guy, I will give him that. I can usually sense when someone is this close to me. He will make a great tracker one day. You didn't hurt me, little wolf. I'm the blood alpha. How can you hurt me? I ran my fingers down his side and started tickling him. His breath caught, and he let out a series of giggles. "Stop, Mama. Stop tickling me." He tried to roll off me, but I held him close. "Why should I?" He went quiet for a few seconds. "Because I love you," he stated proudly. My hands stilled, and it felt like my heart did as well. I have so much love for this little boy. I am just worried about what my mate will say when he finds out I have adopted a child. When Julius and Alexis get here, the paperwork will be approved, and it will be official. Well, official to my pack, because I won't be announcing I have a child. It would put Marty in too much danger. I love you too, little wolf. What do you say I go and make pancakes for breakfast? Yay, pancakes. Marty started bouncing up and down on my stomach, forcing all the air out of my lungs. Okay, let's go then, I said, trying to catch my breath. Marty quickly got off me and ran out of my room while I followed. No running inside, I yelled after him. Sorry, Mama Ally. He giggled as he walked down the stairs. We entered the kitchen to see Brooke, Marty's sitter, already cooking. Brooke, what are you doing here today? You're supposed to have the day off. Brooke turned around with a sheepish smile. She was a few years younger than me and had moved out of her parents' house into the pack house. I had asked her to watch Marty for me while I worked because I couldn't have him with me while I was trying to do paperwork. Brooke is the only other person he seems to trust. I think it is because she is close in age to his real sister. Sorry, Alpha. I was told by Lauren to come watch Marty today because the king and queen will be here shortly and she wants to help you get ready. Brooke plopped a few pancakes onto a plate as she talked, then slid them over to Marty. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Lauren wants to help me get ready. She thinks I dress too much like a boy. I dress practically for things. She has waited years for me to become her dress-up doll. All right, I guess. Thanks. Are any of those left for me? I pointed to the pancakes. Brooke smirked and slid a stack towards me. I drowned them in syrup and dug in. I was starving. I haven't been for a run in a few days, and my wolf was getting antsy. I have to get the nutrients to train properly today. I wasn't going to miss my training for anything. It is so nice to be able to cook our food properly. We still hunt for our meat, but at least now it has flavor and is made with proper ingredients. I finished my breakfast, thanked Brooke, and gave Marty a kiss on his head as I left the kitchen. I walked outside to check on the setup and saw that everything was pretty much done. I didn't have anything to do for the next few hours, so I ran up to my room and changed into a sports bra and some running shorts. I made my way down to the basement gym and flicked on all the lights. The gym is pretty much standard, a few treadmills, some bikes, and some punching bags. Some blue mats sat in the middle of the room for sparring, along with weights on the other side of the wall. I train by myself down here now, as I won't allow any of my pack members to be here while I am training. It isn't a trust thing. It is a safety thing for me. I accidentally injured a pack member the last time I trained with the pack. I was shadowboxing, and he came up behind me and tapped my shoulder. I was deep in the alpha haze and hadn't heard him approach me. When he tapped my shoulder, my wolf went into defense mode, and I forcefully subdued him within seconds. I accidentally struck him hard during the sudden reaction. I feel terrible about it. He is still at the castle receiving treatment. One of the pack members interested in becoming a pack doctor went with him to learn, as we currently don't have a pack doctor. They are both due back tonight, actually. So I train by myself now because I am not risking another one of my pack members. I started on the treadmill to get my heart rate up, then moved on to the bags. I went into the alpha haze, as I always do when I am training. I am not sure why it happens, but it does. This is the only time I can be functional when I am in the alpha haze. When I go into it out of anger, I can't control myself or my wolf, and I have to be isolated in a secure room below my office, or I could accidentally harm the entire pack. I spent a few hours in the gym until Lauren came down. She called my name, turned the music off, and then called my name again. No one is to approach me until I have come back gently. I don't think it is strictly necessary, but I am not taking any chances with my pack. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. She stood with her hands on her hips, her flat stomach reminding me that she gave birth last month. The baby is absolutely gorgeous. She is like a mini Lauren. Really? Don't sass me, Alyssa. The king and queen are almost here, and you need a shower. Go. Yes, Mom. I saluted her as I passed. I could hear her mumbling under her breath. I laughed loudly and ran up to my room to shower, passing Marty's room on the way. I peeked in and saw him napping. After I finished showering, I dressed in the simple summer dress Lauren had left out for me. I scowled at it. How am I supposed to do anything in a dress? I shook my head and slipped it on anyway. If I didn't, she would be upset. I braided my hair so it fell down my back and was out of my face. I hate having my hair in the way. A knock sounded, and then a little head with shaggy black curls peeked in. His eyes shut, Marty came fully into the room. I let out a laugh as he almost tripped over his shoes. He opened his eyes so he could see where he was going. I almost smiled at how adorable he looked. He had a little tuxedo on with a clip-on tie. His shoes were shined, and his hair looked brushed and neat. Well, look at how handsome you are, little wolf. Marty grinned and came to sit on my bed. His smile fell off as his brows came together. He honestly looked terrified. What's the matter, Marty? I'm scared about meeting the king. I heard he is scary. It sounds like the older kids had gotten to him again. Don't be scared, little wolf. The king and queen are very good friends of mine. They will love you. Really? Really. I grabbed his hand. Now let's go. I think that's them coming now. We walked down the stairs, and I instantly smelled Alexis and Julius, along with another scent I didn't know. As we got to the door, I realized it was deathly quiet. I opened the door and saw the entire pack on their knees surrounding a black town car. Their heads were bowed in respect. The back door opened, and Alexis rushed out of the car so fast she was almost a blur. I had to let go of Marty's hand to catch the queen, who launched herself into my arms. I laughed as she squeezed me. Lissa. She cheered in my ear. Lexi, I laughed. I missed you. I missed you too, bestie. She waved to Julius, who stepped out of the car with a small bundle in his arms. I gasped and looked back at Alexis. They brought Rosie. Julius. Bring that baby over to me right now. I held my hands out for her as Julius got close. He passed her to me, and I cuddled her. Julius looked slightly put out. Come here, Julius. Don't think I forgot about the king. I reached out with one arm and pulled him into a hug. He laughed and patted my back. The hug didn't last long. They never do. We can get mighty protective over our mates, so we always kept touching to a minimum around mated wolves. I handed Rosie back over to Julius and looked down at Marty. He was looking up at Julius with big, wide eyes. His bottom lip was trembling. Guys, I want you to meet someone special. Alexis gasped as she looked down at Marty. Julius simply smiled at him. Who is this little cutie? Alexis bent down to his level. What's your name, sweetie? Marty. He mumbled so quietly we wouldn't have heard it if we weren't werewolves. Hi, Marty. My name is Queen Alexis, and this is my mate and the king, Julius. Our little baby girl is named Rosie. Would you like to see her? Marty nodded, and Julius bent down so Marty could look at Rosie. Hey there, bud. I hope you are taking care of Alyssa for us. Marty didn't answer. His attention was solely on Rosie. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was hanging open. I could see his canines growing slightly, and I instantly knew what was happening. Quick, get her away from him. What? Why? Alexis panicked. Because they share a profound, destined bond. His instincts are overwhelming him. If he doesn't calm down, his wolf will try to force an early shift to protect her, and his little body won't be able to handle it. Julius quickly stood up and moved several paces back. Marty let loose a tiny little growl. This could turn out very badly for everyone involved. We have to make sure they are kept apart for now. I knelt in front of Marty, blocking his view of Rosie. He climbed into my lap and tried looking over my shoulder. I quickly picked him up and took him inside. The pack had been quiet the entire time, but as soon as I was gone, they were moving about, getting luggage and trying to make sense of what just happened. I made it into the kitchen with a struggling Marty in my arms. Marty, sweetheart. Look at me. He ignored me and still struggled, trying to get back to Rosie. Little wolf. I had to use my alpha voice on him, and I hated it. I hated myself for having to do it. He stopped struggling and turned his eyes to me. They were dark and his canines were fully elongated. I had to stop this. He cannot shift at 3 years old. The physical strain would be too much for him. Marty, calm yourself, now. We do not behave this way around guests. Breathe in and then out. He took a deep breath in and held it. I almost smiled despite the tension. You have to let it out, sweetheart. He continued this way for a few more minutes, and finally, his eyes went back to normal and his canines retreated. He looked up at me. His bottom lip trembled, and his eyes started watering. What happened, Mama Ally? I shook my head, telling him I would explain later, and pulled him into a hug. He gripped my dress tightly, and I felt his tears fall. I almost lost him, and Alexis and Julius almost faced a terrible tragedy. I had to pull myself together before I lost it and started crying along with him. I stood up, having sat on the floor at one stage, Marty still cradled in my arms. Alexis and Julius walked in. Rosie was nowhere to be seen. I breathed a sigh of relief. They both came over to us, and Alexis had a few tears in her eyes. Julius had his expressionless mask on. Where's Rosie? I asked. Thrain has set her up with Brooke in the orphanage. She will stay there until we are finished here, Julius explained. I'm so sorry, guys. I never would have expected that to happen. I didn't think that could even happen yet. Alexis shook her head. Rosie is a royal. They tend to form these deep, destined bonds early in their life. It is not really a shock, and it is not anyone's fault, okay? She came over and put her arm around my shoulders. I simply nodded and looked at Marty. He was looking at Julius with a sad expression. Julius walked over and pulled him out of my arms. Marty looked at me, and I nodded my head. I'm going to explain everything to him. I think it would be better coming from a male. I nodded, agreeing with him. Julius will be able to explain everything better than I ever could. I suddenly felt incredibly tired. Alexis tightened her hold on me and steered me onto a stool. I sat down and she moved around the kitchen, pulling milk out and a few mugs. We're having a nice cup of calming herbal tea. Then we'll get you ready for tonight. We have to make sure you look spectacular tonight. Alice's orders. My chest tightened. If Alice said I had to look good, then that could only mean one thing, and that is that my mate will be here tonight. Another thing to worry about. I groaned and threw my head back while Alexis just laughed at my misfortune. Chapter 10. I am currently hiding out in the kitchen. Most of the visiting alphas are already here, and there are a lot of people asking me who I am and if I am the alpha's mate. I was close to losing my temper if I didn't escape. I let my thoughts wander to earlier this afternoon. I told Marty that I was adopting him, and the look on his face was priceless. He started crying and saying how happy he is. I shook my head. For only being 3, he is extremely mature. Going through what he has at his age would make anyone grow up quickly. Alyssa. My head snapped up to see Thrain standing there with an amused smile on his face. He is looking extremely handsome tonight. His black suit fit him perfectly, and his hair was neatly combed back. I noticed Delilah wasn't with him, but I don't think she would be up for such a large gathering just yet. Thrain. I nodded at him and gulped my water. I was nervous about tonight, and I had no idea why. Come on, everyone has arrived, and King Julius wants us up on stage. He looked calm and collected, but I could see the storm brewing in his eyes. Tonight would set the stage for our entire future. I nodded and stood, smoothing out my dress and trying to settle the butterflies in my stomach. Tonight will be interesting. Let's go. Have you seen our neighboring alpha yet? I asked as we made our way outside. Yup. He looks just as wild as they say. You will know when you see him. I nodded as we stopped at the stairs to the stage. Everyone was here, waiting for the introductions to start. I know most of them are expecting a male, but they will be surprised to see me. Looking around, I saw my pack mingling with everyone from the other packs. I was glad to see everyone being friendly. I want us to have good relations with these packs in the future. I just have to prove myself to be a competent alpha, not just a woman. I looked back, my eyes drawn to a large figure that seemed imposing. His hair hung down to his shoulders, and his back rippled with muscles. This man must be our elusive neighbor. I could feel a sudden, intense draw to him that surprised me. I have never felt so captivated by any man before, and now this man, whom I have never met nor seen his face, has my heart racing. My wolf was silent, which is strange in itself. I had the briefest thought that he could be my mate, but I couldn't feel any kind of bond with him. The wind changed slightly, and I caught a whiff of the most fantastic scent. It was the woods right after a storm, my favorite smell, with just a hint of masculine energy. It was gone as quickly as it came, so I didn't get a chance to search. Plus, the king was starting. I shrugged it off and walked on stage with Thrain, Josh, and Lauren. I smiled at Julius and Alexis and took my spot behind them. The whispers hushed as King Julius stepped up to the microphone. Thank you all for coming to this introduction party. It has been a pleasure getting to know Alpha Bowers, and I hope you feel the same. Julius gestured for Josh and Lauren to step forward. Josh and Lauren Roberts, Gamma couple to Alpha Bowers. Thrain stepped forward as Josh and Lauren stepped back. Thrain and Delilah Hawkins, Beta couple to Alpha Bowers. Delilah is ill at the moment, so she couldn't be here. Thrain stepped back, and finally, it was time. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, wondering who I am and why I wasn't introduced as the Beta female. I stepped forward and held my head high. I can't show weakness, or they will never accept me. And finally, the woman of the night. Alpha Alyssa Bowers. It was so silent, you could hear the crickets in the woods. Julius and Alexis started clapping. My pack joined in, but everyone else stayed silent. I could see anger and disbelief on their faces. They couldn't believe that their king would allow a female to become an alpha. It didn't take long before voices were shouting at the king. She's a woman. No kidding. She can't be an alpha. Yes, I can. Women can't lead as well as men. Nonsense. This is ridiculous, she can't lead. She is a Luna. Her mate is the real alpha. I wanted to give him a piece of my mind. Enough. The king's voice boomed out, and everyone's head, including mine, bowed from the power behind the command. Alpha Bowers is as entitled as any of you alphas to the alpha position. She comes from a long line of respected and powerful alphas. She has the dominant alpha gene. Her beta comes from a long line of respected betas. Their parents held the same positions before them. I am sure Alpha Bowers will willingly show you how strong an alpha she really is. No takers? Didn't think so. King Julius clapped his hands once. Now, back to the party. Enjoy yourselves. Everyone walked away from the stage, muttering how unconventional this all is. I turned to my beta and gamma and gave them wide smiles. Well, some excitement to start the night, hey? Josh shook his head. You were hoping for a challenge, weren't you? I smiled wider, but it quickly dimmed when I saw the glare on Lauren's face. No, never. I would never wish for a fight. I secretly wanted a confrontation to break out. I wanted to face those sexist alphas and make them eat their words. Chapter 11. I spent the next hour mingling with everyone, meeting the alphas and the betas personally. I still hadn't met our neighbors, and I was starting to think they were avoiding me. The alphas all acted nice to my face, but I could see the storms behind their masks. They didn't want to have an alliance with a female alpha. It would make them seem weak. I was getting tired of plastering a fake smile on my face and acting like a diplomatic alpha. It didn't help that Julius and Alexis left not long ago. They wanted to get Rosie home. They hadn't spent much time around her today for fear of running into Marty and having a repeat of this morning. I finally decided to sit down and have something to eat. I found a spare table and fell into the seat. My feet are killing me in these heels. I quickly slipped my feet out and sighed in relief. I hope Lauren doesn't see me like this. I quickly stuffed food in my mouth and almost sighed in contentment at how good it tasted. It reminded me of the man that I felt such an intense draw to earlier. It was embarrassing. I shouldn't get like that over a man who is not my mate. Those feelings should be only for my mate. I noticed Tristan, a 16-year-old pack member, making his way over to me. He had just recently moved into the pack house and away from his parents. Alpha Alyssa. Tristan bowed his head. Tristan, how can I help? Tristan beckoned a girl forward, whom I hadn't noticed before. She was cute, the same age as Tristan, with black hair cut in a pixie and striking blue eyes. She was quite thin. Alpha, this is Rose, my mate. She's from the Silver Thunder Pack. Hello, Rose. It's very nice to meet you. Have you decided what you are going to do? I asked Tristan. Rose would like to join us here. She doesn't have any family in her current pack. I noticed Rose look down in sadness, and Tristan quickly pulled her into his side. Well, have you talked to your Alpha yet, Rose? No, Alpha Alyssa. I can't seem to find him. That's fine. If I find him, I will talk to him for you, okay? Thank you, Alpha. They both bowed their heads and wandered back to the party. I sat there for a while longer and just watched everyone. My pack members were happy, laughing, dancing, and talking to the other packs. The visiting alphas had brought some of their unmated wolves with them, hoping their mates would be here. From what I could see, some new mated couples had emerged tonight. I had a feeling that I would be welcoming quite a few wolves tomorrow. I loved welcoming ceremonies. They brought everyone together, and we had a large bonfire at the end to celebrate our new pack mates. A pack run ended the celebrations, bringing everyone together for the first time. I stood and walked into the kitchen, hoping I would bump into the elusive Alpha or his Beta. Plus, I wanted some quiet time. I left my shoes on the ground and walked barefoot through the back door. I heard some murmuring coming from the living room, but I ignored it, figuring it was a mated couple having some privacy. I poured myself a drop of whiskey and sat at the counter. Alcohol doesn't affect us much. I just like the taste and warmth that it provides. I never drink more than one, though. I like to have all my senses with me. The voices grew louder, and then they were shouting. I quickly stood up, ready to head in to break up whatever fight was going on, but one voice stopped me. It sent shivers down my spine, a deep sense of longing swirling in my gut. The voice was rough and deep. I really wanted to find out who it belonged to. I shuffled my way out and into the living room, stopping at the doorway. Two large figures were arguing. One had his back to me. It was the man from earlier. His hair and broad back were imprinted on my brain. The other man was tall, with short blonde hair and green eyes that looked gentle, but held anger at the moment. I leaned against the door frame and waited for them to notice me. They were so deep in their argument that they didn't notice my scent. I could hear them clearly now, and the beautiful voice was coming from the man with his back to me. I heard my name and refocused my hearing. You have to meet with her, Damien. They're our neighbors. We have to be nice. Plus, your mate could be here. You can't hide out in here all night. So this is the elusive Alpha Damien of the Silver Thunder Pack. Has he been hiding all night? What does he think I am going to do to him? Eat him? Because I am not opposed to that. I reprimanded myself mentally for those thoughts. Damien growled loudly. I do not have a mate, Jack. I was overlooked by the moon goddess in that department. I could hear the underlying sadness in his words. I felt my heart go out to him. No one deserves to think they have no soulmate out there. He must think he isn't worthy of having a mate. Jack, who I'm guessing is his beta, looked up and over Damien's shoulder. His eyes widened when he spotted me, and he took a step back. I gave him a small smile and a wave. He grimaced, said something under his breath, and walked out the front door. Damien stood there, hardly breathing. For some reason, I really wanted him to turn around so I could finally see his face. I started talking, hoping he would turn around. You know, I pushed off the doorway. It's not nice to hide away and argue in someone else's house, especially when there is a party going on outside. I stopped about 5 feet from him and noticed he seemed completely frozen, not even breathing. Something niggled at my nose, and I took a deep breath. The same smell from before assaulted my senses, making me lightheaded and like all my problems didn't exist. It was coming from Damien. I took another lungful. I felt like I was getting drunk off his smell. I almost sighed out loud at how good he smelled. Turn around. He ignored me. It seemed he was still frozen. Damien, turn around. I was firmer that time, and he slowly turned around. He was taking deep breaths and his eyes were closed. He was finally facing me and his eyes opened. Damien's POV. I didn't want to hear any more out of Jack's mouth. I didn't want to even be here tonight. Who cares about this new alpha, and a woman at that? I scoffed when I heard the king introduce her. There has never been a female alpha, and for good reason. They can't lead and train as well as a male can. Jack suddenly stiffened and stepped back. My ears pricked up, and I noticed another person in the room with us. From Jack's reaction, I'm guessing it is the new alpha. Great, now I have to meet her. Be nice, Damien, Jack muttered to me before he strode out the front door. You know, it's not nice to hide away and argue in someone else's house, especially when there is a party going on outside. Her voice. It was beautiful and velvety, with a hint of huskiness. I felt a sudden, powerful physical response, and it made me angry. I have never felt any sort of desire for another female, and I won't start now. I may not have a mate, but I will act as I do and never take another. I heard her take a deep breath and heard a soft gasp. My eyebrows furrowed. She shouldn't be able to smell my reaction. I took a deep breath myself and instantly froze. My brain was working at a mile a second. It couldn't comprehend what it just smelled. The smell of spring, my favorite season of all, assaulted my nose. I took another deep breath, trying to imprint it forever into my brain. I knew what that smell was, and I couldn't believe it. My wolf was pushing against my mind, trying to take control, but I didn't have a mate. I have gone over 300 years without her, and now she just falls into my lap. I get angry with myself. She has lived next to my territory for the past few years, and I never once ventured to meet her. She had tried multiple times to meet with me, to gain alliances, but I was stubborn. I could have had her years before if I had just swallowed my pride and let them come for a meeting. So many emotions ran through my body in a few seconds. Anger at myself, disbelief that she is also an alpha, relief that I actually have a mate, sadness that I have had to wait for so long, then anger again, at the moon goddess for playing with me for so long. Turn around. Her voice sounded out again. I couldn't move. My limbs felt like lead. Damien, turn around. Her voice was firmer. I detected a small amount of the alpha tone, which surprised me. I closed my eyes and took another deep breath, trying to get her scent to calm my nerves. I'm not sure I am ready to see my mate up close. I slowly turned on my heels with my eyes still closed. When I was fully facing her, I opened my eyes and wasn't ready for the sight that greeted me. Breathtaking is the only word I can use, because she took all the breath right out of my lungs. Chapter 12. I gasped as soon as Damien had fully faced me. He was breathtaking in a rugged, wild way. His hair hung down his shoulders and looked like it hadn't been cared for in weeks. The bottom half of his face was covered in a wild and unkempt bushy beard, but it was his eyes that held me captive. One brown and one blue, no doubt the moon goddess's message. No wonder he didn't figure it out. It's true what everyone says. He looks wild, but to me, he is just incredibly attractive. The minute we locked eyes, I felt our bond sizzling between us. It all made sense now, the way his voice sent shivers down my spine, the fact that he is the first man that I have ever felt such intense desire for, and how his scent is my favorite smell of all time. All I want to do is run my fingers through his hair and be close to him. Most of all, though, my wolf just wants to claim him. I can hear her howling in my head, telling me to go to my mate and kiss him. Damien still hadn't moved. His eyes had widened when they opened, and I could see different emotions flicker through them, shock being the most prominent. I took a step closer, and that seemed to snap him from his daze, and in an instant, he was standing toe-to-toe with me. He brought his hand up and gently cupped my cheek, like he thought I would disappear at any moment. Sparks flew through my entire body. My soulmate. He whispered, disbelief coating his words and making his voice husky. I had no idea what he said, but it sounded amazing. I brought both my hands up and cupped his cheeks. His beard was surprisingly soft. His eyes closed at the contact, and a soft rumble escaped his lips. I smiled and stepped further towards him. I wanted to be in his arms. His arms came around me and pulled me closer to him, holding me tightly against his chest. I didn't mind. I lay my cheek on his chest and breathed in his scent. It was intoxicating. I remembered we had some things to discuss, so I pulled back. At the loss of contact, his eyes opened and a low growl rumbled out. I smiled softly, grabbed his hand, and pulled him towards my office. Come with me, I have something to tell you. I led him into my office, shutting the door behind me. Damien took a seat on the couch, and I went to sit beside him. Instead, he grabbed my hips and lifted me onto his lap. Oh goodness, this is distracting. All my wolf wants to do is be closer to him. I quickly pushed her down and drew those thoughts away. I really had to tell him about Marty. It is better for him to find out now and decide what he wants to do. But first, do you know a rose in your pack? I asked him. Yeah, she's a small thing. Lost her family a few years ago. Damien looked up at me. Well, she found her mate in my pack and wants to join. We will have a welcoming ceremony tomorrow. Why? You will be coming back with me tonight. Damien looked confused. It was kind of cute, but it didn't distract me from what he just said. Excuse me? I have a pack to run here. Well, now you are my Luna, so we will combine the packs. I could feel my eyes twitching, my wolf's hackles rising at the insinuation. I had to calm myself. We could talk about this later. We will sort that out later. I have something more important to talk to you about. I just don't know how you're going to take this. Damien nodded for me to continue, so I took a deep breath. I have a son. Shoot, I shouldn't have said it like that. Now he is going to think that I didn't wait for him. I felt him start to shake. His wolf was coming out to play, and he was not happy. How do I fix this? I quickly got off his lap and turned towards him. His eyes were dark, his wolf was in control now. A son. You didn't wait for me, mate? I waited over 300 years for you. And this is what I get? Damien stood up and came towards me. Now I was getting angry. He needs to calm down. I stood up to my full height and laid my hand on his arm. Damien, calm yourself. I haven't told you everything. I used some of my alpha tone, hoping it would work on him. Most alphas can't use it on other alphas, but I'm not most alphas. Damien stood still. The shaking had stopped, and I could see the struggle with his wolf. His wolf wanted to take control, but Damien wanted to listen. He finally got control back and took a step back. His face fell, and he wouldn't look at me. He was hurt. I had hurt my mate already. Damien, I adopted him today, I said softly, knowing he would hear me. Adopted? Yes, adopted. I told him the whole story of how I found him. His name is Marty, and he is only 3. So you haven't, dash. I cut him off before he could say it. No, I waited for you, mate. I just didn't know how long it would take for me to find you, and I need to take care of Marty. If I knew I would meet you tonight, I would have waited. Damien's whole body relaxed, and he took a step towards me, still hesitant, not sure if I would accept him. I stepped the rest of the way, and he pulled me into his arms, his nose going to my neck, breathing in my scent. I buried my nose in his chest and breathed him in. Damien picked me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He moved so he was sitting back on the couch with me in his lap. We didn't do anything, just sat there and enjoyed holding each other. I don't think Damien is quite over the shock of having a mate. I pulled back to look at his face. His eyes were so striking. What? Damien asked. Were you born with your eyes like that? I asked softly. I didn't want to offend him. He shook his head. No, it was over 20 years ago. I was out on patrol, and it was storming pretty badly. I was watching out for rogues and didn't react in time. A tree was hit by lightning and fell on top of me. I woke up that night with these eyes. Oh wow, the moon goddess works in mysterious ways. Of course, he wouldn't figure that vague message out. Who would think that an accident and then different colored eyes would tell them they have a mate? When was it exactly? I asked. He looked at me curiously before answering. It was about a week before Christmas. Why? I shook my head and chuckled. That's about a month before I was born. I saw a seer when I was at the castle getting registered. She told me that the moon goddess gave you a message so you would know she hadn't forgotten about you. Damien looked incredulous. This is what she gave me as a message? 2 different colored eyes? What does that accomplish? I don't know. The seer told me that the blue is to represent our bond, I shrugged. Damien shook his head. Tell me more. I hesitated but told him everything. It would do no good to have secrets this early on in our relationship. I would rather have everything out in the open, and if he decides it's all too much to handle, then he can leave. I really hope he doesn't leave. I can feel the bond working already. The connection is becoming stronger. My body is constantly leaning towards him. We sat there for quite a while, me telling him everything about me, and him listening. When I had finished, he looked like he was thinking. Wow. He breathed. That's incredible. He pulled me closer and laid a kiss on my forehead. My eyes closed in contentment. The feel of his lips against my skin is wonderful. I'm surprised our wolves haven't taken control and tried to claim each other. My wolf seems quite content to just sit in his arms all night long. I know he can't, though. There is a party going on outside in my honor, and I should be out there. Can I meet Marty? I would love to meet the first male who captured my mate's heart. He looked so sincere. I bit my lip and nodded. I can't deny that he met Marty. Both of them are important to me, and I won't choose between the 2 of them. Chapter 13. Alpha. We need you outside now. Thrain yelled through our mind link. He sounded distressed and angry. I quickly stood up from Damien's lap and headed to the door, but before I could open it, my hand was pulled into a large one. What's wrong, Alyssa? His striking eyes were full of concern and a little bit of hesitation. I hope he doesn't think I am leaving him after he asked to meet Marty. My beta needs me outside. Something is wrong. Come on. I entwined our fingers and pulled him out of the now open door. We walked to the back door and stopped. I was glad he was still holding my hand. I didn't know what was going on out there, but I felt better with his support. Do you want everyone to know we are mates tonight, Alyssa? He looked down at me, and I had to stop myself from getting lost in his eyes. The connection was shooting up my arm, and I was loving it. Come on. I held his hand tighter and tugged him outside. As soon as we stepped outside, his hand dropped from mine, and he went into a defensive stance. I placed my hand on his back to soothe him. I didn't need an alpha to fight on my lands. I looked around and noticed everyone was on edge. My pack was stony-faced with their canines bared, while the other alphas were trying to get them to stand down. I saw Thrain at the front, standing protectively over something. I walked farther towards the front, and what I saw almost made my wolf take control. My vision turned red, my canines extended, and I could feel a half-shift coming on. Marty. My Marty was sitting on the ground behind Thrain, crying his little eyes out. What is going on here? My voice was low, harsh, and almost sounded like a feral growl. My wolves' heads bowed with the power. I could feel Damien's eyes on me. He didn't know what he was seeing right now, and he didn't know how to react. Thrain turned his head to the side, keeping his eyes on the other wolves. Marty was running around playing and accidentally ran into Overhearing, who then pushed him to the ground and struck him. My heartbeat increased and my body thrummed. My eyes snapped over to Overhearing, who looked entirely too pleased with himself. He didn't even care that he harmed a 3-year-old. In an instant, I was in front of him. The other wolves gasped when they got a close look at me, fear evident in their expressions. The haze was thriving on their fear. I snarled loudly and grabbed him by the collar. Give me a reason why I shouldn't take you down right now. I have never felt this much power within me before. Meeting my mate and then having my pup harmed was all a bit too much for my emotions. He's just a pup. I don't see why you're so upset. You need to let me go right now. Overhearing had started to feel a bit of fear, and it made me smile in satisfaction. You just struck my pup. I roared in his face. I watched as the color drained from his face, and he started stammering. Everyone knows to never mess with an alpha's pup. We will retaliate for just a wrong look, but to lay hands on them is an unforgivable offense. I didn't know alpha bowers. I am sorry. Please. My grip tightened. I could hear shuffling in the background, but didn't pay any attention to it. My sole focus was the man who touched my pup. Alpha Shaw. Don't go near her right now. We need to get her into the room. I heard my beta's voice and a realization was at the back of my mind. I knew that other name, but couldn't quite put my finger on it. I could feel someone at my back. I turned my head slightly and snarled, my grip tightening a little more. Alpha Burke was struggling to breathe. My soulmate, let the man go. You need to tend to Marty. That voice sent shivers down my spine, my mind turning over, trying to place where I knew it. Sparks flew from my forearm, traveling up and into my heart. Damien. The name flew into my mind, and my vision cleared almost instantly. My grip loosened until I dropped Alpha Burke to the ground. The connection was still shooting up my arm. I looked up into Damien's eyes and found myself calm. I heard spluttering from the ground and looked to see Alpha Burke getting to his feet with help from his beta. The king and queen will hear about this. You will not get away with attacking another alpha. He bellowed out. You harmed my pup. That is an unforgivable act in most books. You're just lucky I stopped. Now everyone get off my land. The party is over. I turned around, grabbing Damien's hand, and stalked over to Marty. He was still on the ground, and the tears dried up now. As soon as he saw me, he launched himself into my arms and started crying again. Little Wolf, I am so sorry I wasn't there for you. Are you okay? I gently took his face in my hands and turned it side to side to check for any damage. There was a faint red mark that had me growling again until I felt the calming touch on my lower back. I took a deep breath and breathed in Damien's scent. I felt myself calming down again. Everyone was crowded around us, watching Marty with concern, but also looking at Damien with curiosity. They weren't sure what was going on, but they wouldn't interfere right now. Standing up with Marty in my arms, I nodded to my pack and walked inside with Damien at my side. I would tell them once I had Marty in bed. I tucked Marty into bed and gave him a kiss. He was already almost asleep. The door was nearly closed when I heard a small voice. Who's that big man, Mama Ally? Don't worry about that now, little wolf. I'll tell you tomorrow. Get some sleep, okay? You've had a big day. I saw his head move and then his breathing even out. I closed the door softly and leaned back against it. All my energy had left me, and now I was exhausted. I still had to go and tell the pack about Damien. Speaking of, I could feel his presence in front of me. I am so very aware of him now. His smell is ingrained in my mind. His arms wrapped around me, and I fell into his embrace. It felt nice to have someone to support me when times became tough, but I know the tough times haven't really begun yet. You need to get some rest, Manamkara, my soulmate. You look dead on your feet. Damien's voice rumbled through me and awakened something deep within. I need to go talk to the pack first. Let them know what is going on. Is it really a good time right now? I never keep secrets from my pack, Damien. I pulled away a little and looked into his eyes. They were showing concern and love. Okay, come on then. Let's do it together, then we'll get you off to bed. The thought of going to bed with Damien set my mind racing in all different directions. The most prominent, however, was the thought of us completing our bond, which brought a deep sense of joy. But I knew it wouldn't be happening tonight. We have too much to sort out between the packs. We made our way downstairs and back outside. The pack was all tidied up, and some of the kids were still eating the leftovers. When they noticed us, they all stopped what they were doing and faced me. Thank you all for your patience. I know you are all wondering what is going on. I saw some heads nodding. You all know that the man standing beside me is Alpha Damien Shaw of the Silver Thunder Pack, but as you can most likely tell from earlier, he is also my mate. Cheers rang out across the yard, making a smile appear on my face. Damien's hand slipped into mine while I motioned for quiet. We will be working out the logistics of the packs in the coming days, so continue as you normally would. Tomorrow, we will have a welcoming ceremony for all the new pack members we gained tonight. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your night. I walked back inside with Damien by my side. I needed to talk to Thrain, but didn't want to leave Damien's side. Come to the office with me? I need to talk to my beta. Of course. Thrain was waiting when we arrived. He stood up and brought me into a big hug. A laugh escaped, and I hugged him back. I'm so happy for you, Alyssa. Your parents would be so proud of you. A loud snarl had us breaking apart. I looked at Damien only to see him glaring at Thrain defensively. I gently pulled his hand toward me and rubbed circles on his palm. I could feel him starting to calm down. Sorry, man, I forgot about that. The name's Thrain. I'm Alpha Bowers Beta. My mate, Delilah, is ill right now. I'm also a pseudo-big brother to Alyssa. Thrain had a big smile while he reached his hand out to shake Damien's. Damien shook his hand with a small smile. Sorry, Thrain, I'm still getting used to the whole having a mate thing. Don't blame you. I don't know how you've gone so long. Not easily, that's for sure. But enough about that. I think Alyssa had something she wanted to talk about. Thanks for remembering me, guys. I rolled my eyes and went to sit behind my desk. Thrain sat in front of me, while Damien stood behind me, his hands on my shoulders. I just wanted to thank you for protecting Marty when I wasn't there. It's fine. He is going to be our future king, so of course I'm going to protect him. Future king? Asked Damien. Yeah, I sighed. Turns out Marty shares a profound destined bond with the king and queen's daughter. How did you find that out? His wolf almost forced an early shift when we introduced them this morning. It took an alpha command for him to calm down. Shoot, that's not good. It will be fine. But we all need to get some rest. We have a big day tomorrow. Thrain, you need to go be with your mate. Yes, I do, Thrain replied. He quickly stood and hurried out of the office. I leaned back in my chair. I was struggling to keep my eyes open. It has been a long and emotional day. I heard Damien chuckle, and then I felt my body being lifted. I snuggled deep into his arms and let myself drift off with my mate's scent surrounding me. Chapter 14. I woke to my door opening slowly and quietly. I had a good sense of who would be coming in. I snuggled deeper into my blankets. I could still smell Damien, even though I knew he had left sometime in the middle of the night. I understood he has his own pack to run. I just hope he doesn't expect me to give up my own pack just to look pretty by his side. I've worked too long and too hard for this pack to just give it up. Good morning, little wolf. Feeling better today? Morning, Mama Ally. I do feel better. Why can I smell the big man in your bed? I chuckled as his sleepy voice got closer. I felt him climbing into bed and then snuggling close to me. I wrapped my arms around him, holding him close. Well, the big man's name is Damien Shaw, and he is the alpha of the Silver Thunder Pack. They live next door to us. You know what mates are, don't you? I felt his head move before he realized I wanted an answer. Mates are the people who are destined to be with you forever. They will love you until they die. My mummy told me that. Yes, that's right. Well, Damien is my mate, and he helped me fall asleep last night. I smiled softly at the memory of last night. Damien wrapped me up under the blankets and then wrapped himself around me, cocooning me. He held me and whispered in my ear until I fell asleep. Everything they say about him is proving to be wrong so far. He may look wild and untamed, but he certainly treats everyone with respect and is very sweet and caring. Well, he smells funny, Marty said matter-of-factly. Come here, you little rascal. I pulled him towards me while laughing. We spent the next few minutes tickling each other and giggling. Once we were up and had breakfast, it was time for me to go get some work done. I left Marty with Brooke and made my way to the offices. I was surprised to see Thrain sitting at his desk, looking like he had gotten no sleep. Hey, what's the matter? Thrain jumped as I spoke. He must have been out of it. Hey, Liz. Delilah was up all night, sick again. I didn't get much sleep. Shoot, I still have to go talk to her about her being pregnant. I don't think Thrain has caught on yet. I want you to go sleep in a spare room. I can't have my beta falling asleep on the job. I'll go take Delilah to the pack doctor, and after you've had some sleep, can you go help sort out the jobs for the welcoming ceremony tonight? I don't need to sleep. I'll take Delilah. He spoke in a rush. Thrain, that wasn't a request. I need you to get some sleep. You need to be healthy for Delilah. That would get him. Thrain looked down in defeat. Okay, Liz. I'll go to sleep. Please take care of her. He got up and walked out the door, not seeing me roll my eyes at him. He's going to be an overprotective father, that's for sure. I finished up the paperwork for all the new pack members and checked on Marty. He and Brooke were playing hide and seek. Not the best game to play as werewolves. Heading up to the top floor, I poked my head into one of the guest rooms to see that Thrain had fallen into the bed and was snoring away. Shaking my head, I continued to the beta suite. I could smell Delilah a mile away, as well as the pup growing. I gently knocked on the door, and after hearing a soft "come in," I opened it and entered. Seeing Delilah curled up in a ball on the bed almost broke my heart. She is still so fragile from what she went through. Delilah? It's Alyssa. I've come to take you to the pack doctor. I sat gently on the edge of the bed so as not to startle her. Where's Thrain? I sent him to go to sleep. He was falling asleep while working this morning. Delilah poked her head out of her little cocoon and smiled weakly at me. I'm afraid I've been sick all night again, and he spent all night up with me. I don't know what's wrong with me. She sounded so scared. Her voice was as quiet as a mouse, and if it wasn't for my advanced hearing, I wouldn't be able to hear her. I know what's wrong, sweetie. I knew the moment I smelt you enter my territory. I smiled at her as she sat up fully. Would you like to know? Or would you like the pack doctor to tell you? Oh no, please tell me. You're pregnant, Delilah, about a month in. Delilah's face registered shock, fear, love, and shock again. Her mouth opened and closed, unsure of what to say. You're sure? Pretty sure. My sense of smell is far greater than anyone's. But I want to take you to the doctor and get you properly checked out. We need to see how far along you are so we can take proper care of you, okay? Delilah nodded weakly. Her hands had found their way to her stomach and were gently rubbing it. I offered her my hand to help her up, and she accepted. She was a bit shaky at first, but leaning on me, we made our way out the door and down the stairs. We made it to the doctor's, and he saw us right away. He knew it was urgent if the alpha was here. I explained the situation to him, and he had Delilah lie down on the bed while he set up the ultrasound equipment. I sat in the seat beside her, holding her hand. She looked terrified. The doctor put the gel on her stomach and then used the wand to move it around. All right, here we go. You can see your little pup just here. He pointed to a blob on the screen. The pup looks to be about 4 weeks in development, but with your condition, I would say it's about a week or 2 behind what it should be at this stage. Now, that is nothing to worry about. You just have to make sure you are getting enough food and fluid. Try eating foods rich in protein and fat, and try to eat at least 6 small meals a day. He smiled at her as he wiped the gel off. Doctor, you need to keep this to yourself, please. This is your beta's pup, and he doesn't know yet. He will most likely bring her to you when he finds out, so just repeat everything you just told us to him. You know how Thrain is. The doctor laughed and agreed. He grabbed some prenatal vitamins for Delilah to take daily and sent us on our way. I helped Delilah back into her room, sent for some food, and sat on the bed with her. Delilah, you have to tell Thrain tonight, okay? He needs to know right away. I will. I will tell him as soon as he is finished with his work for the day. She lay her head down on the pillows, her hands on her stomach. Good girl. Now there is food coming. I want you to eat it, all right? Remember what the doctor said. I patted her leg and got up to leave. Thank you, Alyssa. You've made me feel extremely welcome here. You're part of our family now, Delilah, of course. I shut the door quietly and walked back to the office. Chapter 15. Today is the day Damien will be meeting Marty, and I am sick with nerves. All I can do is hope that they like each other, because I don't know what I will do if they don't. I love Marty, but I am also beginning to develop strong feelings for Damien. I shake the thoughts away and leave my office. Damien will be here soon, and I need to eat something. We decided to keep the visit short today, so we don't overwhelm Marty. Plus, we have some issues to sort out. Entering the kitchen, I see Marty sitting at the counter with Brooke, eating his lunch and reciting the alphabet. Good job, little wolf, you're getting better. I ruffled his hair as I passed. Thanks, Mama Ally. Is Damien still coming over today? He is. He should be here soon, actually. Are you nervous? Not really. I think I will like him because he's your mate, and anyone who is good enough for you is good enough for me. Marty then informed us that he was going to play and ran out of the room. He's very mature for his age, isn't he? There's a sandwich in the fridge for you as well, Alyssa, Brooke offered as she cleared their dishes. Thanks, Brooke, you're the best. And he is mature, but after what he's gone through at his age, I think it's expected. I'm just surprised he's doing as well as he is, I replied as I got the sandwich out. Well, that's because he has you. You two have a very strong connection I haven't seen before. But I must be off. Make sure he doesn't get up to any trouble. Thanks for all your help, Brooke. I really appreciate it. She waved as she left the kitchen. I was left with my thoughts again, reflecting on what Brooke had said about our strong connection. It's true that we have a bond that is rare in wolves that aren't related. Sometimes I can feel his emotions if they are strong enough. Alice did say that he was always destined to be in my life, so I just put it down to that. I finished my lunch and checked the time. Seeing it was time to go meet Damien at the border, I put my dish in the sink and left through the back door. My nerves aren't helped by the fact that we haven't seen each other since the party 2 days ago. My wolf is missing her mate, and it's putting me on edge. I walked through the woods that border our territories and felt my nerves fade away. Like all wolves, being in nature is incredibly soothing. The scent of wildflowers and the sound of birdsong bring back fond memories of my family when I was younger. I made it to the border and was surprised to see no patrols. Damien must have done the same as I and told everyone to avoid this area for a while. Manamkara, you look beautiful today. Damien stepped up from behind a tree with a bouquet of beautiful lilies held in front of him. He looked exceptionally handsome today. His hair looked washed and brushed, though his beard was still full and thick. A tight black shirt hugged his frame, and black trousers clung to his legs. His eyes were lit up with happiness, and a large smile lit up the rest of his face. He stepped forward over the border and held out the flowers to me. A series of howls went up, and Damien instantly went into a defensive stance, standing in front of me, crouched slightly. I chuckled as I moved in front of him and took the flowers from him. Thank you for the flowers, and don't worry about them. They are welcoming you to our land. Oh, that's never happened before. He looked perplexed, but it quickly passed as he stepped closer to me. He laid his hand on my cheek and gazed at me in wonder, like he still couldn't believe I existed. I leaned into him, my skin tingling wherever we connected. He wound his arms around me, and my wolf felt content. I took deep breaths, trying to get as much of his scent as I could. I could feel my wolf's restless energy in my mind the closer I got, and breathing in his scent was sending us both into a whirlwind of emotion. I could feel desire swirl in my gut, and an involuntary low hum slipped out when Damien shuffled closer. Damien's nose buried into my neck, and I could feel him shaking, both of us trying to resist the intensity of the bond. I stepped away before our instincts took over completely. I grabbed Damien's hand and led the way back to the pack house. Marty is waiting to meet you. I smiled over at him. I'm nervous to meet him. What if he doesn't like me? He'll love you. It might just take a while to warm up, as he doesn't trust many people. That's understandable, considering what he went through. Can I ask what happened to the wolves who attacked them? Taken care of, I answered shortly. Damien looked over at me but thought better of asking any more questions. They deserved it. I only nodded and continued walking. I didn't like thinking about that day too much. We arrived back at the pack house in silence. I noticed everyone had left. I reminded myself to thank Thrain. We walked into the lounge room, and I could see Marty playing with his train set with Brooke. She looked up as we walked in. She said a quick goodbye to Marty, then turned to us. Alpha Shaw, good to meet you. My name is Brooke. She bowed her head in respect before turning to me. Alpha, call me if you need anything. Have a great time. Brooke shot me a smile and left the room. Is everyone always so formal here? Damien asked quietly. Oh goodness no. They are just being respectful to you as they don't know you just yet. Plus, it's a big day. Everyone here loves Marty and is extremely protective of him. At least he has plenty of people to keep him safe. I gave his hand a squeeze and walked over to Marty. I ruffled his hair to get his attention. Hey, little wolf, I have someone here to meet you. Marty smiled widely and jumped up, facing Damien. It looked like several different emotions passed over his face before it settled into a neutral expression. He put a small frown on his face and stepped forward with his hand outstretched. Hello, Alpha Shaw. My name is Martin, but you can call me Marty, and I am Mama Ally's adopted son because my birth mommy and daddy were killed trying to save me. Damien didn't miss a beat as he crouched down, took Marty's hand, and gave it a firm shake. Hello, Marty. My name is Alpha Damien Shaw, but you can call me Damien, and I am your Mama Ally's mate. I know, my mommy told me all about mates. He took a step forward. Are you going to love Mama Ally until she dies? Damien looked up at me and nodded. And for a long time after that, buddy. Marty nodded and patted Damien's shoulder. I like you, Damien, but please don't hurt Mama Ally. She's very special to me. My heart swelled at Marty's words, not because he called me special, but because he is finally starting to slowly let more people in. His confidence is growing, and his real personality is starting to shine through. Well, I like you too, and I promise to take very good care of your Mama Ally. Marty nodded and grabbed Damien's hand. Come play trains with me, you too, Mama Ally. For the next hour, we played trains, taking turns being the conductor. After a particularly large yawn from Marty, I mind-linked Brooke. All right, little wolf, time for a nap. Can you pack up for me? Okay, Mama Ally. I am a little tired. I bet you are. Damien and I helped pack up. We had just finished when Brooke walked in. She smiled when she saw how tired he was. Someone had lots of fun, didn't they? Okay, come on, mister, let's get you to bed, and you can tell me all about your day on the way. Marty crawled over to me and lay his head in my lap. I love you, Mama Ally. Thank you for bringing Damien over. I really like him. That's okay, buddy. I'm sure Damien really likes you too. I love you so much. I'll see you after your nap, okay? I brushed his hair off his forehead and gently kissed it. Marty looked over at Damien. Thank you for coming to play with me today. You'll be a great daddy, Damien. I looked over to see Damien's eyes softening. Who knew the intense alpha could have his heart melted by a 3-year-old? Brooke picked Marty up and bowed her head. She left the room with Marty talking quietly to her. She seems like a big help. Brooke? She's been fantastic. Besides you and me, she is the only other one whom Marty has taken to. He's slowly starting to open up, but it could be a while yet. We both got up and began walking to my office. He seems much older than 3. I nodded as we entered the office. Thrain wasn't here. He was taking Delilah to the doctor's today. She told him last night, and I could hear him cheering from my room. We sat on the couch, and I could feel the apprehension from both of us. We weren't sure what would happen today. Chapter 16. We need to talk about what we are going to do with the packs. I wasted no time in getting to the point. I wanted this conversation over with. What do you mean? You'll be coming with me and joining both packs together. He looked confused, and it was a little bit cute. That's what she-wolves do if they have no responsibilities. I have over 200 wolves in my care. They trust me, and I'm not sure how they will adapt to such a sudden change. Most of these wolves do not trust easily. Damien, you will most likely have to earn their trust before you can lead them. I laid my hand on his arm. Also, I became the official alpha less than a week ago. I don't want to give that up just yet. What will the pack think? Damien's nostrils flared, and his eyes started getting darker. You don't want to give up your title? Is that more important than your own mate, Alyssa? You know that's not true. Now, please stop raising your voice to me, and let's discuss this like adults. You know what my powers can do. I need to learn to control them, and I can do that by continuing to be alpha for now. You don't tell me what to do, mate. You will come back to my pack with me and be my Luna. He was now standing up and towering over me. His eyes were completely black, telling me that his wolf had taken full control. His fists were clenched by his sides, and his body was shaking. I could feel a half-shift coming on. A red film came over my eyes, my nose and canines elongated, and my claws became exposed. You do not get to dictate what I do, Alpha Shah. If you can't discuss this like an alpha, then get out. My voice was low and dangerous. I could see the instant regret in his eyes as he took control back from his wolf. My anger and half-shift were too far gone to even care at this point. I know that Damien is the only one who can calm me down, but right now I don't want him anywhere near me. His head bowed in sadness, and I saw his arm twitch as if he wanted to reach out and touch me. I am glad he thought better of it, because if he touched me, I know I would forgive him instantly. Stupid mate bond. Alyssa, I'm so sorry. I know it's no excuse, but my wolf has been agitated from being away from you. I hope you can forgive me. He sent me a small smile, then walked out of the office. I waited until I heard the front door close before I raced down to the basement. My heart was beating fast, and I was still on the half shift, my eyes red. I needed to get the pent-up energy out, and a run just wouldn't do. I mind-linked the entire pack to leave me alone, then changed into workout clothes. Striding over to the punching bags, I strapped my hands and started punching. Over and over again, I hit the bag. Sweat was rolling down my face and back, but I didn't pay any attention to it. I just kept punching, and when I hit it too hard and broke it, I put up another and another until I had broken 10 bags. As I dropped the last broken bag on the floor, I felt better. My half shift had gone, and the red haze left me, but I was too preoccupied to notice. I lay down on the mats and tried to catch my breath. What did those bags ever do to you, Liz? I jumped up and faced the doorway. Josh was leaning against the wall, grinning at me. Wow, I didn't hear you come in, Josh. I'm not surprised. You were beating up those bags like they just destroyed your prized possession. What's up? You've been down here for 4 hours. 4 hours? It didn't feel that long. I waved his question away as I grabbed a towel and a bottle of water. Just alpha stuff. So, nothing to do with Damien then? I sighed as I sat down on the mats. I took a long drink of water before answering him. How'd you know? Josh chuckled. I saw him leaving, looking like a wounded puppy. He lowered himself beside me and leaned back on his hands. Tell you what though, it's strange to see a man of his size look so sad. I grimaced as I remembered the look of regret and total sadness on his handsome face. Now that I don't have the haze clouding my mind, I can see I was a bit harsh towards him. Now that he's found me, his wolf must be going crazy, not being able to be around me all the time. He expects me to give up my alpha title, join the packs together, and be his Luna to run the pack together. In other words, he will make all the decisions, and I will just stand by his side, supporting him and giving him pups. I get what you're saying, Liz, but you have to know how hard this must be for him. He's an alpha who has gone 300 years without a mate. Personally, I'm surprised he's still sane. I do know how hard it is. It's hard for my wolf as well. But he also has to realize that I'm not like normal she-wolves and won't just do what he expects me to do. I have responsibilities to the pack and to Marty. Josh patted me on the shoulder. I know, Liz, and you do a great job at running this pack. But please try to put your mate out of his misery soon. I know you have already forgiven him, so tell him because I imagine he's not doing too well. I will, I promise. Josh nodded and stood up, leaving the room and leaving me feeling worse about this afternoon. I don't dwell on it too much, as I have to go help set up for the welcoming ceremony tonight. I promise myself to ring Damien tonight and try to explain myself. The celebration is in full swing, and all new mates are now officially part of the pack. Everyone is eating and dancing, and in a few hours, we will all go on a pack run. I head to a table to sit and grab some food. I spot Delilah and sit down next to her with my full plate. Hey Delilah, how are you feeling? Hello, Alyssa. I'm feeling a little better now. Thrain is taking very good care of me. A wistful smile passed over her face, and I noticed how beautiful she really is. Her face seems fuller, and her blue eyes seem brighter. She has also filled out a bit more compared to last week. That's great. I'm glad to hear he is taking care of you, or I would have to have some words with him. I smiled and winked, eliciting a small laugh from her. He wants to tell everyone tonight, as everyone is together, and also so I have others to watch over me if he has to work. That's a good idea. Everyone will be very protective of you as you're the beta's mate and you're carrying his pup. You'll be well looked after, trust me. I patted her hand and dug into my food. Delilah was silent from then on. I can't imagine what she went through to end up in the state that Thrain found her in. I'll have to get the full story soon, just in case her old pack comes looking for her. We sat in silence for the next hour. I noticed her hands subconsciously resting on her stomach as she rubbed it. It seems to calm her down a little bit. Everyone was starting to get ready for the run. Parents were gathering up their children, the men were taking off their shirts, and their mates were admiring them. I have no doubt that many mated couples will be looking for some privacy while out tonight. I saw Thrain step onto the stage and stand by the mic. One short, shrill whistle later, and he had everyone's attention. I hope everyone's had a good night so far. The pack run will begin shortly. We will start here and then head into the woods and over to the waterfalls on neutral territory. We have warned the other packs around us that we will be there tonight, so we shouldn't have any trouble, but that doesn't mean we let down our guards. Thrain motioned for Delilah to join him. Once beside him, his arms slipped around her waist, and a content smile appeared on his face. I have one last thing to tell everyone. As all of you know, I found Delilah on my trip. People clapped, and some cheered. Thrain quietened them down. But I just found out last night and wanted to tell everyone tonight. In a few short months, I will be a father. Loud clapping and cheers rang out again. I could see Thrain smiling proudly down at Delilah, and a pang of hurt went through me. I really have to talk to Damien. I walked over to the stage, and everyone fell silent. It was time to shift and start the pack run. Everyone was vibrating with anticipation and excitement. They all wanted to see how the new pack members would react to my wolf form. I shed my outer clothing. Closing my eyes, I let my wolf come forward. I felt my snout elongate, my back hunch, and all my bones shift until I was standing on all fours. I opened my eyes and heard gasps of shock from all the new members. They will all get used to it soon. Once I shifted, Thrain and Delilah were next, followed by Josh and Lauren. Once we were standing in front of everyone in our wolf forms, they all shifted together. The children hopped onto their parents' backs. I waited for Marty to hop up onto the stage. I lay down so he could climb on. Marty gripped my fur and squeezed his legs. Once I knew he was secure, I sent out a loud, long howl and took off into the woods. The pounding of hundreds of paws followed as the pack set up behind me. Chapter 17. It's been 2 days since the fight with Damien, and I still haven't had a chance to apologize. I've been so busy with the new pack members and everything that I've had to put Damien to the back of my mind. It's been hard. I haven't been sleeping at all. My anger is becoming too much to handle, so I have to hide myself away from everyone, including Marty. Right now, I'm in the office away from everyone. I'm afraid that I could end up hurting someone again, and I don't want that. I discard another letter from another alpha. It's the 5th threatening letter I have received since news spread that there's a female alpha. They all basically say the same thing. I shouldn't be an alpha, I'm a disgrace to the female population, and I will never be able to protect my pack. I rolled my eyes and sat back in my chair. I have a terrible headache coming on. Readying myself for more work, I opened my eyes and could only see a red haze. Sitting upright, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something is not right. I strained my hearing as far as I could, and faint growls reached me. I quickly jumped up and ran out of the house, following my instincts as I couldn't see very well. I stopped dead and let out a feral growl as a sharp pain pierced through my shoulder. My wolf instantly howled out to her mate. My hands shook, and I let the half-shift take over. Damien's in trouble. As soon as the thought entered my mind, I took off in the direction of Damien. As soon as I crossed the border, I had 2 guards on me. Ignoring them, I ran faster. The fighting was getting louder. I entered the pack center, and immediately my eyes found Damien. He was injured, favoring a wound on his shoulder, and was crouched low in a defensive stance. Opposite him was his beta, which surprised me. The beta was badly injured and barely able to stand. I jumped in front of Damien and growled. When that did nothing, I gently laid my hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the tension left his body, and he stood up straight. His eyes cleared and locked onto mine. A small smile lit up his face, and then he drew me into his arms. My wolf felt content, and I felt my half-shift retreat. I wrapped my arms around his waist and rested my face against his chest, both of us taking comfort in each other's presence and assuring our wolves that we were safe. A few minutes had gone by when I remembered we had an audience. I stepped away and a low hum left Damien. I slipped my hand into his and gave it a squeeze. "So, what's going on?" I asked. None of your business, his beta grumbled as he tried to get up. Tony, continue speaking to my mate like that, and there will be severe consequences. Damien's voice was low and serious, sending shivers down my back. Someone take him to the pack doctor. A few people tried helping him up, but he pushed them away. Damien tugged on my hand and led me inside. I looked around in awe. The pack house was gorgeous. It was a mix of old and new, which makes sense given who the Alpha is. The whole structure was built like a log cabin, with modern add-ons as the pack has grown. We walked through a newer addition, down a hallway, and into what I assume is Damien's office. Bookshelves lined the walls on all sides. His desk faced the door with a large chair behind it. A sofa sat in front of the window, and that's where he led me. He sat down, and I took a seat right beside him. My wolf needed to be close to her mate, and I was only too happy to oblige. He rested his arm around me, and I felt a deep sense of comfort when he gently ran his hand through my hair. Damien, I'm sorry for the way I acted the other day. I leaned my head on his shoulder. Manamkara, it was my fault. I let my wolf get too worked up. I never should have let him take control. Well, let's just say we were both wrong and leave it at that. I felt Damien nod, but other than that, we didn't move. Both of us were just enjoying being in each other's company again. After a few minutes of silence, I remembered why I was there. Can you tell me why you and your beta were fighting? Damien sighed. Because I suggested that we join the packs together, but instead of both of us leading, I would step down and you would take over. He didn't like that, started arguing, and my wolf lost his temper. My head shot up at his words. Should he step down? I lead both packs? What is he thinking? What? Why would you step down completely? I won't be able to run such a large pack. I felt like I was on the verge of panicking. Damien's large hands gently rested on my cheeks, and my heart started slowing down. Alyssa, I will be by your side always, but I have been an alpha for over 300 years, and frankly, I have had enough. I have found you now, and I want to spend plenty of time with you and Marty, and any other family we may build. Besides, you currently have over 200 wolves in your pack, and you manage quite well. In fact, you make it look easy. Thoughts and scenarios wrangled for space in my mind. On the one hand, I liked the idea, but on the other hand, how on earth am I going to lead a pack of almost 500 wolves? My mind slowed the more I thought about it. I have Thrain as my beta, and I'll have Damien by my side to help. Plus, haven't I always been saying I want a mate who will treat me like an equal? I think I'll get used to it. But are you sure you're okay with it? Damien started chuckling. More than okay with it. I'm looking forward to spending my days playing with Marty and supporting my beautiful mate. You'll be viewed as weak by some people, I pointed out. Being alpha doesn't make you strong. Being loved and surrounded by family and friends makes you strong. I couldn't argue with that. Having loved ones around always makes me feel better. Now, Manamkara, how did you know I was fighting with Tony? Oh yes, the entire reason I am over here at this present moment. I had completely forgotten. I was doing paperwork, and all of a sudden, my vision blurred red, and a sharp pain went down my shoulder. I had started to shift when my wolf howled out to you, and then I just ran as fast as I could. Damien sat stunned. You felt my pain? But we haven't completed our bond yet. I shrugged. I'm assuming it's because of me being the blood alpha. I shouldn't be surprised, honestly. I have a lot to learn about that. You and me both. We both laughed for a few minutes, until I looked into his eyes and saw the deep affection there. He was looking at me with such intensity. A soft hum left his lips. My own eyes were drawn to him. The connection between us was undeniable. Damien must have seen the look in my eyes, because the next thing I knew, he was leaning in. Our lips met in a gentle, reassuring kiss. My hands reached up to his hair, and I was surprised at how soft it was. Sparks went off wherever our bodies touched. Damien's hands gently held me close. A warm feeling of contentment settled over us, as we simply enjoyed the closeness we had been craving. A sharp knock brought us back to reality. Both of us were smiling widely, the tension from earlier completely gone. Alpha. A female's voice floated through the door. What is it? Damien's voice was low. Tony is asking to talk to you. I'll be out soon. Damien's head fell back, and he let out a long sigh. Come on, I should also get back to my pack and Marty. I don't want you to leave, but I guess I should go talk to him. Yes, you should. And don't worry, we will get everything sorted out soon. I am, after all, best friends with the Queen. Okay, Alyssa. Damien rolled his eyes playfully while standing up and pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. Hey, I actually am. I know it's hard to believe, but you'll see for yourself. I'm sure I will. He just chuckled. Come on, let's go be good alphas. All right, I'll talk to you soon. I stood on my tiptoes and brushed a light kiss over his lips before I left. Chapter 18. A week has passed since Damien and I last saw each other. We are both slammed with work. He is also having trouble with some of his pack members taking Tony's side. We haven't told anyone else what we plan to do yet, but Tony has been running his mouth, so Damien isn't too pleased with his beta right now. Lost in thought, it took me a minute to register that someone had knocked on my door. Before I could answer, Thrain walked in with a grin on his face. What do you want? That's not a nice way to speak to your beta, Liz. He grinned cheekily at me. I'm sorry, I'm a bit wound up at the moment. A frown took over his face. Yeah, I've noticed. So has the rest of the pack. You're snapping at people, half shifting all over the place, and your eyes are constantly red. You need to sort yourself out, Alyssa, before you hurt yourself or some of the pack members. I sat there in shock. I know I've been a bit agitated, but I would know if I was starting to lose control like that, which is exactly what I told him. You haven't noticed because there have been small, gradual changes, but some of the pack members are starting to get scared. And Marty, he shook his head. My head dropped in shame. Marty hasn't been himself lately, and I was wondering why. Now I know. Thrain continued. You need to go see Damien and complete the bond. If you don't, you will lose control. Remember what the Seer said? Nodding, I remember what she said very vividly. If I fully lose control, I could devastate my entire pack and anyone in the vicinity. Still, I wanted a bit more time before we committed to anything. I know we are mates and made for each other, but I need to know who Damien really is. We aren't ready to complete the bond yet. No, you're not ready. I can guarantee Damien is. We still need to sort out the pack business. You're making excuses, Liz. You're dangerous, and you know you are. Damien is the only one who can keep you calm. I sighed and let my head hit the desk, making a loud thump. I know he is right. Right now, I can feel my wolf becoming hostile towards everything and everyone, and sooner or later, something is going to happen. I can't let that happen. Alpha, we need you at the southern border. Thrain jumped up at the same time my head snapped up. We shot out of the office and into the forest behind the pack house. We shifted quickly and ran through the trees to the southern border. The wind whipped through our fur, and our paws felt like they barely touched the floor. As we approached, a large group of people stood around the border guards. Josh saw us and walked over as we shifted back. He handed us some robes, and I noticed the look on his face. Alpha, he said as he bowed his head. I frowned. Josh didn't usually follow the pack hierarchy with me. Josh, what's going on? Josh turned his head and began walking towards the circle. Alyssa, it's bad. You need to be prepared to see something really horrible. Josh, grabbing his arm, I stopped him. Tell me what's going on. My heart is beating so fast. My nose twitched with the scent of an attack. I can feel my wolf's agitation rising to the surface. She wants her gamma to respect her and her power and stop stalling. My hands were shaking, and the scent got stronger. My vision went red and my canines extended. Everyone in proximity to me was forced to their knees under the immense pressure of my power rippling off me. Show me. My voice was hard and deep, my wolf taking partial control. The crowd stepped aside, leaving only the guards. They slowly stood and moved aside as well. What I saw brought bile rising to my mouth, which is hard to do with my past. My heart thudded, and I heard gasps from the people who hadn't been there in the beginning. Before I knew what I was doing, I was beside her. A young girl, no more than 8 years old, was lying on the ground. She was severely injured and unresponsive. Her clothes were in tatters, and she looked incredibly fragile. I focused my hearing and could hear a faint heartbeat. Get the doctor here, and everyone else needs to leave. She's still alive, I demanded without turning around. Doctor is on his way, Alpha. There's also something else. Josh stepped behind me and handed me a slip of paper. This was pinned to her clothes. You can't save them all, Lissy. Thomas Bell, I growled. Before I could stop it, I shifted, and my wolf took full control. She let out a long, painful howl before turning and baring her teeth to everyone behind her. I give in and let her take over. I can't stop her now, and I find I don't really want to. My heart is broken to know that Thomas has resorted to hurting pups to get back at me. My wolf stepped back, so she was crouched protectively over the little girl. She didn't want anyone to touch her. My white underbelly fur gently brushed against her. Faintly, I could hear Thrain and Josh yelling orders. The guards stepped back into a protective circle around us. That made her angrier. She swiped a paw in warning and growled at the others. How dare they think she would harm any of her pack members? She loves her pack. Thrain stepped forward with his hands raised. His palms faced toward her like he was trying to placate a wild animal. A small part of her brain realized she was acting like a wild animal, but I was too far gone in the haze. Alyssa, you need to calm down. You're scaring everyone. His voice barely made it into my fogged brain. A loud, feral growl tore through my throat before she lunged forward and snapped a warning. He managed to jump out of the way before she made contact. He backed off and told everyone to stay away. Thrain, Josh called. Damien just crossed the border. He's coming this way. Good, he will be able to calm her down. I had tuned out, my eyes flicking left and right to make sure no one came near us, but hearing that name made her ears twitch. She recognized that name. Thrain tried to come closer, but another snap, and he backed away. She has had enough of all this nonsense now. She needed to run and get away. She took one more look at the little girl before she turned around and bolted to the tree line. Yells followed us as we smashed through the trees. Loud thudding footfalls sounded behind me. She took off faster, and a loud growl followed. She knew this would make him mad. This game of chase went on for a further 30 minutes. She was starting to get tired, but she wouldn't allow this male to overpower her. She would never let a male dominate her again. She was still angry enough that she wouldn't give control back. However, I'm starting to see the error in what I did, and I'm completely horrified by myself. A few minutes later, I realized that she was getting distracted by the animals she was hunting. So while she was focusing on them, I took my chance and pushed myself to the front of my mind. I took control back and forced her to run into a tree. We collided with the tree so hard that the tree broke in half. Damien was on us in a second. He pinned us down, his body pressing against ours to hold us in place securely. My wolf fought for control again, bucking and growling, trying to throw him off. After a few minutes of fruitless fighting, she finally gave up and lay still under the heavy weight of Damien. She started enjoying the tingles that shot through our fur and into our very veins. The sensation was definitely more intense in wolf form. Chapter 19. Damien lay on top of us for a few more minutes. Having his weight on top of us was sending my wolf into a frenzy. She wanted him, and she wanted him now. Damien let out a low rumble and stepped back. He started shifting back to his human form. I looked up at him, and my breath caught in my throat. Seeing him was overwhelming. He is even more attractive than I realized. His chest is smooth, with a smattering of dark hair covering his defined muscles. A trail of dark hair ran from his navel downwards. A low hum rumbled through my throat at the sight of him. I felt his eyes on me and looked up to see his eyes dark with intensity. Shift back, Alyssa. I need to see you. Without thinking, I shifted back into my human form. The cool air hit my skin, and I repressed a shiver. The way Damien looked at me sent warmth through my body. I didn't feel the need to shy away from him. The wind rustled the leaves on the trees, and my hair blew about my face. I saw Damien stiffen. The connection between us was electrifying, and, to be honest, I could sense his reaction as well, which made everything more intense. We stood opposite each other, nothing being said, just staring at each other with longing flowing all around us. I decided I was finally sick of making excuses. Damien. His eyes raised to meet mine, and he must have seen the resolve in my eyes, because before I knew it, he was in front of me. His entire front right is against mine. His lips curved into a wicked smile before they descended onto mine. They were hard and needy, and his hands roved over my skin, coming to rest tightly against my hips. My hands found their way into his hair, and a deep rumble started in Damien's chest. I pulled a little, and he growled softly. I smiled and did it again. Damien ran his hands down over my hips and to the back of my thighs, lifting me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist. The closeness was intoxicating. I leaned into him, wanting to feel the connection between us. I gasped when Damien pushed me against a tree so he could have his hands free to explore my body. My own hands left his hair and roved over his back. I could feel his muscles bunching as he used his strength to hold me. The bark digging into my back didn't bother me as I explored his body. My hands moved lower, tracing the lines of his form. I wanted to feel all of him. The intensity of the moment was building. His lips departed mine and moved to my neck. I sighed at the feeling and tilted my head to the side for better access. Damien's teeth grazed the place where he would place his mark. I have had enough playing around. I need him, and I need him now. Without saying a word, our movements synchronized. He knew what I was asking, and before I could do anything else, the connection deepened. A gasp escaped my lips from the sudden intensity. Are you okay, Manamkara? So good. Now, Damien. Yes, Alpha. Without any further hesitation, our passion took over. My soft sounds of pleasure mingled with the rustle of the woods. My nails traced down his back, drawing deep sighs from within both of us. We lay there wrapped in each other's arms, the moonlight filtering in through the treetops. Damien's fingers ran lazily along my spine, while my fingers drew patterns on his chest. My hand trailed up to his neck. The mark from my bite could clearly be seen, and I know the same mark from Damien's bite is on my neck. I placed a kiss on his chest, and a rumble answered me. I was content to stay here for the rest of the night, but I know we have to get back to our packs and try to figure out what we are going to do. Manamkara, I know what you are thinking, and while I would love nothing more than to stay here and hold you all night long, we have to go back. I smiled, loving the sound of his voice in my mind. I had forgotten that we can mind link now and feel each other's emotions. I sent a feeling of love toward him, and he tightened his arms around me. We lay there for a few more minutes, just basking in each other's presence. Come on, my love, let's go home. Damien uncoiled my body from his and stood up. He offered his hand and pulled me up. I stepped into his open arms and savored the warmth they provided. His hands roved up and down my back, bringing me closer, causing me to sigh into his chest. I could feel the intensity returning, and I quickly stepped away before I lost myself in him for too long. He frowned as his arms fell away, and he tried to grab me back, but I danced out of his reach. Alyssa, you shouldn't make me chase you. You shouldn't be trying to distract me again, Alpha. We have packs to run. I smiled cheekily at him. He nodded his head in agreement and held his hand out for me to take. I took it without complaint, and we walked towards the pack house. Love? Where are the clothes? He had stopped and was looking down at me with a frown on his face. Clothes? Why? His eyebrows raised in disbelief. I am not allowing my mate to walk back like this through a pack full of wolves. You are mine, and no one else is allowed to see like this but me. He spoke firmly and pulled me to him, his wolf wanting the comfort from my wolf. His head dipped down to my neck, and his tongue darted out to soothe my mark. My legs almost gave way beneath me, and I shifted my head to the side to grant more access. His deep hum of approval was all the encouragement I needed. I pulled his head to meet mine and kissed him deeply. I couldn't care about anything right now, only that I wanted to show his wolf how strong his mate could really be. I stepped back and took him in. He was just too perfect for words. Damien, you need to lie down right now. I will never pull away from you, Alyssa. I need you more than anything. A feral growl ripped from his lips before the passion overtook us again. He let me take the lead, and I relished it. My wolf was loving the connection she had with her mate. The moon was high in the sky when we had finished, and we finally headed back to the pack house. I had a lot of making up to do with the pack, and Damien wanted to tell his pack what his decision was regarding the joining of the packs. We got dressed. Damien was stalling again, and honestly, I wasn't mad about it. I wanted him again, and it wasn't just because of the bond. Yes, the bond was making our feelings and emotions stronger, but we already had plenty of feelings, and those feelings were the driving force behind my need for him. I could tell that he felt the same as well. His eyes roved over me, but they always made their way back to settle on my eyes. He always managed to make me feel like I was his whole world, which might be down to the fact that he went 300 years thinking he had no mate. We stood staring at each other, each of us not willing to be the first to leave. Finally, Damien sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Guess I have to be the bad guy, love. He grinned at me. Yes, I can't be strong right now. I want you so bad, and I will let myself get caught up, and nothing would ever get done. I stepped into his embrace, steeling myself so I could still walk away when I needed to. We both breathed in deeply, trying to imprint the other's scent. One final slow kiss, and Damien stepped away. Do not worry, my love. Tonight will be the only night we are apart. From now on, I do not care how it happens, but we will be sleeping beside each other no matter what. I grinned and nodded before stepping backwards. I blew a kiss towards him and then quickly bolted out of the trees. If I didn't leave now, I never would. You will see him later, I told myself, and I just kept thinking about that while I stepped into the house and ran up the stairs to my room. I couldn't keep the smile off my face, and I'm glad that there was no one around to see me grinning like an idiot and stroking my mark. Chapter 20. I woke up the next morning feeling empty. The bed felt too large and too cold. I rolled over to face the window and saw that the sky was just beginning to lighten. Mist was flowing through the trees, giving everything an ethereal look. I let out a soft groan. I didn't get much sleep at all, but oddly, I feel completely refreshed. Stretching my tired limbs out, a sly smile took over at the memories of yesterday. Love, you keep thinking about that, and I'm going to have to come over there right now. Damien's voice was husky and deep, like he had just woken up. The sound went straight to my core, and I sighed out loud. Goodness, he is perfect. I can still picture his perfectly toned physique. My mark tingled, and goosebumps covered my arms and legs. Tingles shot down from my mark, and I couldn't help but let my hand slowly trail over my skin, my breath coming out harsher. My mind was working overtime thinking about Damien. Just as my hand reached my side, a loud, deep growl interrupted my wandering. My head snapped over to the door, and I saw Damien standing there in just a pair of gray sweatpants. His body glistened with sweat, and his chest was heaving with deep breaths. You're in trouble now, Alyssa. His eyes were flickering between dark and his normal blue and brown. He stalked towards me, his eyes roving over me. Why am I in trouble, Damien? I gave him a cheeky smile. Damien didn't waste any time. He leaned over me, his lips covering mine, swallowing my sigh. My hands roamed over his torso. His skin was warm to the touch. I moved my hands up to my mark on his neck and lightly skimmed my fingers over it. His answering groan gave me immense pleasure. Lifting my head, I moved towards the mark. I let my lips settle on it, and a shudder went through his body. The rest of the morning was spent exploring each other's bodies and talking about what we wanted in life. I'm sorry, how many kids do you want? I sat up next to him, making his hand fall from my side. Damien chuckled and pulled me back down. I want as many as you're willing to give me, but no less than 4. You do realize that I am the one who is going to be going through labor, right? Damien chuckled and pulled me closer. My body melted against his, and I sighed in contentment. Damien's hand trailed lazy patterns along my spine, and I hummed. My limbs felt like jelly, and my brain was mush. The only thing I could think of was Damien. We should get up and run our packs, my love. I don't wanna, I pouted up at him. Damien laughed and gently caught my chin. Neither do I. But they will be wondering what has happened to us. I nodded in agreement as I mulled over his words. I know Thrain is more than capable of running the pack in my absence, but I suppose we really should go and make an appearance. I snuggled deeper into his arms and kissed his chest. I groaned when my mind turned to how I have been treating everyone lately. What's wrong, love? I have to apologize to the pack for my behavior lately. Damien chuckled. I think that might be a good idea. Come on, let's get it out of the way. Damien kissed my forehead quickly and shot out of the bed before I could persuade him to come back to bed with me. I watched as he walked toward the bathroom, the muscles in his back rippling. Come on, mate, I want to test out how big this shower really is before we have to leave. He threw over his shoulder as he entered the bathroom. I smiled as I leaped out of bed and followed him. Sometime later, we emerged to get changed. I quickly slipped on some dark jeans and a gray tank top, while Damien slipped his sweatpants on from this morning. I ran into Thrain's room and grabbed one of his shirts before tossing it to him with a smirk. Maybe next time, put a shirt on, babe. He shot me a wink and flicked my nose. Come on. Have you called a pack meeting? He asked as he grabbed my hand. I nodded as we descended the stairs and walked toward the front door. I took a deep breath and stepped out. Before me, my entire pack stood chatting and laughing. Thrain and Josh stood on the porch beside me, and a sly smile took over both their faces. Scowling at them, I cleared my throat. Instantly, everyone quietened down and looked my way. Some had hesitant smiles, but most had wide ones. Thanks for coming, everyone. First and foremost, I want to say I am terribly sorry for how I have been acting lately. I know I haven't been much of an alpha lately, and I am sorry for that. My wolf has been getting stronger every day since I found my mate. My eyes found Damien's, and he sent me a small smile and moved closer. That doesn't excuse my behavior, I know, but not being around her mate was making her really agitated. You all know the reason for this. Everyone nodded, but I could see the new members looking confused. Their mates would explain it to them, though. After I saw the injured girl on our territory, my wolf lost it and took full control. I know she acted aggressively towards a few people, and she wants to apologize for that herself. So tomorrow night, we will be doing a pack run. I smiled up at Damien, and he put his arm around me. Now, as of last night, Damien and I marked each other and completed our bond. Hooting followed my statement. The whole pack was cheering and clapping. Yeah, the alpha finally sealed the deal. The statement came from my left. My head snapped around to find Eric beaming at me. His chin and cheeks now sported a red beard, and his eyes sparkled in mischief. I started chuckling, but stopped when I heard Damien growl. I quickly grabbed his hand before he could react aggressively. Damien, he was joking. Please calm down. I rubbed his hand until I felt the tension leave his body. Meanwhile, the whole pack held their breath. Damien sighed and rubbed his eyes, his other arm winding around my waist, drawing me in closer to him. I'm sorry, Eric, my wolf is still trying to adjust to having a mate. Eric bowed his head in respect. It's okay, Alpha Shaw. I wasn't thinking about how your wolf would react. Damien nodded and gave him a smile. The tension left the whole pack as I turned back to face them. I think that's it. I looked over at Damien. Alyssa, do you want to announce to everyone what we have decided tomorrow morning? I gave him a subtle nod. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., there will be a meeting in the clearing bordering our lands. Both packs will be in attendance. We will announce our decision on merging the packs. I just want to thank everyone again for understanding. Everyone bowed their heads and began to walk off. I looked around, trying to spot Marty. I need to spend some time with him. It feels like weeks since I have spent some quality time with my adoptive son. Damien's large hand came to rest on my shoulder. I looked up into his striking eyes, which shone with admiration and love. Go find Marty and meet me by the border in a bit. I want to have a family afternoon, and I have somewhere to show you. He bent his head and kissed my forehead. I'll see you soon. I nodded up at him in awe. I know he didn't read my thoughts. He told me he wouldn't go prying unless I gave permission. It amazes me how he knows exactly what I need and when I need it the most. And right now, I need to spend some time with our little family. It also amazes me how quickly he thinks of Marty as his own. I watched as Damien sauntered off into the tree lean, and soon he was gone. I spun around as I heard a cough behind me and came face to face with Thrain. His arms were crossed in front of him, and a smirk was present on his face. I sighed. Of course, he is going to be smug. He was right. But like hell I'm going to let him know that. I stalked off towards the front door, seeing Thrain open his mouth to speak. I shot him a warning look. Not a word, brother. Thrain's laugh followed me into the house as I went to find Marty. I wanted to see him quickly before I had to take care of some packing things. Today is going to be amazing. Spending some time with Marty and with Damien is exactly what we all need. Marty and Damien need to get to know each other a bit better and feel more comfortable around each other. I felt a flutter in my stomach as I thought about what Damien is like with kids. I still can't believe he wants at least 4 kids. I shook my head as I rounded the corner into the kitchen. He was mad if he thought I was going to go through pregnancy that many times. Mama Ally. A little voice brought me out of my thoughts just before a little body collided with my legs. Little Wolf. How are you? I sank down to my knees and pulled him into a tight hug. I took in his scent and sighed. Everything felt right again. I'm okay, Mama Ally. Are you okay? I shook my head. He was always worried about someone else. I am good, but I need to talk to you, Little Wolf. I stood up with him still in my arms and settled him onto the kitchen counter. I took his face into my hands and looked into his sweet little face. I brushed his hair out of his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Marty giggled and moved out of my grip. Stop it, Mama Ally. I laughed and sat on the stool in front of him. Marty, I need to apologize to you about not being around so much lately and for being pretty distant. It's okay, Mama Ally. I understand that your wolf was hurting. My wolf sometimes feels lonely without Rosie. His words shocked me. He shouldn't be having any contact with his wolf right now. He is too young. My eyebrows and lips turned down in a frown. This was all very confusing. Marty threw his arms around my neck and played with my hair. He is wise beyond his years, and it was very concerning. He shouldn't have this much weight on his shoulders at 3 years old. We sat like that for a bit until I had to head to my office to do some work before we left for our afternoon. Now, in a little bit, we are going to go with Damien and do something together as a family, okay? So I want you to go and tidy up your toys and get changed. Marty looked up at me with excitement in his eyes. We are going somewhere with Damien? I nodded, and he cheered before running off to do as I asked. I shook my head in amusement and went to do what I had to do. I was so ready to have a family day out. Chapter 21. An hour later, I had finished all my work and was just about to walk out when the door flew open and a small blur entered. I laughed as Marty came to a quick stop in front of me. His brown eyes looked up at me with excitement, and he was bouncing up and down on his toes. Come on, Mama Ally. Let's go, let's go. He grabbed my hand and began pulling me from the room. I'm coming, Little Wolf, slow down. I chuckled, but that didn't stop him. He kept pulling until we were outside. I pulled him to a stop as we entered the tree line and stooped down. Up you get. We'll get there faster if I run. Without any hesitation, Marty jumped onto my back and locked his arms around my neck, almost choking me. I adjusted his arms and made sure he was secure by holding onto his legs. Where are we meeting you, my love? I asked Damien through our mind link. The border, then we will walk there together. And I love it when you call me that. Smiling softly, I took off into a run through the woods. The trees blurred together as I ran. I dodged low-hanging branches and jumped over tree roots. Marty was giggling away on my back, his laugh ringing out among the other sounds of the forest. It didn't take long before we reached the border between our territories. Damien was waiting, his tall frame leaning against a tree casually. A picnic basket was sitting on the ground by his feet. He had changed since the last time I saw him. He was now wearing a pair of black dress pants that fit him perfectly. His dark blue dress shirt was fitted, the top few buttons undone, and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His strong forearms were on display. I sighed. I always did have a thing for forearms. Manamkara, stop looking at me like that. Not while Marty is around. My stomach fluttered with anticipation. I was looking forward to tonight. Damien was staying the night, and, truthfully, I was most looking forward to just falling asleep in his arms. I stopped in front of him and stooped down so Marty could hop off. As soon as both feet were firmly planted on the ground, he ran to Damien and threw his arms around his legs. Damien, I missed you. What's that? Where are we going? How long are we staying? Marty's mouth was moving a mile a minute, barely taking a breath. Damien bent down and picked Marty up into his arms before walking over to me. He wrapped his free arm around my waist and pressed a kiss to my temple. I took a deep breath of his scent and felt my body relaxing, my wolf curled up in my mind in contentment. "Can you grab the basket, love?" "Of course." I grabbed the basket, and we set off to our destination. Damien was a couple of steps in front of me, still holding on to Marty. They were talking softly, heads bent together. I caught snippets of the conversation. Marty was telling him all about what he had been learning in school and what he was most looking forward to. We hadn't been walking very long before we entered a clearing. The breath was stolen right out of my body. In the middle of the clearing was a crystal clear lake. There was a small stream that connected the lake to the mountains. It was clear that the lake was running off, but that made it no less beautiful. The rocky outcroppings were a perfect place to jump off. Wildflowers grew in patches all around, and the sun shone through the trees and bounced off the water's surface. Marty gasped and jumped out of Damien's arms. He raced toward the lake without a backward glance at us. We both chuckled before Damien turned to me and gave me a lopsided grin, then took the basket off me and strided to a patch of grass to the side of the lake. He opened the basket and pulled out a blanket. He shook it out before laying it down on the grass. He beckoned me over with a crooked finger. He had a sly smile on his face while his other hand was hidden behind his back. "What are you hiding, Damien?" I asked as I stood in front of him. His hand came out from behind his back, and he shrugged. "Just a beautiful flower for my beautiful mate." He tucked a simple purple wildflower behind my ear. My heart fluttered with affection for this man who stood in front of me. I couldn't reconcile the man in front of me with all the rumors I had heard about him. I stepped forward and rested my cheek on his strong chest. Marty was still running around, checking everything out. I chuckled. He would sleep well tonight. Damien pulled me down, so we were sitting on the blanket. He pulled the basket closer to himself and opened it. He started pulling out various fruits, nuts, and some sandwiches. Some juice for Marty and some wine for us were next. "Did you pack all that yourself?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. Damien gasped and put a hand to his chest. "You wound me, love." I chuckled at his dramatics. "So you did." Of course, I wanted it to be special. I interlaced our fingers and smiled softly up at him before grabbing some grapes and plopping them in my mouth. I called for Marty, and he came running over. No doubt he would be hungry after all his running. He grabbed a sandwich and some juice, shoved it in his mouth, and took off running again. All I could do was shake my head. "Alyssa?" I turned to face Damien. "Could you tell me about why you call Thrain your brother? You don't have the familial scent." He looked like he didn't want to ask it, but I could see it was eating at him. I realized that when we were originally talking about family, I never actually told him the whole story. I launched into the whole story about how my pack was destroyed and what happened after. By the end, Damien was furious, protective instincts flaring. To be honest, I was touched by his fierce support. Damien shook his head. "Remind me to thank Thrain for getting you out of there that night." He was shaking a little bit, I guess, in fear of the fact that he could have lost me forever. But I was lost in thought. I may have gained a brother that night, but I also lost one. My sweet older brother. I don't know what happened to him. I know my parents passed, I could feel it. But in the midst of all the pack bonds breaking, I couldn't tell if the sibling bond broke. A light touch brought me out of my thoughts. Damien was softly wiping a tear off my cheek. "I'm sorry for bringing that memory up, love." I shook my head and smiled at him. I wiped the rest of the tears off just as Marty came bounding over, excitement in his eyes. "Can we go for a swim? The water looks so nice, Mama Ally." Damien and I both laughed as I nodded. Marty threw his shirt off and took off into the water. I grinned playfully at Damien, and his eyes grew darker. I stood and slowly lifted my shirt over my head. I didn't bring any swimwear, so a lacy bra and an underwear set were all I was wearing. I slowly slid my shorts off and gave him a wink before I started running. A loud, playful growl sounded behind me before my feet left the ground. Then I was plunged into cool water. Lifting my head out of the water, I scowled playfully at Damien as he and Marty laughed loudly at my face. With a playful shout, I dived towards them and tried to jump on Damien, prompting them to try to escape. We spent hours playing in the lake and running around chasing each other. It truly was the best day of my life so far. We are on our way back now. Marty couldn't keep his eyes open any longer and had fallen asleep with his head resting on Damien's lap. Damien himself looked like he had won the lottery and didn't want to disturb him, but a quick image sent to him of us back home was enough to have him almost jumping up and returning. Damien is carrying Marty in his arms. Marty was limp with his mouth slightly open. We entered the house and climbed the stairs. I opened Marty's door and Damien slipped inside and gently laid him on his bed. He bent his head and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. My heart swelled, and all I wanted was to build a life with him. Damien lightly touched my hand as he left the room, leaving me to tuck Marty in. I pulled the covers up to his chin, pressed a kiss to his forehead, and said goodnight. "I love you, little wolf." "Love you, Mommy," he sleepily murmured. A large smile broke out on my face, and I basically skipped out of his room and into mine next door. Damien was waiting, his eyes dark with affection. I smiled and stepped toward him. The door shut softly behind us, and we fell into a deep embrace. "Damien." A soft hum was all the answer I got. "Let's start a family." His head shot up, his eyes wide before they softened with deep emotion. He pulled me close. "Yes, Alpha." The best day was followed by a passionate and deeply connected night. Chapter 22. Damien's POV. Sunlight spilling through my window woke me the next morning. I yawned and turned my head to see the beautiful face beside me. Alyssa was curled up against my side, one hand lying gently across my waist, and her hair spilling out behind her on the pillow. Reaching my hand up, I gently brushed a stray piece of hair off her face and just marveled at my mate. Last night was amazing. She asked me to give her a baby, and I was powerless to refuse her. "Didn't your mother ever tell you that it's rude to stare?" A groggy voice stirred me from my thoughts. Alyssa's eyes were open, and she was staring at me with a soft smile on her pretty lips. Must have forgotten that lesson. I gently caressed her cheek, and she leaned into it with a little sigh. Her smile turned into a smirk, and her hands started roving over my body. What's got you so excited today?" I chuckled. "I was thinking of you with my pup." Her movements became more urgent. "You like the idea of me being pregnant?" The connection between us flared. Our wolves vied for dominance in a playful dance, and for a few hours, we let them take the lead. It was 9 in the morning when we finally finished. I'm sure I had a dopey smile on my face, and I couldn't care less. Everyone becomes soft when they find their mate. I just happen to have an alpha for a mate, so we have to be careful that we don't let things slip too much, or our pack could suffer. Alyssa and I walked hand in hand down the stairs to get some breakfast. The house was eerily quiet. Not even Marty's laugh could be heard. "Where's everyone?" I asked Alyssa as we entered the kitchen. "Oh, Thrain said that everyone was making their way to the clearing. Apparently, they made food and wanted to go share with your pack. They left behind some for us." She walked over to the fridge and pulled out some breakfast burritos. My stomach rumbled, and I realized we hadn't really eaten much since our little family picnic. A large smile took over my face at the memories of yesterday. It was such a great day. Marty and I have been becoming closer, and I can't ask for anything else. Well, except for Alyssa to be carrying my pup. Goodness, those smell good. "After meeting you and your pack, my mind is changing about rogues," I told her as she set a couple in front of me. "Well, there are bad rogues, of course, but everyone in my pack is just a misfit, or they weren't wanted by their pack. But it's kind of fitting, a pack of unwanted wolves with a female alpha." She grimaced slightly, and I pulled her into my arms. "You will always be wanted from now on, love. I will show you every day for the rest of our lives just how wanted you really are." My hands gently cupped her, earning a soft sigh. "Also, you're a fantastic alpha, and a lot of wolves wouldn't have met their mates without you or your pack. So trust me when I say I know what I'm doing when it comes to making you take on the lead alpha, okay?" Alyssa nodded, her eyes watering. I have never seen her look as vulnerable as she does right now. I peck her lips, knowing we can't get carried away or we will be late. As she pulls away, I playfully pat her. Now, I'm starving, so let's eat and get going. She stayed silent, but sent me a small smile anyway, and we dug into our food. It's almost 10 now, and we have just arrived at the clearing. Both packs are mingling and laughing, eating the food that Alyssa's pack prepared. I could see the mated couples huddled together, whispering to each other and smiling. It's great to see everyone getting along so well. I looked down at my beautiful mate and saw a large smile on her face as she looked on. Her eyes found Marty, and the smile grew. He was playing with some of the kids from my pack. I know she's worried that he doesn't have any friends his own age, so I hope that these kids are nice to him. I didn't realize there were so many, Damien. Are you sure I can do this? Alyssa turned her eyes up to me, her bottom lip pulled in between her teeth. Of course you can, love. Besides, you'll have me right by your side all the time. I took her hand and raised it to my mouth, giving her knuckles a swift kiss. She nodded and squared her shoulders before we walked into the middle of the clearing. There is a small stage set up for us to stand on so everyone can see us. As soon as we stepped up, a hush fell over the crowd, and over 500 eyes turned to us. We had agreed that I would talk, as it affects my pack more, seeing as my pack is used to having me as an alpha. My pack already respected Alyssa, and that was plain to see, so I wasn't worried about that. Good morning. I hope everyone is enjoying the breakfast that was prepared. I must say it was delicious. The crowd laughed and agreed with me. I caught Brooke, Marty's sitter, blushing from all the praise. So, as everyone already knows, Alyssa and I are mates, but what not everyone knows is that a few days ago, Alyssa and I completed our bond. Everyone cheered and whistled, but quietened down when I raised my hand. Now, we have been thinking long and hard about what to do with merging the packs, and I have come up with a solution. Alyssa was opposed at first, but she finally came around. I gave her a sly wink, and she responded by rolling her eyes at me. So, for 300 years, I have been waiting for my mate and running this pack. I love being the alpha to this pack, I love this pack and everyone in it, but truthfully, I am tired. So, once our packs are merged, Alyssa will be taking the role of lead alpha, and I will be taking a back seat from everything from now on. I want to take time out and enjoy my time with my mate. I know that sounds counterproductive, with Alyssa being alpha, but I am hoping that we will soon have a little air running around. Not yet, but soon. But, just to be clear, we are equals, so treat her like the alpha that she is. Are there any questions? A young boy from my pack raised his hand. What will our name be after the merge? We haven't thought about that just yet, but we will be taking suggestions. Another hand went up. What about the pack houses? Alyssa stepped forward then and answered. We will keep both for now, but we will start construction on a new, larger pack house soon. Everyone nodded their agreement. They were all whispering amongst themselves until Alyssa raised her hand for quiet. Tomorrow morning, Damien and I will be leaving to go to the castle, so we can register the merging of our two packs, and we will also try to secure some funds for building. If anyone would like to come, please talk to Thrain. He is the beta of my pack. Any other questions? Who will be beta and gamma? Alyssa looked to me, and I nodded my encouragement. So, because we will be such a large pack with two pack houses for now, the betas and gammas will be staying the same. For my pack house, Thrain, a hand raised, is beta, and Josh, another hand raised, is gamma. I stepped forward to stand next to Alyssa. And for mine, Tony, another raised hand, is beta, and Joel, last hand, is gamma. If anyone has any questions while we are gone, or if you can't find us, then please talk to one of them. Now, a large smile took over Alyssa's face as she was talking. I do believe we have some new mated couples as of this morning. With shock, I looked out at the crowd and shook my head at the fact that I didn't notice that some of my previously unmated wolves were now cuddling up to their new mates. Another thing to regret about waiting so long to meet Alyssa. The new mated couples can choose which pack house to live in, and when we get back, we will start building some new cabins for you guys. We will start building them in the center of the new territory, so there is less open space between everything. I spoke up now. Anything else, love? Alyssa nodded and smiled at everyone. I just want to thank everyone for being so understanding and for letting me become your alpha. I promise I will do my best to protect everyone here." Everyone clapped, and we dismissed them. Most of the newly mated wolves started running for one of the pack houses, their laughs ringing out behind them. Tony started walking towards us, and I felt Alyssa stiffen. I don't blame her. The last time they interacted, Tony insulted her and her role as alpha. But we had a long talk, and he is planning on giving it a try. But something is different, and it's the girl hanging onto his arm. My eyes lit up in happiness for my best friend. Does this mean he finally found his mate? Tony stopped in front of us with a wide smile. He dipped his head in respect to both of us and turned to Alyssa. "Alpha Bowers, I need to apologize for my previous behavior. I had no idea what kind of alpha you were, let alone what kind of person you are. I have realized my previous judgment was wrong, and I cannot say sorry enough." Tony's head was still bowed in respect to his new alpha. I saw a small smile on Alyssa's face as she looked at the couple. "I understand, Tony, you're forgiven. Now, please, take very good care of Louise here. We need her to look after all our orphans." Tony's head snapped up, and he looked up at his maid in awe. "You run the orphanage?" At her nod, Tony beamed, and they walked off. Alyssa looked at me with her eyebrows raised, and I laughed, my heart feeling light. "Tony absolutely adores kids and can't wait to have his own," I explained. Alyssa laughed, shook her head, and stepped into my embrace. The top of her head came up to just under my chin, so I rested my head on hers and chuckled at the small huff I received in response. "That went well, didn't it?" she asked, her voice muffled by my chest. "Much better than I thought." I pulled away and looked at her. "Now, I do believe we have some family planning to do." I smiled warmly at her, making her laugh. We ran back to my pack house this time. I couldn't wait to hold her again. Chapter 23. Lying in bed next to Damien, his arms wound tightly around my waist, his warm presence pressing deliciously against me, was the best way to wake up, in my opinion. I wish we could stay in bed all day today, but we have to get going to the palace to see Julius and Alexis. To say I am excited is an understatement. I have missed my best friend. Damien still doesn't believe me about that, but he will soon see for himself. Wiggling slightly to get more comfortable, a satisfied smile took over my lips when his arms tightened around me. His lips began pressing soft kisses down my back, his fingers gently tracing patterns along my skin, causing my breath to hitch. I took a shuddering breath as he gently turned me onto my back and met my lips with his. Honestly, since we completed our bond, I haven't been able to get enough of him, and I don't think I ever will. We didn't stay in bed long this morning, which was harder than I thought it would be. I don't know how I am going to get anything done with the pack around. I sighed and shook my head with a smile as I watched Damien bend over the bed as he packed his suitcase. "Take a picture, Alyssa. It lasts longer." Damien's voice shocked me from my thoughts. He hadn't even turned around. I took my phone out of my pocket and snapped a photo. The noise went off and Damien turned around slowly, his eyes dark and eyebrows raised. "What? You told me to." I grinned at him. "You can have my attention whenever you like. It is yours now after all." "That's good." I slowly walked over to him and ran my hands down his chest. "I don't like to share what's mine." "All yours, baby." He leant down and captured my lips with his. I sighed as I took a step back. Damien frowned slightly and tried to pull me back. I smiled as I danced out of his reach. "As much as I would love nothing more than to stay here and do many things with you, we have a long drive ahead of us." Damien nodded with a dejected sigh, picked up our suitcases, and started down the hallway. "Is Marty ready to go?" he asked over his shoulder. "Yeah, he's downstairs causing a ruckus." Damien chuckled and walked out of the pack house to put our bags in the car. We decided to drive because Marty is coming, and it's too long a journey for him to be riding on our backs, plus it's much too dangerous. Damien wasn't really on board with him coming, but I have noticed Marty becoming agitated and withdrawn lately. The effects of being away from his intended mate for so long are difficult. It's why mates are not meant to meet so young. If, for some reason, They have to be separated. It is much more dangerous for a young wolf, as it can cause their wolf to enter an early shift, which can lead to severe health issues. So for now, we have to make frequent trips so they can see each other. I walked outside to see Marty bouncing around the car, giggling because Damien wouldn't let him in yet. I suppressed a smile at the look on Damien's face. He looked exhausted already. "You okay?" I asked, standing in front of him. "How does he have so much energy?" He dragged a hand over his face. "He's 3. I shrugged. "Any regrets?" My heart beat a little faster. His eyes snapped up to mine in disbelief before he pulled me into his chest. "Only that I didn't come over when you first moved here. I honestly can't wait until we have an entire house full of pups running around and causing me to be exhausted." I smiled as his hands rested on my waist. He makes me feel like an emotional teenager again. "All right, looks like we are all here. Let's get going." Damien unlocked the car and Marty jumped in. I looked around at who was coming and saw Tom and Eric, the warriors who came with me last time. There were also 2 other warriors from my pack, as well as 4 from Damien's pack. I jumped into the passenger seat while Damien slid into the driver's seat. Marty's seat was in the middle. Eric was sitting behind me, and one huge guy from Damien's pack was behind him. The others hopped into the second car, and once we were all situated, we set off. I turned around in my seat and glared playfully at Eric. "What?" he asked with an innocent look. The other warrior inhaled sharply at his nonchalant attitude towards his alpha, and I had to hold in a laugh. "You know what? Way to embarrass me with your statement." Eric burst out laughing. "I'm sorry, I couldn't pass up the opportunity." My playful skull deepened. "Well, you were on the toddler duty for the duration of this trip." Instead of looking disappointed, his smile grew, and he punched the air. "Yes! I like him better than you anyway." My jaw dropped in mock shock, and I saw the other warrior with a look of horror on his face. I had to remember he didn't know what I was like as an alpha. "Rude," I muttered as I turned back in my seat. I mean, it is very hard not to like Marty. He's so cute. Damien's voice was filled with laughter. "You're just a bunch of troublemakers, the lot of you." I crossed my arms in front of me and huffed playfully. "Don't worry, Lyle. You'll get used to her antics. She really is a fantastic alpha." Damien's eyes were trained on the rearview mirror. I turned to look around at who I now know to be Lyle. His eyes, a silvery color, were still wide with shock. His large body looked like it was going to burst through the door just from the sheer pressure. His jaw was sharp and slack, and a large black beard took over half his face. All in all, he is fairly handsome. There is something you should know about me, Lyle. I don't demand respect like a lot of alphas. I expect to earn your respect just like everyone else. I also am not strict about you always being on edge or formal around me. I expect formalities around others, but when it is just us as a pack, none of this alpha business. My name is Alyssa, and I want you to use it, please. I am actually a very fun person, and am only serious when I have to be. Lyle didn't say anything. The only sign of him hearing me was a barely perceivable nod of his head. Eric clapped him on his shoulder and laughed. "Don't worry, she can dish it out along with the best of us. She'll also beat you in a sparring match if you aren't careful. No one in our pack has been able to beat her, so I can imagine she is looking forward to sparring with all the fighters in your pack." Damien and I laughed while Marty giggled and clapped his hands. 18 hours of games and 2 childlike wolves giggling in the back seat, one being an actual child and the other a grown man. We have finally arrived at the palace. The large iron gates sealed shut as we pulled up. 2 large guards stood silent and still, their large arms crossed over their chests. Damien stopped next to one and lowered the window. The guard moved over, the one on my side moving around the car to check for security. "State your business." His voice was low and rough. "Alphas Shaw and Bowers to see the king and queen." The guard nodded and his eyes glazed over, obviously checking our story. "Park in the front. Someone will show you to your rooms." "Thanks." Damien nodded and drove through the now open gates. We all piled out of the car. Groans and cracking of bones could be heard as we all stretched our sore limbs. Marty was the only one who didn't look tired at all. He jumped out and ran around the car, looking at everything in wonder. Damien crouched down in front of him. Come on, little man. You need to eat, and then it's time for a nap. But I'm not tired yet. I chuckled as I watched him try and fail to hide a large yawn. Tell him we can go exploring after his nap. I stood back and watched as Damien talked to him. He needed this. He needed to know that he could be a father. How about, after a nap, we go exploring around the palace? Yeah. Let's go. I'm hungry and I'm starting to get tired now. Marty threw his arms around Damien's neck and we all set off inside. The same butler from my last visit welcomed us and showed us to our rooms. Damien and I got the same room that I had last time, except this time, a pull-out couch was added so Marty could sleep in the same room. The warriors with us got rooms on either side, and each room had a bed for Marty to sleep in if he wanted to. Just before he left, the butler turned back to us. King Julius and Queen Alexis have requested your presence for dinner. Everyone is welcome to join. He turned and left the room. Looks like you get to meet my best friend, love. I winked at Damien before heading into the bathroom to clean up. I needed to freshen up. Damien just chuckled and playfully rolled his eyes at me before he started to unpack our clothes. Marty had chosen to go down with Eric and the others to get something to eat so he could nap and then go exploring as soon as possible. Chapter 24. The day has been pretty great. Marty had a nap, and then we explored part of the palace. Now it is time for dinner. I can't keep still. I'm so excited to see Alexis, and I know Marty is excited to finally see Rosie again. I stood in front of my clothes that I brought with me. I couldn't decide what to wear to dinner with the king and queen. My eyes drifted over them all, finally settling on a dark blue dress. The front was ruffled in the bust, tight around my waist, and then flared out in the skirt to land above my knees. I slipped it on, braided my hair, and slipped on a pair of black flats. I still don't trust myself with heels. I was sitting on the bed playing with my phone, waiting for Damien to come out of the bathroom. Marty was off somewhere with the boys. Eric came in earlier and basically kidnapped him. The bathroom door opened, and my jaw dropped in shock when Damien exited. His body was clad in black dress pants that hugged his hips. A tight white button-up was stretched across his chest. If he made a wrong move, he would bust straight out of it. But what shocked me the most was his face. Gone was the wild and untamed beard, and in its place was a neat and tidy beard that sat close to his chin. My eyes roamed his face further. His eyes seemed somehow clearer. I could see the sharp angles of his jawline and the sharpness of his nose. My eyes traveled further up, and an audible gasp left my lips. He cut his hair. His long, messy hair was now cut short on the sides, but longer on top. It was nice and neat. A shot of desire went through me. He just got a whole lot sexier, and I didn't think that was possible. In a blur, I was in front of him. My hands moved to cup his face, then moved to his hair. I couldn't believe my eyes. He certainly doesn't look like the wild man I first saw, and I must say, I kind of miss it. I loved him looking like that, but I am not going to complain about his look right now. Why did you shave your beard and cut your hair? I haven't met with the king and queen since I first became alpha, which means I have never met the new king and queen. I have to look my best with you by my side. Do you like it? His eyes shone with uncertainty. He was afraid I would hate it, and in turn, hate him. Instead of answering, I pulled him down to my level, gripped his hair in my hands, and pulled hard. I then kissed him passionately, and a rumbling growl was my only answer. I pulled back and fixed him with a hard glare. You, my mate, are the sexiest thing I have ever seen, and I will not be holding back if another female so much as glances at you. You are mine. I tilted his head to the side and sank my canines into my mark. Damien growled loudly and sank his canines into his mark on my neck. Pleasure shot through me, and my fingers nimbly started undoing the buttons on his shirt, but his larger hands covered mine, stilling my movements. Love, we need to go meet with the king and queen. We will be late. I couldn't care less, honestly. I needed him close to me right now. My wolf was close to taking control. I could feel the buzzing inside my mind, could almost feel the red film slide over my vision. My claws descended from my fingers, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck start prickling. Damien pulled back, and my eyes snapped open. A thundering growl left my lips, which I'm sure most of the palace could hear. A loud curse dropped from his lips, but his eyes darkened with desire, and an answering growl rumbled in his chest. Before I could process what was happening, my back was against the wall, and my arms were pinned above my head. Heat coursed through my veins as Damien's nostrils flared, clearly sensing my arousal. We were enveloped in each other's embrace, our connection deepening intensely in the span of a few seconds. This is just the beginning, pure and simple. It will be quick, but tonight, I will love you endlessly. That is a promise. I couldn't form any words. Our passion took over with no holds barred. There was nothing gentle about this, no slow, roaming hands, just pure, intense connection. A low moan escaped my lips and my eyes fluttered shut. The buzzing had receded, and my red vision was starting to clear up. All my senses were surrounded by Damien, and I couldn't get enough. I could feel the delicious tension building within me. I focused my eyes on Damien again. His forehead was glistening with sweat, his jaw clenching and unclenching, but it was his eyes that held me captive. They were shining with unbridled emotion. Concern, desire, adoration, but love shone through the brightest, and I knew my eyes reflected his. "Are you with me, mate?" he growled out, his eyes never leaving mine. And that was it, I was over the edge. Waves and waves of pleasure shook my body as I held onto Damien tightly, making sure he wasn't going anywhere. A low growl told me he was feeling the exact same way, but just needed a push over the edge. I smiled, knowing exactly what to do. My hands held his head in place, my fingers reaching into his soft hair. "Are you with me, mate?" Just like me, those words tipped him over the edge. Shudders overtook his panting body as he held me close. His head dropped onto my shoulder, and he slowly released his hold. My feet touched the floor, and I had to fight to continue standing. My legs were like jelly. Too exhausted and satisfied to talk, I simply sent him a thought. "I love you. And I love you, Manamkara. You are all I hoped for and more than I ever thought I deserved." Our lips met in a kiss that was slow but full of everything else, our love, our passion, and our hope that everything would work out. Chapter 25. We finally made it down to the private dining room, where everyone was no doubt waiting for us. The two guards standing outside bowed their heads and opened the large double doors. My eyes quickly scanned the room. The large dining table was in the middle of the room, with everyone seated around it. Marty's high chair was sitting to the right of one end, while Alexis and Julius sat at the opposite end, both at the head of the table. To the left of the doors was a small sitting area. Two plump couches stood opposite each other with a glass coffee table between them. A very large and comfortable-looking armchair sat in front of the coffee table. At one end of the table, Lex and Julius were talking to Tom and Eric. Marty was sitting on Eric's lap while he colored. He has come so far in the short time he has been with us. Just a few months ago, he was wary of being near other people. Lex looked up, and a wide smile took over her face. "Lissy." She ran over and threw her arms around my neck. "Lex." I laughed. "I missed you so much." I hugged her tightly back. "Not as much as I missed you, hun. Do you know how quiet it gets around here?" I looked over at Julius to see his eyebrows pulled down and a frown on his lips. "I think you've hurt your mate's feelings there, Lex." She turned around and laughed at his expression. "He knows I love him." "Well, now that we are all here, I would like to formally introduce Alpha Damien Shaw of the Silver Thunder Pack and my mate." Lex held out her hand, and Damien shook it before bowing at the waist. "Your Highness, it's a pleasure to meet you." Lex smiled as Julius stepped behind her and kissed her temple. "It's my pleasure, Damien. I hear you are taking good care of my best friend." Damien nodded and gave me a shocked look. Finally, he believed me when I said I was best friends with the Queen. I shook my head in amusement while Damien turned to Julius and bowed. "Your Highness, it's been a long time." I looked back up in shock. Did they know each other? "Damien, it's been too long. I hope you've been well. I also see you didn't believe Alyssa about being best friends with Alexis here." A small smile graced his lips. I did not believe her, but now I see I was quite wrong in my thinking. I couldn't hold my tongue anymore. How do you guys know each other? Damien chuckled and wrapped his arm around my waist. Julius and I go way back. We almost grew up together in the same pack. He was the beta's son and a few years younger than me. We lost track when I left my father's pack to search for my mate. I just never returned. Well, that was unexpected. My mate and my best friend's mate grew up together. This also meant something else. Lex, you didn't tell me you also have a seasoned partner. I looked at her with a sly grin. Laughter rang around the room. 2 sounds of protest came from beside me, and I chuckled. Julius shook his head and motioned for us to sit down. After waiting for Lex and Julius to sit, Damien and I sat, then the warriors. Hey Liz, was that extremely loud or you? I felt a blush cover my cheeks. I knew people had heard. Yes, I lost control a bit. That's why we were slightly late. Lex smiled at my blush. Well, you startled basically the entire palace. Except for one of the cooks, who seemed quite intrigued by the sound. What made you lose control anyway? You're usually so grounded. I felt my cheeks heat up even more before I snuck a glance at Damien. Eric and Tom chuckled loudly before Eric spoke. I bet it had something to do with the fact that Damien got rid of his scruffy beard and long hair. I happen to like his beard and long hair. I defended. Yeah, but from the sounds of it, you like this better. Tom gestured toward Damien. Well, I can't argue with you there, I chuckled. Damien's hand rested on my leg and squeezed lightly. The light talk continued while waiters brought out the first course. It looked amazing, a simple pean ham soup with some crusty bread. So Lex, where's my beautiful goddaughter? I asked as I tore a chunk of bread off and dipped it into my soup. She went down to sleep, I'm afraid. I saw Marty's face fall, and Lex did as well. Don't you worry, Marty. You can see her in the morning, okay? Marty smiled widely at Lex and continued to eat his soup. The main course came out, and we continued to catch up. The baked fish was delicious, and I made sure to ask for the recipe. I could see Marty rubbing his eyes and almost falling asleep in his chocolate cake. I chuckled and walked over to his chair. Crouching down, I lifted his head so I could see his eyes. Are you tired, little wolf? Just a little bit, Mama Ally. A large yawn escaped his mouth. I lifted him into my arms and gave him a quick kiss, but before I could go anywhere, Eric strode up to me. Here, Liz, I'll take him. You stay and talk about what you need to. Eric lifted him from my arms into his. Marty's head rolled onto his shoulder, and he was struggling to keep his eyes open. Hang on, Eric. I want to say goodnight. Damien stood and walked over to him. He gave Marty a quick kiss on his forehead and whispered goodnight. Marty just gave him a sleepy smile, too tired to speak. Eric walked out the door and Tom stood up. Time to get to work. Good night, Alphas and your Highnesses. Thank you for dinner. Tom bowed and followed Eric out. Why is he working now? Julius asked. He and Eric are Marty's personal guards while we are here. Right. If anyone found out he is your son, adopted or not, they might seek to use that as leverage. Julius sat there with a serious expression. He knows all too well. He has to do the same for Rosie. We finished our meal, and when all the dishes were taken away, the warriors from Damien's pack left to retire for the night. All right, come and let's sit so we can go over why you guys are here. Lex got up and moved to a little trolley by the wall. Drink. We all nodded and moved to the couches. Damien sat down, and I joined him. Julius sat in the armchair, looking relaxed at last. Lex handed us glasses with bourbon and ice, then walked over to Julius. She handed him a glass and sat on the arm of his chair. Julius's hand automatically went to play with her hair, a soft smile on his face. It was still hard for me to believe he had spent so long wandering the various packs before finding his mate in the princess of our kind. All right, Liz. What made you come all this way? And with Marty as well. Well, Damien and I have made our decision regarding the packs. Fantastic. Let's hear it then. She clapped her hands and smiled. I explained our decision, making sure to leave nothing out. They both sat there silent and attentive, looking every bit the king and queen. That's great, Liz. And Damien, I don't blame you for wanting to finally take a break after so many years. Lex returned to her usual cheerful self after we finished. Damien nodded and sat forward a bit. There is one more thing. He looked up at me while I raised an eyebrow in question. I would like to formally add my name to Marty's adoption papers. I was stunned. He had never said anything about this or even hinted at it. I wasn't aware I was crying until Damien reached up and wiped the tears away. Oh, love, don't cry. Come on, let's get to bed. I nodded and let him lead the way. Your Highnesses, thank you for tonight. I looked over to Lex and Julius and saw a soft smile and excitement on Lex's face. She was so happy that I finally found my mate. No worries, Damien. We will have the papers drawn up in a couple of days. And Alyssa, we are spending the day together tomorrow. No excuses. Lex called out as we left the room. Now, Miss Alpha. I believe I have a promise to keep. I smiled as he started walking faster through the palace. Once we reached our room, he led me inside, and we shared a moment of deep connection. He certainly kept his promise that night. By the next morning, I was filled with a sense of profound peace and strength, our bond more solid than I ever could have imagined. Chapter 26. It is our third day at the palace. The papers are all signed, so when we get back and perform the Alpha ceremony and the official pack joining ceremonies, I will officially be the Alpha of the Silver Blood Pack. I was feeling quite anxious internally, and it doesn't help that we are meeting with Alice the Seer today. My mind is all over the place. I am dealing with a lot of internal pressure, and I think the fact that I am pregnant is contributing to my emotional state. I sank into the bathtub and lay my head back. Damien had taken Julius up on his offer to train with the palace warriors for the day, Alexis was doing her royal duties, and Eric and Tom were with Marty, most likely causing trouble for someone. It is the first time in a long time I have been alone. I love Damien, Marty, and my pack, but sometimes I need some alone time to decompress and to sort my thoughts out. Right now, it is much needed. I closed my eyes and let my body drift further down into the bubbles. I can't believe I'm pregnant so soon. Am I ready to have a pup already? What about being the alpha to a pack of 500? So many thoughts circled my mind, but one image stuck to the forefront of my mind. It is an image of Damien and Marty playing at the lake that day. It then changed to Damien holding a tiny bundle with a look of pure love on his face. In those two images, my questions are answered. As long as I have Damien, then everything will be perfect. My mind went back to the fact of my being pregnant. I'm glad my advanced senses picked up on it so quickly. I'm pretty sure it happened that first day we were here. The heartbeat is barely there, and my scent has barely changed at all, but I was able to pick it up, much like I did with Delilah. Lying a hand on my stomach, my mind turned to the other strange thing I have noticed in the past couple of days. I have been picking up a strange scent. It isn't a dangerous scent, but it feels strangely familiar. My brain thinks it knows the scent, but can't place it at all. It is driving me absolutely insane. My wolf is not helping either, constantly focusing on her pup and how it must be protected at all costs, and how I need to tell Damien. I do plan on telling him tonight. I won't be able to keep this a secret for long. Damien's senses are good, not as good as mine, but he will smell the changes soon. I enjoyed my bath a bit longer, then climbed out and got dressed in some shorts and a tank top. My body feels warmer now that I'm pregnant. I braided my hair over my shoulder, slipped some shoes on, and headed through the palace in search of Damien. I could mind-link him, but if he is concentrating, then I don't want to distract him. Plus, I didn't mind the walk. I walked into the kitchen, amazed by the activity. For cooks were scurrying around the benches, cooking or prepping certain things. I couldn't tell what they were cooking, but it all smelled amazing. A small woman was standing off to the side, mixing what looked like cookie dough. A brief thought made me wonder if she was the one who made the cookies that we had last time we were here. My mind swirled. Only 4 people should have known that cookie recipe, but she made them exactly like my mother used to. What if she were? No, I shook that thought away. I would know if my brother was here at the palace. Alexis and Julius would have told me. Plus, if he were alive and here, he would have heard about me becoming Alpha, and he would have come to find me. At least I hoped he would have. Alpha Bowers? Can I help you with anything? a tall and wiry lady asked. Her hair was streaked with gray, and her face was pinched as she frowned way too much. Oh, I'm meeting Alice and was wondering if we could have some snacks. I tried to be polite, but if anything, her face became more pinched. They're already on the way, Alpha. Anything else? Well, she is a bit difficult. If you could tell me if you have seen a little boy around 3 with 2 large men? A deep scowl took over her face. Those 3 came running through my kitchen a little bit ago. That little nuisance. I would watch what you're about to say, miss. My wolf had come forward, and our voices mixed together. That little boy is my pup. The lady drew in a sharp breath, and my wolf felt the submission she was causing this lady. Of course, Alpha. They ran into the gardens. She ran off as quickly as she came. The others in the kitchen were all looking down at the floor, their heads bent to the side in respect. I walked through the kitchen and out the back door. Breathing deeply, I took in all the smells of the palace, the blooming flowers, the fresh grass, and my wolf calming down. I looked around and spotted the hedge wall of Alice's private garden. I still couldn't see the boys, but I knew they wouldn't be far. Now I just had to find Damien. I started to head in the direction of the training fields when I caught that odd scent again. My nose twitched, and my brain started firing on all cylinders. Even my wolf was restless trying to place it. I followed the scent, and it took me directly to the training fields, but with all the other wolf scents and the sweat, I lost it. My eyes drifted around the field. Most of the warriors were standing around looking at something in the center. I noticed a group of unmated females, looking as if they were admiring whoever was in the middle of the circle. I pushed through the crowd, eliciting grunts from the males. I smiled when I saw who was in the middle. Damien was sparring with Julius, and it looked like Damien was winning. The 2 of them circled each other, looking for an opening. They both had their shirts off, and their marks were proudly on display. I looked back at the girls and saw they were whispering, their eyes locked on Damien. I focused my hearing. He is very attractive. The king isn't bad either. Do you think I look good? That girl flipped her hair over her shoulder, and the others all agreed she did. Good. I'm going to talk to him when they finish. I think he has a mate he's marked. At least one has common sense. Like I care. I'm sure she doesn't even measure up to me. I mean, my father is an alpha, so it makes sense for us to be together. The other girls all nodded and murmured their agreement before falling silent. I focused back on the fight and saw it was almost over. Julius was now putting up a good fight. Julius threw a punch at his face, Damien dodged it, and Julius stepped behind him. Damien jabbed his elbow into Julius' ribs, and it gave him enough room to move Julius over his shoulder and onto the ground. Damien's hand went toward his neck, but Julius had moved his hand near Damien. It was a draw. They both stood up and slapped each other on the back, laughing. I saw the girl from before start walking up to him. I wanted to see what would happen. Play along for a minute, love, I mind-linked Damien. He threw his head to the side and caught my eye. I winked and motioned to the girl approaching him. A cheeky grin took over his face, and he whispered to Julius, who smiled but shook his head. She stood in front of him and introduced herself, then complimented him on how well he fought and how good he looked. He started to look uncomfortable, so I decided it was time to intervene. Julius turned to me as I approached, and they both turned as well. Alpha Bowers. What a pleasure. Come join in. He was enjoying this just as much. You're funny, King Julius. I don't want to best any of your warriors. The others all laughed. The girl looked irritated and was trying to get attention back on her. I turned to her and held my hand out. Hello, I am Alpha Alyssa Bowers. Veronica. Pleased to meet you, Alyssa. Julius rumbled in his chest. I do believe she is your superior, Veronica. Veronica apologized half-heartedly. She turned back to Damien and laid her hand on his arm. My wolf was reacting to the touch. Damien. He turned to me and gave me a brilliant grin. Veronica turned to me and started talking. Excuse me. You can't address an alpha like that. Don't you know who this is? I looked back at her. Of course I do. This is Damien Shaw, alpha of the Silver Thunder Pack. He doesn't even have a mate. Of course he does. She's standing right here. I do believe that is my mark that is on his neck. Veronica turned to Damien wide-eyed, and her eyes drifted to his mark. She drew in a sharp breath and turned back to me. You're his mate. Her voice had turned high-pitched. Yes, and considering I am an alpha, plus the daughter of an alpha, I would think we belong with each other, don't you? You heard that. Every word. Veronica left as fast as she could. I looked around and noticed all the warriors showing respect. I was still asserting my presence. I calmed my wolf, apologized, and turned back to Damien. He walked to my side and threw his arm around my neck. You're all sweaty. We have to go meet Alice. Go get cleaned up and meet us there. Yes, Alpha. Damien bent, kissed my cheek, and took off running towards the palace. So, that was exciting. I turned to Julius. That was quite a situation. I should have been firmer with her. Julius chuckled and clapped me on the shoulder. It was quite a display. See you at dinner. I nodded, and Julius left the same way Damien did. I turned and paused when I saw all the warriors staring at me. I sent them a salute and a smile before taking off back to the garden. Now, time to get some answers about Marty. Chapter 27. I arrived at the garden again and saw Marty running towards me. I braced myself before he jumped into my open arms. Mama Ally, I missed you. He snuggled into my chest and breathed in my scent, much like I was doing to him. I missed you too, little wolf. I heard you've been causing a bit of mischief. I chuckled at the expression that crossed his face. It wasn't me, I swear. It was Tom and Eric's fault. I laughed out loud as the boys in question gasped in mock outrage. Okay, I will talk to them later. But now, we have someone to meet. Marty nodded and wiggled to be let down. As soon as he was on his feet, he went flying to Damien, who was just coming around the corner. Damien managed to catch him, and they started giggling together. My heart warmed at the sight, and I had to stop myself before I reached for my stomach. Hi, love. Damien grinned at me as he planted a kiss on my forehead. Hey, you look refreshed. I tucked myself into his side, and his arm came around my shoulders, with Marty still in his other arm. Come on in, dears, a soft voice called from the garden. Come on. I grabbed Damien's hand, and together we walked through the archway and into the very peaceful garden. Nothing had changed since I was here last. I acknowledged Eric and Tom, who had taken up positions on either side of the entrance. The bench seat was still there, with the table between Alice and her guests. The table was again filled with treats and a pot of tea. I saw Marty's eyes light up at the sight. I looked at Alice and was surprised to see that she had aged considerably in the short time since I had last seen her. With great effort, she stood, her back bent, and gestured for Damien to come to her. Without any hesitation, he did. She placed her hand on his cheek and smiled. My, you look well. The moon goddess is so very proud of how you are doing now, my dear. She was worried about you for a while, and again, she is deeply sorry for the vague nature of the message she sent you. Damien looked moved and simply nodded. Alice moved her hand to rest on Marty's cheek. I felt a surge of protectiveness, and she sent me a reassuring smile. You are very handsome as well, sweetness. The moon goddess is truly sorry about the hardships you have faced so far. Marty's eyes turned sad at the mention of his family, but he didn't let it get him down for too long. His bright smile came back at the compliment. He held no fear towards this strange woman, whom he had never met. I was so proud of him. Come sit, dears. There are some treats here, my boy. Help yourself. Marty didn't need to be told twice before he moved towards the sweets. We all chuckled as we took our seats. Alice poured us a cup of tea before sitting back in her chair, cradling her own cup. She took a long sip before she started talking. Now, what can I help you with? I know it has something to do with Marty. I set my cup down and took a deep breath. Damien's large hand covered mine and gave it a squeeze. Well, you already know that he is Rosie's mate. Alice smiled and nodded. He almost shifted when they first locked eyes. It took an alpha command for him to regain control. Then, the other day, he told me that his wolf was getting restless to see Rosie again. When I asked him about it, he said he talks to his wolf, and it gives him advice. Alice raised her eyebrows and turned to Marty. Is this true, Marty? Uh-huh. His name is Nix, and he says he feels good now after seeing Rosie. He says he knows she's still young, but he will protect her at all costs. He picked up a cookie and took a bite. Damien and I were both surprised. He had never mentioned his wolf's name before. Most of us don't even know our wolf's name. It's not something we were ever really taught. Alice sipped her tea and looked deep in thought, a serene smile on her face. Her eyes refocused, but the smile never left. Well, I am not surprised. As a mate to a royal, they are able to recognize their bond exceptionally early. The reason his wolf almost surfaced is simply that he is exceptionally strong. He will be a match for your strength as he gets older, Alyssa. I was shocked. Is he going to be as strong as me? That's incredible. Alice continued. It actually won't harm him at all if he shifts at his age. His bond with his wolf is also strong. The moon goddess has gifted him with a strong wolf so that he may overcome what happened to his family. He will need the help of both of you to guide his instincts and bring balance to his wolf. You said when we first met that he was always meant to be in my life. What did that mean? Yes. Alice's eyes turned sad. He was never meant to lose his family in such a way. He was always meant to join your pack and bring you peace. His mother was already failing, and the grief would have been a heavy burden for his father. His sister was meant to find her own path. The moon goddess was deeply saddened by the way they were taken from him, so she helped him in the only way she knew how. I nodded my head and looked at Marty. He had finished his sweets and was now sitting on Damien's lap, his head drooping. I ran my fingers through his hair and felt grateful for him. There is one more thing, and I'm afraid it will be a difficult adjustment. I turned my attention back to Alice and watched as she sipped her tea. After his 15th birthday, he will need to come and live at the palace. Damien and I both felt a surge of resistance, but Alice looked unaffected. She held up her hand and sent us a small smile. Once he hits 16, his wolf will reach full maturity, and he will need to be near his mate. You must also remember that he is to be our future king. He will need to learn leadership and what it takes to be a king. Now, both of you will be instrumental in teaching him as he grows, as you both have very strong wolves. But I'm afraid once he reaches maturity, he must be near his mate, or things will be difficult. I sighed and rubbed my temple. What she said made sense, but I wasn't thrilled at the thought of having to say goodbye to him for an undetermined amount of time. But what if he shifts before his 15th birthday? Damien asked. Do not worry, he will have the two of you there to help him. He will be a fantastic king and a very brilliant man with both of you raising him. I felt a sense of pride at the compliment. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Marty's head fall onto Damien's shoulder. Alice chuckled. Take him to bed, dear. I heard about all the excitement he had today. Damien and I stood. He nodded to Alice and began walking out, stopping before the entrance to wait for me. Before I could say anything, Alice spoke. Can I speak to you for a moment, Alyssa? I looked over at Damien and nodded. He sent me a smile before leaving, with Tom and Eric moving behind him. What is it, Alice? I want to congratulate you on your new addition. I wasn't even surprised, of course she knew. Thank you, Alice. I noticed her expression change. Your child will be strong, but they will experience challenges with their mate. No need to worry, they will emerge even stronger and make a fantastic alpha to take over from you. I smiled at that. All I could hope for was a healthy child. No matter what, we would love them. One more thing, dear. Your past will become your present. You must remain strong for everyone. She squeezed my shoulder and then walked out of the garden. I stood silent as her words sank in. If Thomas is a factor, it means he has something planned, and I need to be prepared. That night, I lay in bed with my mind a million miles away. I didn't hear the door close or sense Damien until he was right beside me. I looked down at him, and he sent me a warm smile. I've been thinking all day about how I'm going to tell him, and I finally found a way. My hands found their way into his hair as I gently stroked it. I have something to share with you, I murmured. Damien looked at me. What is it, love? Well, I found out that we can actually share our senses with each other to help with protecting each other. I want you to see and hear as I do. I never knew we could do that. Show me. I smiled, knowing he would be surprised. I closed my eyes and called upon my wolf. Once we were in sync, I searched for the thread that connects our souls. Finding it, I shared my senses with him. Hearing him gasp, I opened my eyes. Everything was shifted as he took in the experience, his eyes wide. "How is it?" I asked. "Is this what it's like for you all the time?" I chuckled and nodded. My hand rested back in his hair, and he turned his beautiful eyes to me. He took a deep breath, and his hand came up to cut my cheek. "You're even more beautiful." He took another breath, and his eyebrows furrowed as he noticed the change in my scent. "What is that? You smell different." "Why?" I smiled and held his face in my hands. "Slow down. Take a deep breath and really focus." He did as I said, and a minute later, his head cocked to the side with a small frown. He leaned in towards me and took another deep breath, his focus shifting towards my stomach. He looked up at me with wide eyes. His expression flickered from confusion to realization before he rested his head near me. He stayed there for a few minutes, and I felt him become overwhelmed with emotion. I lifted his head up and saw tears running down his cheeks. "Why are you crying, my love?" I asked as I wiped his tears away. "Is it true?" I bit my lip and nodded. I was moved by his reaction. I drew him into me, and he held me tightly. I comforted him as he processed the news. It took a few minutes, but he finally looked at me with an adoring smile. "Are you okay?" He just nodded, his focus returning to my stomach. "Are you really carrying our child, Menemkara?" I laughed and nodded. Damien laughed out of pure joy. He pulled me as close as he could, his eyes shining with happiness. I felt my wolf celebrate with his. Damien sat back against the headboard, and I sat next to him, my head resting on his shoulder. "Are you going to tell me why you were crying?" He sighed and squeezed my hand. "It's just that I spent 300 years thinking you didn't exist. Now, in just a few short months, I've found you, I have a son, and now we are starting a family together. I never expected all of this. I never dared to hope for it, but you've given me hope again." I nodded, feeling the weight of his words. To go from being alone to having a family in such a short time is a significant change. We sat in silence until he spoke up again. "Why is the heartbeat so faint?" I chuckled. "It is still very early. We only just started this journey." Damien laughed and leaned down to kiss me. "When do you want to tell everyone?" "Soon. Maybe after the ceremony." "Is that okay?" "Of course, love. Can we share that connection again?" I smiled and shared my senses with him once more. He rested his head near me. "I can hear the heartbeat getting stronger even now." "So can I. I think this little one is going to be special," I replied. We stayed like that for the rest of the night. Damien fell asleep to the sound of our child's heartbeat, and I wasn't far behind him. Chapter 28. "Now, you keep me updated on everything, okay?" Lex hugged me tightly, and I could see her eyes tearing up. "I will, don't you worry. Take care of Rosie for Marty." Lex chuckled. She knew everything that Alice had told us, and she had already promised to look after Marty when he moved into the palace. We separated, and Julius took her place. We kept the goodbyes short. We knew it wouldn't be long before we saw each other again. Damien wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed my temple. "Are we all ready to go?" "Yep, is Marty ready?" Damien nodded. "He's all buckled in." "All right, well, time to go." I gave Lex another hug and then climbed into the passenger seat. Turning around in my seat, I saw Marty was sitting in the same place with Tom behind me this time, and Lyle again behind Damien. Tom was handing Marty different colored pencils while Lyle was holding the finished pictures. I had to stifle my giggle. All three looked so serious about the coloring. I was ecstatic that Marty had taken to the very serious Lyle and that Lyle was indulging the 3-year-old. We were only 3 hours away from home when I heard a cry. My ears perked up, and I sat straight in my seat. Lyle and Tom noticed my behavior and became alert. "Damien, stop the car." Immediately, the car came to a stop, and he looked over at me. I stretched my senses out and heard the sound again. It sounded like a young girl. "What's wrong?" Damien asked. "Can you hear that?" Damien stretched his senses as far as they could go, and then he stiffened. Looking over at me, he nodded. He knew we had to go and check it out. There could be anything out there, and we weren't too far from our territory. We couldn't risk anything harming the pack. I didn't like the idea of leaving Marty here without us, but I reasoned that he has guards, some fantastic guards at that. Plus, as alphas, it is our responsibility to check it out. We couldn't risk taking Marty just in case there are rogues, and it turns into a confrontation. Tom, Lyle, get the others into this car and lock the doors. We are going to check out what's going on. Stay on guard. They both nodded and mind-linked the guards in the other car. We waited until they got to the doors. Before leaving, I turned around to Marty. His eyes were wide and flickering back and forth. Hey, little wolf. Damien and I are going to see if we can help someone, okay? I need you to stay here and listen to everything the guards say. Promise? Promise, Mama Ally. Good job. Another thing, no matter what, you do not let your wolf take control, okay? It could cause harm to Rosie. Okay. Yes, Mama Ally. He says he will not take control. Nodding, I turned to Tom and Lyle. Protect him with your life. You know we will, Alpha, Tom replied. Damien and I climbed out, and Eric and the other warriors climbed into our seats. As soon as we heard the locks click into place, we shifted into our wolves. My reddish coat blended into the trees well, but my bright red eyes did not. We had to be stealthy. We ran fast but silently, and 10 minutes later, we arrived at the spot where the scent was, but nothing was there. Do you smell anything, love? Damien asked through the mind link. It smells like a young girl, but it's like the scent is vanishing as we speak. I noticed that. But there is another scent that I can't place. I took in a deep breath, and my mind whirled with the scent. The only other time I have smelt that scent, nothing good came out of it. I know that smell. It's a witch. A witch. Damien was interrupted by another voice. Alpha, we need help. My head snapped up in the direction of the cars. I stretched my senses out, and the noises I heard sent fear down my spine. Damien stiffened when he saw my stance and listened for himself. Without another word, I took off running. My brain was conjuring up different scenarios, but the one thing at the front was just dread. Dread that if something has happened to Marty, I won't know what to do. As we got closer to where we left everyone, I could smell smoke. I could feel my vision slowly turn red with fear of what we would find there. We got back to the road, and what we saw had us stopping in our tracks. Both cars were upside down, all the windows smashed, and the front of the car we were in was on fire and had moved from where we left it. We shifted back, threw on our clothes, and rushed forward. I went straight to the car. Damien veered off to the side where the scent was strongest. Marty? I fell to my knees at the side of the car, ignoring the glass on the ground. My heart sank when I saw no one in the car at all. Lyle and Tom were nowhere to be seen. Marty's car seat was damaged as well. A ragged sob escaped me when I saw signs of a struggle leading from the other side. Damien. I managed to get out. Damien ran over to me and fell to his knees. He pulled my body into his and held me tightly. His arms wrapped around my entire body, and he made soothing sounds as I broke down. My arms wound around his back, my hands fisting his shirt. My entire body rocked with sobs. Harsh breaths came out, and my lungs felt like they were struggling under the pressure. Alyssa, my love. We will find him. We will not rest until he is home. He stood up with me, still cradled in his arms. I lifted my head and looked to the side of the road. I saw a shock of red hair and gasped. I had completely forgotten about the warriors and my grief. The warriors? I asked Damien. I was stunned. My voice sounded so raspy. A few cuts and bruises. Law got the worst of it with a wound on his leg. They will all recover perfectly fine. Sighing in relief, I sank into his arms. I'm glad they are all okay. I know they would have tried their hardest to keep Marty safe. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander to the child I am carrying. I have to be careful and think about more than just myself now. We have more lives in danger than just ours. We have to make sure the pack is taken care of. Our child needs to be safe. I'm glad that I can still shift right now. We need to bring Marty home, and I know our pack will be eager to help, not just because he is their alpha's pup, but because everyone loves him. I made a vow to myself that whoever took him would face the consequences. My wolf will not allow them any mercy, and neither will our mate or pack. They had better be ready because we are coming. Justice will be served, and I will have no regrets. Chapter 29. We arrived back at the pack house, and I was stunned. Both packs were crowded around the porch. There were no smiling, happy faces. Everyone looked ready for battle. I felt immense pride in our packs. Damien's pack didn't know me or Marty all that well, but they were still here and prepared to fight. I caught Lauren's eye and jumped out of Damien's arms into her waiting ones. A fresh round of tears escaped as she held me and smoothed my hair. I was so caught up in my grief that I didn't even care how I looked to the packs. I didn't care if it made me look vulnerable. I just wanted him back. We will get him back, Liz. I can't lose him, Lore. I can't lose any more of my family. Lauren pushed me back, hands on my shoulders and face stern. Now you listen here. You won't lose him, okay? You have 500 wolves behind you who will do anything to help you get him back. You hear me? I simply nodded, too afraid to get on her bad side. She smiled at me and turned me around so I was facing Damien again. I gave him a small smile and a nod, letting him know I was okay for now. He returned the smile, then turned around to face the packs. I started walking to be beside him, but a hand on my shoulder stopped me. Turning around, I came face to face with Thrain. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to, and he knew I didn't need that right now. He simply squeezed my shoulder, gave me a supportive smile, and a peck on the cheek before walking over to Delilah. Quickly blinking my eyes to keep the tears away, I went and stood beside Damien. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and squeezed softly, making me feel safe. A sharp whistle got everyone's attention. There were anxious faces and angry ones from the people who knew what had happened. Some of you know what has happened, but for the people who don't know, we will explain everything now. Damien's voice floated out across the silent pack with ease. On our way home just a few hours ago, we were ambushed. Alyssa and I were drawn out of the car. While we were investigating, both cars were attacked. Shocked gasps rang out across the pack. Some people were silent with horrified looks on their faces. Still, no one said anything, waiting for Damien to continue. A few of our warriors were mildly injured, but someone was taken. You may have noticed that we don't have everyone with us. Marty, our pup, was taken by someone who wants to hurt Alyssa in the worst way possible. Low growls rippled through the crowd. Exclamations of frustration and anger could be heard. I saw Brooke, Marty's sitter, in tears. A wave of Damien's hand quietened everyone down for the moment. Tonight, we will perform the Alpha ceremony as planned. We need to show everyone that we are a united pack, one not to be messed with when it comes to our children and our members. Everyone meets in the clearing in 2 hours. Dismissed. Everyone left, still chattering angrily. I heard a few people say they couldn't wait to find whoever took him. Damien turned to the betas and gammas, making sure I still stayed glued to his side. Meet us in the meeting room in 5 minutes, guys. We need to clean up a little bit. They all nodded and walked inside. Damien and I followed, but instead of going into one of the many bathrooms, Damien guided me into our bedroom, then into the bathroom, where he lifted me up and sat me down on the counter. 2 large hands cupped my face and brought me back to the present. Looking into his face, I could see the concern and the love he had for me. I tried to smile, but it must have come out as a grimace as I saw the concern deepen. I laid my hands over his and felt myself becoming more focused. I needed to stay focused on what I would do to get him back. Love, how are you feeling? Like a part of me is missing. Well, that's not a good feeling, is it? Come here. Before I had a chance to respond, he drew me into his chest and wrapped his arms around me tightly. My face was pressed against his chest. I took a deep breath and let his scent take over my senses. I let the smell of the forest flow through me and settle my mind. His heartbeat was steady and strong, reminding me that he was right here and he wouldn't be going anywhere without me. I felt my wolf become calm. We still had anger about Marty and fear for what could be happening to him right now, but for the moment, I had to focus on myself and our child. There was nothing we could do about getting Marty back until we had more information, no matter how much I wanted to go charging after whoever took him. I had to have a level head to lead our pack, especially seeing as after tonight, I would officially be the alpha of the largest pack in our area and the first female alpha, for that matter. 5 minutes later, I had made myself look semi-presentable. I put my hair up and wiped my face. Damien and I walked into the meeting room to see everyone already there. Thrain and Delilah, Josh and Lauren, Tony and Louise, and Joel and Francie. They all stood up and bowed their heads in respect. We took our seats at the head of the table. Damien took control straight away. I didn't fight it. I needed to just listen and figure out what we were going to do. Do we know anything so far? Damien asked. Not just yet. We had some trackers try to follow his scent, but it seems like it just disappeared at the edge of the forest, Tony answered. Damien nodded. That sounds about right. When we first got out of the car, Alyssa identified the scent of a witch. So we have to assume that whoever took him is using outside help to do their dirty work. I'll make some calls. I have some favors owing to me from a few old friends, Joel stated. Being Damien's gamma, he would have quite a few relationships that others wouldn't have. Good. Damien turned to me. Love, do you have any idea who could have done this? I shook my head. I've been trying to think about who would do this, but I haven't got any enemies. I haven't been alpha long enough for that to happen. Alright, well, just keep thinking, okay? I think that's all for now. Before everyone stood up, Thrain cleared his throat. I'll have some trackers continue to see if they can pick up Marty's scent. I'll also have them ask around the other packs to see if anyone has noticed anything. Good thinking, Thrain. Let us know what you come up with. Damien stood up and held his hand out to me. As we moved to the door, everyone bowed their heads in respect, and I returned their smiles with gratitude. I was glad to have such a supportive mate and pack who would do anything for us. Love. Why don't you go for a bath? I'm going to talk to some of the warriors about upping the training for a few days. Okay. Tell them to take anyone who wants to train. Damien nodded and left a sweet kiss on my forehead before walking out the front door. I continued up the stairs and into our room. There was a nice, warm towel sitting on the bed, and I smiled, knowing that Damien had asked someone to leave it for me. I picked it up and opened my closet, pulling out some comfortable clothes before heading into the bathroom. I put the clothes and towel on the counter and started filling up the tub, making sure it was nice and warm. I added some bubble bath inside as the smell of lavender wafted up with the steam. I stepped into the tub, relaxing as I sank down, covered by the bubbles. I sent a mental image of myself to Damien so he would know that I was actually doing as he suggested. He had been a bit more protective since he found out about the baby, but that was to be expected. I just had to stop myself from getting annoyed if he insisted on doing something for me. I lay my head back and closed my eyes, focusing on the baby. I let my senses flow out from within me. My hearing got sharper. I could hear everyone in the house. My nose got more sensitive. I could start to smell the dinner that was cooking in the kitchen and know who was coming in and out of the house. My vision got sharper as well. Even with my eyes closed, I felt I could visualize what I was hearing and smelling. I could see the people in the kitchen cooking. I could see them walking up and down the stairs. I could see a young girl in her room dancing to some music. Everything together made me smile. Even though my pack came from rogues, we were all family. We might not have been a traditional pack, but we all loved and fiercely protected each other. Damien's pack would know the full extent of that when we officially became one whole pack tonight. I should have been nervous about becoming the alpha to such a large pack, but knowing that I had Damien by my side helped to keep me grounded. Thinking about everyone protecting each other just drove the thought of Marty home. No one second-guessed helping Marty or his family. I did wish I could have helped the rest of his family, but knowing I was able to help Marty did make me feel better. My brows furrowed when my brain went to something that happened a couple of weeks ago. I didn't remember much, but I did remember seeing a little girl and the note attached to her clothes. I sat up in the bath and gasped. Of course! How could I not see it before? I drained the tub and climbed out. I grabbed the towel and dried myself off in record time. I dressed quickly, put my hair up, and charged out of the bedroom. I could feel myself getting angry, and I knew that it was radiating out from me. Everyone I came across bowed their heads and moved away. I reached the front door and flung it open. Damien was standing on the porch talking to Tony and Thrain. Their heads spun to face me, but I didn't stop. Liz. Alpha. Love. I heard feet pounding down the stairs and knew that Damien had followed, but I still didn't slow down. I let my wolf take over slightly. I could feel my body beginning to shift. A hand fell on my shoulder, and before I could comprehend what happened, I had pushed the hand away. Another hand landed on my shoulder and spun me around. I growled at the person trying to stop me from getting to my pup. My eyes registered a face with two different colored eyes, but my brain didn't immediately register who it was. I went to move away, but before I could, I felt a pressure in my mind. Someone was trying to mind-link me, but my wolf was resisting. The pressure got worse before it lessened, and a velvet voice broke through my thoughts. Love? I need you to calm down and see what you have done. I shook my head and took a deep breath, trying to calm myself and my wolf down. Blinking, everything came into focus. Damien was standing beside me with his hand on my shoulder. Tony was standing behind him, looking worried, and what worried me the most was Thrain on the ground, rubbing his shoulder. He looked up and sent me a wide smile. You would have thought I would have learned by now, wouldn't you? He chuckled and stood up. I'm sorry, Thrain. I didn't realize. He waved me off, still smiling. Don't worry about it, Liz. I should know better by now. Thrain walked off, grimacing a little but trying not to let me see. Tony nodded toward Damien and walked off as well. Soon enough, we were alone again. I sighed and walked into his waiting arms. I'm sorry. I tried to control myself, but just couldn't. It's okay. But what happened? I figured out who took Marty. Damien pulled away, so he was looking at me. What do you mean you figured it out? I was in the bath thinking about everything that has happened lately and remembered the little girl we found at the edge of the forest. That little girl. What about her? Well, I don't know if you know who left her there, but it was my old alpha before we were banished. Thomas Bell is the alpha of the Vicious Peak Pack and is completely obsessed with me. I think he took Marty to try and get me to come to him. Well, he is going to face justice. No one messes with my family. We will get Marty back and soon, okay? No, we need to go now. I don't know how long he has. Liz, we can't go right now. We don't know where Thomas is keeping him, and we will be weak. We aren't a united pack yet. We can't mind-link with the entire pack. Plus, what about the baby? We need to think about you and that baby right now as well. I frowned. He had a point, but I didn't like it. I sighed and resigned myself to the fact that at least we knew who took Marty and possibly where he was. Damien walked me back upstairs and into our bedroom, where I saw Lauren waiting for me with a pile of clothes on the bed and a determined smile on her face. Nope. I ducked under Damien's arm and tried fleeing the room, but the next words out of Lauren's mouth stopped me. If you don't get in here and let me help you get ready, then I will limit your time with the little ones. I threw my head back inside, but did as I was told and trudged over to the bed, sending Damien a glare in the process. He put his hands up in surrender and backed out. Have fun, girls. Love you, Liz. I grumbled a response before Lauren got started. 3 hours later, we had just finished the alpha ceremony. I took the cloth offered to me from Damien with a smile and wiped my hands. I looked out over the whole pack and beamed with pride. Everyone was currently finishing the ritual before looking up at the stage where Damien and I stood proudly. Damien wrapped an arm around my waist and looked down at me with a serene smile. I could feel the pride shining through his eyes. A stray thought about my family made my smile slip momentarily, but I quickly recovered. I know my parents would be proud of everything I have done so far. I just hope they will be proud when they see how I handled Thomas. Who's ready for the very first pack run? My voice carried over the heads of everyone in front of me. The pack cheered, and one by one, everyone shifted into their wolves. The children too young to shift were lifted onto their parents' backs. I looked over at Thrain and Delilah. She was looking further along in her pregnancy now, so she wouldn't be able to shift. I asked the question with my eyes, and Thrain nodded before shifting into his large wolf. I walked over to Delilah and smiled at her. She was looking so much healthier than she did just a few weeks ago. Need some help? Delilah smiled at me in gratitude. Yes, please. I was worried about how I was going to get onto his back. I forgot how large he actually is. I chuckled and held her steady as Thrain lay on the ground to help. She was able to settle onto his back with some help. Once she was comfortable, Thrain stood up and Delilah beamed with happiness. I gave Thrain a playful pat and headed back over to Damien, ignoring the low sound that emanated from the wolf I had just teased. Ready? Damien asked. Let's go. I watched as Damien shifted into his large black wolf and sauntered up to me. I playfully swatted him away. I stepped up to the front of the stage and everyone's eyes turned to me. It was a unique experience having so many people watch you shift, especially as Damien's old pack had never seen my wolf before. I took a deep breath and let the shift happen. My bones shifted until I dropped to the floor on all fours. Fur sprouted and my vision sharpened. I could hear the collective reaction through the mind link. No one had ever seen anything like my wolf. I shook my reddish coat out, raised my head, and let out a long, deep howl. I was soon joined by Damien, then by the betas and gammas. The rest of the pack joined in. Every pack around us would now know that we had a new alpha and were a united pack once again. I jumped off the stage with Damien right behind me and the betas and gammas behind him. We walked through the crowd until we got to the start of the forest. I let out another short howl and took off running into the trees. Damien was right by my side the entire time. The betas and gammas all formed a V shape behind us, with the rest of the pack falling in behind. We ran for hours, enjoying the waterfall and our wolf forms, getting to know everyone else and forming new friendships. Chapter 30. Entering the kitchen, I saw Brooke. She was scrubbing the counters while a plate of pancakes and waffles sat off to the side. I leaned against the door frame and watched her for a while. I know she hasn't found her mate yet, but that's because she hasn't gone out to try and find him. She says she doesn't need him, but just watching her now, I can see she needs someone to support her. Marty's disappearance was hard on me, but it was hard on Brooke as well. She sees him as a little brother. Looking closer at her, I noticed the dark circles around her eyes. Her hair was a mess and her eyes were bloodshot. You know you don't have to cook breakfast for us, right? Brooke jumped and turned her head toward me. She attempted a smile, but I could see the pain behind it. I have to keep myself busy because I don't know what else to do. I smiled at her but didn't say anything else. If I weren't planning his rescue, I would be doing the same thing. I walked over to the plate of pancakes and grabbed a few, setting them on a new plate and settling myself on a stool. I was midway through my breakfast when Damien walked in, looking very striking. His hair was starting to grow back, looking shaggy and still wet from the shower. He sent me a charming smile and a wink before walking over to the pancake plate. These look great, thanks, Brooke. He grabbed a few and came to sit next to me. You ready for the meeting today? Yes, I'm a bit nervous, but I know everyone will be motivated. Today, we're having a pack meeting to go over the plan to get Marty back. It's been a few days since the ceremony, and we have gathered some vital information. We have everything we need to find him. We just have to relay the information to the pack. I finished my breakfast, put my plate in the sink, and made my way outside while I waited for Damien to finish. We are meeting with the betas and gammas this morning before the pack meeting to go over a few things. I sat down on the porch swing and just watched the pack go about their business. A smile crept onto my face when I saw the kids from the orphanage playing tag. They ran past me with shouts of "Morning, Alpha" behind them. I know most of them will be finding family soon, but for now, they seem to be quite happy with Louise watching over them. Watching the kids run around and have fun, I felt a pang in my heart. I frowned and shifted, trying to ease the ache, but it was getting worse. I closed my eyes and focused on the pain to see if I could figure out where it was coming from. My eyes shot open when I recognized the feeling. Marty was in trouble. I could feel it. My wolf started to become agitated, but I was able to keep her in check. I called out to Damien, and he came straight away. What's wrong? I think something is wrong with Marty. I can feel an ache in my heart. Of course you will, love. You miss him. No, I mean I can feel a sharp pain in my chest, and I think it's Marty. I want to try and mind link him. But we don't know how far away he is. You and I both know that mind linking usually doesn't work at that distance. I know, but I'm hoping that with our strong bond, I will be able to talk to him. He must be so terrified. Well, I can't stop you from trying. Can you stay? I might need help with staying calm. Of course, love. Damien smiled, lifted me up onto his lap, and wrapped his arms around my waist. I leaned back into him and closed my eyes. Taking a deep breath in, I let my mind become clear and reached out for Marty's mind. I let myself become serene. My mind searched for his bright spark, and it wasn't long until I found it. It wasn't as bright as it usually is, but it was still there. Smiling, I reached out and latched onto it. I drew myself into the spark and could feel Marty's mind clearly. Little wolf? Can you hear me? Mama ally? I'm so scared. My heart tore into pieces hearing his voice. It was shaking and meek, exactly like it was when he first came to us. I know you are, little wolf. I'm so sorry for not contacting you earlier. It took me some time to find your spark. That's okay, Mama ally. I tried to find yours, but I think they gave me something to stop me from contacting anybody. I can't even hear Nyx anymore. His voice trembled, and I could tell he was on the verge of tears. I felt my body tense, and Damien tightened his hold in response. I need you to hold on, okay, little wolf? We are coming for you. It's only going to be another couple of days. Can you tell me what they have done to you? When they took me from the car, they said that it's your fault this is happening because you refuse to be with your mate. I told them that you would never do that, and the big man struck me. Then they put me into a really tiny room, and I haven't been out since. Mama ally. Yes, little wolf. I'm really hungry. They haven't been giving me any food. And I know that you always say that eating is the most important thing to grow big and strong, so why aren't they making sure I eat? I had to stifle my growl. Thomas is hurting my pup, and he'll regret it. I don't know, little wolf. But when you come home, I'll make you a nice, big dinner, okay? But I need to ask you something. Okay, Mama ally. I need you to not say anything about Damien being my mate, okay? Because that might make the big man really angry. Also, don't make any mention of having a bond or that your mate is special. That could make him want to cause more trouble. He will never hurt my Rose. She is mine. A feeling of pride bloomed in my chest at his words. That's right, she is yours. Now, you hold on tight, okay? We are coming for you. Love you, Mama ally. Love you, little wolf. I closed off the link and came back to Damien. I could feel my whole body shaking, and Damien was trying to hold on to me. I tried to calm myself down, but it wasn't working. I had to work off all this energy. I have to go and work off this anger. I turned my head slightly so I could see his face. Okay, do you need anything? I shook my head. Just Thomas facing justice should do it. Damien agreed before he loosened his grip. Before he let me go completely, he pecked my cheek and gave my shoulder a playful nudge. I walked into the house and headed down into the basement. Everyone would just have to wait a little before the meeting. After an hour, I was finally calm enough to leave the gym. I picked up the broken punching bags and set them off to the side before wiping my face down with a towel. I didn't bother to shower before the meeting. It would take too long. I just wanted to get everyone up to speed, sort everything out, and get my pup back before Thomas did something incredibly foolish. I made it to the meeting room and walked in. Everyone was already there, just chatting. Lauren, Francie, and Louise were all gushing over little Myra. She was all tucked into her little pink blanket. Her chubby little cheeks were the only thing that could be seen. The boys were all having a drink and talking about the training of the younger pack members. I decided to leave them to their talk and go gush over the baby. Excuse me? Your alpha is here and ready for her close-up. Hand over the chubby cherub. I held my hands out in front of me, waiting for Lauren to hand her to me. You do realize she is my child, right? Lauren replied, relenting, and placed Myra in my arms. Don't care. I'm her aunt, and I get special privileges. I sat at the head of the table next to Damien. The boys had heard our conversation, and all they could do was shake their heads. Damien had a secret little smile on his face, knowing that in a few short months, we would have a little one of our own. I gave Myra a quick little cuddle and kiss before handing her back to her mom. Lauren quickly called Brooke in and asked if she could watch her for a while. Brooke was all too happy to take care of the little girl. Once everyone had settled in, we began the meeting. All right, I had a small thought this morning, and it panned out. I leaned back in my chair. I was able to successfully mind-link Marty. What? Really? That's amazing. I waved my hand to bring quiet back and told them what I had learned from Marty. We also went over the information we had gathered over the past couple of days. Thrain? Any news on the trackers? Yes, they picked up the trail again near Thomas's land, but they couldn't go in. One of the trackers, not known to the pack, went in and asked to speak to the Alpha. But he was told that he was away on business and will be for the next few weeks. They followed the trail, but they lost it again somewhere near the mountains. The mountains? Which mountains? The North Mountains. I felt like banging my head on the table. Foolish man. Did he really think that would work? What's significant about the North Mountains? Tony asked. Mine and Thrain's original pack is from the North Mountains. Believe it or not, the North Mountain pack. Oh, that was your old pack? My parents used to talk about your pack all the time. They were so impressed by how a pack could live on land like that and still be one of the most impenetrable packs known around. Well, someone was able to penetrate the pack and set the entire place on fire. Only Thrain and I survived. Tony bowed his head and mumbled an apology. I waved it away. It was a long time ago. But why would he take Marty there? Delilah asked. Because he knows Alyssa is from there. He doesn't know that she is an Alpha or from Alpha lines. When we first arrived at his pack, we told everyone that she was my cousin, so he thinks she is from Beta lines. He wants to taunt her. He wants to take her back to somewhere where her entire family died and hopefully get inside her mind using Marty, destroying her will so she will take him up on his offer of mating with him. That's truly terrible, Lauren said. Everyone agreed, and discussions continued about the plan. An hour later, we had hashed out the entire plan for Marty's rescue. I had a few tricks up my sleeve that I wasn't telling anyone, because I knew Damien would try to talk me out of it. We all left the meeting room and walked out front for the pack meeting. We would go over the plan with the whole pack so everyone knew what was going on. Out front, the entire pack was present. Damien and I stood on the porch while the betas and gammas went and stood in the crowd with everyone else. A sharp whistle had everyone's attention on me. It was still jarring to have over 500 wolves staring straight at you. Thank you all for coming. Today, we will go over the plan to get Marty back. We have found out that the person who has taken him is Thomas Bell, Alpha of the Vicious Peak Pack. The reason for him taking Marty is because when we were in his pack, I refused to turn my back on my real mate and mate with him instead. A few shocked gasps were heard, but I continued. He took it very badly and kicked us out. In turn, a fair amount of his pack left with me as they were loyal to me. For that, I am thankful. We have found out that he has taken Marty to mine and Beta Thrain's original pack lands, the North Mountain Pack territory. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, making it extremely hard to reach. Thomas does not know that I am Alpha or that I am mated to Damien. We will be keeping it that way until I feel the time is right. We will be leaving the day after tomorrow at dawn. Anyone who is coming with us, meet us here to get the rest of the details. But for the next few days, everyone is to be on their guard. We don't know if Thomas has scouts waiting for us to leave before attacking those remaining here. I don't want any pups to be left alone for any reason. Everyone is to go in pairs for everything. Beta Tony, Gamma Josh, and their mates will be staying here to help out if needed. If anyone has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them if you can't find Damien or me. Before everyone could leave, Damien asked them to stay for a minute. I looked at him questioningly, wondering what he wanted to talk about. I think it's time we tell everyone, don't you think? It took me a second to work out what he wanted to tell everyone, but in the end, I agreed. It would be better if everyone knew now and not in the middle of a conflict. Sorry, everyone, Alyssa and I would like to share some news. We found out while we were at the palace that we will be adding an addition to the Alpha line. So in a few months, we will be welcoming the future alpha of the pack. Cheers went up, and a couple of squeals from the girls in the front. Damien and I walked down to talk to everyone. Lauren hugged me. Thrain lifted me off the ground, much to the chagrin of Damien. Congratulations could be heard from all around us, a small amount of happiness amidst everything else right now. Chapter 31. Waking up the morning of Marty's rescue, a wave of nausea rolled through me. I shifted onto my side to face Damien. He was already awake, a soft smile playing on his lips as he traced light patterns along my side. I reached out, running my fingers through his hair before leaning in to press my lips to his. He pulled me closer, his leg hooking over mine to anchor me there. After a moment, I gave him one last lingering kiss and pulled back to get up. "Where do you think you're going?" He murmured, his voice thick with sleep. "Come on, we can't get distracted this morning. We have our son to bring home." "How are you feeling about that? Are you nervous about seeing Thomas again?" "Not really. I just want Marty back, so we can be a proper family again." I walked over to the mirror and stood in profile. Lifting my shirt, I couldn't help but smile. My stomach was beginning to round. The pregnancy was finally becoming visible. "You're getting big, love." Damien walked over, resting a large hand on my small bump. As soon as he touched me, the baby moved. "Feel that? I think someone is eager to meet you." Damien looked awestruck, a goofy, genuine smile breaking across his face. "That's amazing. I can't wait to meet her." "Her? I have a feeling it's a girl." I chuckled. "You just want a girl so you can frighten off any potential suitors." He winked at me. "Pretty much. Come on, let's go get ready. We have to meet everyone in an hour." Walking out the front door, I found Thrain standing by the railing. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression stoic. I walked up beside him and tapped his shoulder. "How are you doing, brother?" "Good. I should be asking you that question." "I'm not the one leaving his pregnant mate for a few days," I countered softly. "I know. I'm so conflicted. I don't know what I would do if she went into labor while I was gone." Thrain let his head hang. I laid my hand on his shoulder, forcing him to look at me. "You know I would never ask you to come if you didn't want to, right? If you need to stay here with Delilah, I won't hold it against you." "I know, but I need to be there. I need to support you. What else is a big brother for?" Being a pain in the ass, mostly, I joked, dodging a playful punch to the shoulder. "Come on, you know she won't give birth while we're gone. The doctor says she's at least a month away. She's strong, Thrain. She'll be fine, and Lauren will be here to keep an eye on her." Thrain nodded just as the front door opened. Lauren, Josh, and Delilah filed out, with Damien trailing behind. Delilah walked straight to Thrain, tucking herself into his side. She sent me a small smile before resting a hand on her bump. I took my place next to Damien at the front of the porch. Tony, Louise, Joel, and Francie joined us, all of us looking out at the crowd gathering below. At least half the pack had shown up to join the rescue, a mix of my old pack and Damien's. I spotted Brooke in the crowd and blinked in surprise. We hadn't discussed her coming along. I signaled for her to stay back for a moment. Damien stepped forward, his voice easily commanding the attention of the crowd. "Thank you to everyone who has decided to help us get our pup back. I know this isn't an easy ask, and I'm grateful you would put your lives at risk for my family. We will be traveling for about 2 days. Where Thomas is keeping Marty is dangerous and rocky, so remain alert. We leave in an hour. Meet at the forest edge with your supplies. We hunt on the move. Any questions?" A single hand went up in the middle of the crowd. "I have a question. What happened to your border patrol?" My head snapped toward the voice. The crowd parted to reveal Alexis and Julius. Everyone instantly dropped to one knee in reverence. I rolled my eyes. Alexis had told us 1,000 times not to bow, but the habit died hard for the others. "Alexis? How did you get past the patrol? And why was I not informed?" I asked, unable to hide my smile as I saw Tony's horrified face at my casual tone with the Queen. "Oh," she waved a hand dismissively. "I told them it was a surprise." "Of course you did. Why didn't you tell me you were coming when we spoke last night?" "It was a surprise, silly," she replied. "Now, what have I told everyone about the bowing?" She turned to the crowd, her presence light yet commanding. She frowned when she saw Julius still standing in the middle of the yard. "Love Muffin, get over here and say hello to everyone." Julius looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. No one dared to laugh, except me. I let out a loud belly laugh as he trudged toward the porch. "Did she just call you Love Muffin?" "Julius, that's hilarious. Why'd you let her do that?" "Don't even ask," he muttered, though a small smile touched his lips as he wrapped an arm around her. "I couldn't get her to stop if I tried." "She's a terror," I agreed. "All right, everyone, stand up. Go get your gear and say your goodbyes. We meet in an hour." As the pack dispersed, I motioned for the inner circle to head to the meeting room. I took a deep breath to settle my nerves and stopped dead. My nose twitched. That scent, the same one from the castle. It was here. I pulled Alexis aside, motioning for Damien to go on without me. "Do you smell that?" I whispered once we were in the hallway. "Smell what?" "There are a lot of scents here. Chocolate chip cookies and birchwood. Can you catch it?" "Yeah." I got it. "It smells familiar." "Why?" "I've been smelling it for months whenever we're at the castle." "I know the scent, Lex. I just can't place it." "Let's find them," she said firmly. We followed the trail through the house, lounge, kitchen, gym, finally leading us out to the training dummies in the backyard. My eyes narrowed as I saw a large, well-built figure standing there. He turned around before I could reach him. Alexis gasped, clearly recognizing him. He had warm, swirling brown eyes and a smattering of freckles across his nose. His messy brown hair fell into his eyes, and a familiar scar ran across his eyebrow. My eyes closed as a memory flashed across my vision. Chapter 32. A memory flashed across my mind of me playing with my younger brother, Felix, and I shifted early and accidentally scratched his face. My eyes flew open and my whole body froze. Before I could even think about anything else, Damien was in front of me, growling menacingly at what I now suspect is my long-lost baby brother. "Who are you and why are you here?" Damien growled out. "Damien, move out of the way, please." He didn't budge. "Alpha Damien, move." My voice went low and hard. Damien turned to me with shock, but still moved out of the way. I sent him a small smile and touched his hand as I walked past him and towards the stranger. As I got closer, his scent hit me stronger, and more memories hit me. Felix and I are in the kitchen with Mom, baking her special chocolate cookie recipe. Out in the yard with Dad, training with each other, and trying to prove who is strongest. Then, on the night of the fire, the smell of smoke in the air, the terrible destruction, flashes of orange and waves of heat. I could feel my heartbeat getting faster, and I could feel Damien reaching out for me. I waved him away, but didn't take my eyes off the stranger. "Felix? Is that really you?" He took in a deep breath, and it looked like the realization finally hit him. His eyes widened, and I saw his eyes glisten. I could tell we had an audience now. Thrain and Josh were next to Damien, while Tony and Joel were behind him. I looked behind me and saw Thrain with a shocked expression. I saw Felix take another deep breath and take a step forward. Tony and Joel jumped in front of Damien and growled at Felix. Turning, I growled a warning telling them to back off. "Alyssa? What? How? What is going on?" All I saw was my baby brother distressed and confused. My body did what it always did when I saw him upset. I stalked forward and swept him into a firm hug. I heard multiple growls before a stern voice told them to knock it off before they made them. My shoulder felt wet, and when I focused, I realized that Felix was crying. Seeing him cry just dug the revelation deeper that my baby brother had survived the horrific tragedy that took our parents, and I had finally found him again. I could feel myself start to cry, so I let it out. I let out all the years of anger and anguish that I was the only one in my family to survive. I let out all the sadness of never seeing my baby brother grow up and meet his mate, and the sadness that my family would never meet my mate or pups. Finding my brother brought a deep sense of healing and joy to my heart. To have Felix back in my arms just makes everything better. I know that he is going to make a fantastic uncle to Marty and to our new pup. Tears gave way to a large, bright smile. I pushed him away so I could see his face. He still looked mostly the same, just a lot more manly and mature now. He was definitely taller than me now. Felix laughed and drew me in for another hug. Felix, I thought you died in the fire. How did you survive? Dad picked me up and dropped me off in the forest. I was badly hurt, but border patrol from another pack saw me and took me to the palace. The palace guards took me in and trained me for all these years. I thought you had died. How did you survive? Dad tasked Thrain with getting me out. We went to another pack and took refuge as cousins who had just lost their pack. Felix's head swiveled around until he landed on Thrain. Thrain jogged over and swooped in to hug him as well. I could see everyone looking on in confusion, and Damien was having to be held back by Tony and Joel. I grimaced, took Felix's hand, and dragged him over to Damien. Love, I would like you to meet my baby brother, Felix. I thought he had died. You have a mate. And he's the alpha of the Silver Thunder Pack? Wow, we have so much to catch up on. Felix held out his hand for Damien to shake it. Damien looked like he was too far in his anger to register anything but striking Felix for touching his mate. I walked over to him and laid my hand on his chest, over his heart. I could feel his heartbeat start to slow, and then he looked down at me. I smiled up at him and turned back to Felix. In case you didn't hear me just then, I would like you to meet my baby brother. Turns out, he didn't die. Damien looked shocked and promptly grabbed Felix's hand and shook it. I'm so pleased to meet you. But I don't mean to be rude, love, but we have someone to bring home. Oh, let's go. Felix, you're coming with us. We have a lot of catching up to do. 2 days later, we arrived at our old pack lands. We stopped about a 2-hour run away just so that Thomas's guards wouldn't catch our scent. I instructed everyone to set up camp while Damien, Felix, and I went to scout out what was happening. Walking up to Felix and Damien, I instinctively went straight into Damien's arms. Felix smiled at us and shook his head. I found out last night that the cookies we had on that first visit to the castle were actually made by his mate and that he had given her our family recipe. I can't wait to actually meet the woman who is destined for my little brother. Are we ready to go? I asked the boys. Yep. It's strange to be back here after so much time. I wonder what has changed. Felix looked deep in thought. From what Thrain said when he visited, not much. The house ruins are all still there, and the forest has started to reclaim the land, I replied. Let's go. I want to get all this over with and bring Marty home. Damien shifted and started walking towards the packlands. I shook my head but agreed and followed his lead. We ran for about an hour before stopping just shy of the pack border. We have to be careful in how we proceed from here on out. We don't want to give away that we are here. I shuffled on my belly and hid under a bush. We had split up to try to cover as much land as possible. I spotted a guard 100 meters in front of me. He walked along the border, looking extremely bored and like he didn't care at all. That would work to our advantage. We spent an hour scoping out the border, looking at their shifts and analyzing how we would get through. We met up and ran back to the group. That night, we went over the information as closely as we could and made a plan. Thrain and I know how Thomas runs his pack, so we let everyone know what to expect with his pack members, but from what we can see, it isn't much anymore. There aren't many guards protecting the border, so that should make it easier to slip through undetected. With our plan laid out, everyone settled in for the night. The next morning, we all got up early and set off towards the border. Alexis and Julius stayed behind. They know that this is between 2 alphas, but they also can't let things go too far. They trust Damien to make sure I don't go off the deep end, but truthfully, I think he is close to his breaking point. Depending on what Thomas does today, this could end badly for him. We didn't try to be stealthy today. We shifted and ran straight towards the border. As we got close, a loud howl went up from in front of us. The border guards had smelled us. As we got closer, my nose caught the scent of Thomas, and my wolf surged forward and snapped her teeth. She wanted to make him pay. I could feel my control slipping, and I didn't really care. We all stepped into a clearing close to the border, and Thomas came into view. Chapter 33. I stepped closer, my paws barely touching the soft earth. Damien warned me to be careful through the mind link, but I barely heard him. My mind was racing, and my vision was starting to turn red. I tried to hold it off as much as possible. I had to have a clear mind for this. I stopped in the middle of the clearing and shifted back into my human form. Damien walked forward with a shirt and slipped it over my head. I don't like this, love. I know, but if he finds out that I have already found my mate, then who knows what will happen to Marty. We need to play it safe for now. Okay, I'll be right behind you. I love you. I love you too. I looked over at Thomas once Damien walked back off. He was sneering at Damien, most likely hating the fact that he was close to me while I was vulnerable. I could sense his intense gaze as I shifted back. Thomas shifted his attention back to me, and his eyes examined me before settling on my face. I could barely hear Damien's deep growl. You're still just as gorgeous, Alyssa. I'm so glad you could make it. You know why I'm here. I'm not here for you. I'm here for my son. Well, he's not really your son, is he? When you become my mate, you will need to go. I will not be a father to some little stray. It took all my restraint not to run up to him and strike him down. I know that it is common practice in different parts of the world, but that will never happen. Marty is my son, and nothing will change that. My lips pulled back into a snarl, and I took one step forward. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Thomas clapped, and a large man walked out from behind a tree, holding Marty firmly by the shoulder. I felt everyone behind me crouch in battle formation, and I could hear the growls and snarls coming off them in waves. I could pick Damien's out of everyone's, and he sounded incredibly angry. Well, I must say, I wasn't prepared for how much he is loved by your pack. This is a surprise. You will make a fantastic Luna, Alyssa. I am not a Luna, Thomas. I am an alpha. My pack respects me and follows my orders. They haven't attacked yet because I have not given the order. Thomas growled and didn't look too pleased with me. You're a female and will never be respected like I am. The king and queen made a mistake in giving you the alpha position. A female cannot run a pack the way a male can. Well, considering you are currently standing on my parents' pack lands, I would disagree and say that I am perfectly capable of running a pack just as well as a male can. Thomas laughed and spread his arms wide. You noticed. Do you like my choice of location? You know, when I found out that you actually weren't just a beta female, but actually came from an alpha lineage, well, that just made my decision to take you as my mate all the better. Can you imagine how powerful our children will be? His laughter rang throughout the clearing. My eyes narrowed on Marty. He was looking around, fear shining in his eyes. I was able to mind link with him last night, so he knows the plan. He just has to be brave. While looking around, I noticed most of the other wolves hanging around had a disgusted look on their faces. It seems they don't actually know the whole story. It makes sense. I don't think I have actually met any of these wolves before, which means that they joined his pack after I left. Do you really think that I will just surrender myself to you? I have a mate waiting out there for me. Why would I give myself to you? Bring the child forward. The man holding Marty came forward, and that is when I was able to get a good look at him. My wolf surged forward at the sight of her pup, and everyone behind me got louder. Marty looked exhausted and frightened, and tears were streaming down his face. The red haze slowly filtered in more. I could feel goosebumps starting to cover my arms and neck. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up like I was being watched. Damien forced himself into my head. Love, you need to calm down a little bit. We need a bit more time. I know. I'm trying. Tune into the baby's heartbeat and calm down, love. I did what he said and tuned my hearing into only the baby's heartbeat. The slow thump started to calm me down. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath in, and let it out. I don't want to give away what I can do just yet. If you don't agree to join me, this is what will happen to your entire pack. Remember how easily I took him? Yes, I can do that to every single member of your pack. Thomas took a step toward me, and it took everything in me not to take a step back. I mean, do you realize how easy it was to capture him? All it took was a little witch's spell, and you left him all alone and went off with just one little bodyguard. Oh, I wish I could have captured you right then, but I had to teach you a lesson in disobeying me and punish you for leaving me for so long. The wolves around him were starting to get the picture, and some of them were slowly starting to back away from him. Why no? Why not when we first left? Because you weren't causing harm to the rest of the werewolf world then. But now, the very first female alpha. I cannot allow this to continue. You are causing all the other females to think they have the right to be more than just our mates. It's despicable. I have to stop it. Once we are officially joined, you will stay home and raise a family. You will have nothing to do with helping to run my pack. So, what do you want to let Marty go? What I have always wanted. You. Your pack will have a couple of days to get their affairs in order before I have my pack come and collect them. Tell me, Alyssa, how many wolves do you have in your pack now? I gritted my teeth. I needed to get Marty back now. My control is slipping, and if I don't get Thomas out of my sight now, I'm afraid that I will lose control completely. I have over 1,000 wolves. Thomas's joy was palpable. Oh, that's fantastic. That means that I will be the most powerful alpha. I will even take that Silver Thunder pack. I've heard that their alpha is pretty powerful, but with that many wolves in my pack, I could take him. What would you say if I told you that I had already found my mate? Thomas's head snapped over to me. His eyes were growing dark, and his mouth was turned down in a sneer. I went to the Seer at the castle, and she told me who your mate was. I'm sorry, darling, but I was able to find him and get rid of him. I did my best to look shocked, and it seemed to convince him. He took another step in my direction before he stopped and cocked his head. I could see the gears turning in his head. His brain was trying to figure out why my scent seemed different. I have to take his mind off it. I will go with you now. But can your large guard please let Marty go so a doctor can look over him and make sure he's okay? I will go without a fight if you do that. Thomas sighed, looked back at the large man, and nodded. I was surprised it had worked, but I was glad. The large man lowered Marty to the ground. As soon as his little feet were on the ground, Marty took off towards Damien and leaped into his arms. I could see the relief on Damien's face, as well as everyone else who came with me. My wolf, now happy that her pup was safe and sound in her mate's arms, shoved her way forward and took control. I turned back to Thomas, and the look of shock on his face was priceless. My vision went red, and my mind went blank. The last thing that I felt before the haze took over was first sprouting out of my arms. Then it was like watching a silent movie, but in bright red and not black and white. Chapter 34. I will go with you now. But can your large guard please let Marty go so a doctor can look over him and make sure he's okay? I will go without a fight if you do that. My head snapped back over to Alyssa as I processed the words she had just said. This was never part of the plan. The plan was to take Marty back once Thomas was busy with something else. I took a step in Alyssa's direction, intent on stopping her from doing something rash. A hand on my shoulder stopped me. I turned and came face to face with Felix. I wouldn't do that. She has a new plan. Trust her, that she knows what she is doing. I nodded and turned back around, just as the large man who had Marty lowered him onto the ground. I caught Marty midair as he launched himself into my arms. My heart broke as I heard his soft crying. He buried his face into my shoulder and wrapped his arms around my neck. I kissed his hair and pulled him back so I could look at him. His face was covered in cuts. His arms were much the same. I had to stop myself before I went over there and struck Thomas. Hey there, Marty. I'm going to give you to Uncle Thrain, okay? He's going to take you to see the doctor. No, I want to stay here with you. You can't, Marty. I need you to go with Thrain, okay? You need to go and get checked over by the doctor. Alexis and Julius will be there. Is Rosie with them? I'm afraid not, little man. But I'm sure they will have lots of stories to tell you about her. Okay, I'll go, but be safe, and I love you. I chuckled and shook my head. I love you too, Marty. Thrain came over, took him out of my arms, and started walking back to the camp. Marty was cuddled up to his shoulder, but he was smiling. He never ceases to amaze me with how strong a kid he is. What's going on with Alyssa? Felix took a step toward them, but stopped when he saw Alyssa's face. I turned my head, and I could feel my eyes widen. Oh no, he's in trouble. Not good. I stepped to the side and saw what Thomas was seeing, and to be honest, I was shocked. I have never seen someone half-shift before. Alyssa had fur sprouting out of her arms and legs. She had a snout and sharp teeth, but everything else looked human. She had gotten extremely tall, and her arms were elongated, with sharp claws at the ends. She looked intimidating, to be honest, and it made me glad that I had sent Marty away. We all looked on as she stalked slowly towards Thomas, her glowing red eyes never leaving him. "Everyone attack!" Thomas yelled, taking a step back. The remaining wolves all jumped into action. Some tried to get to Alyssa, and the others went after the rest of the pack. But our pack was stronger. In minutes, they had Thomas's wolves subdued and on the ground with no casualties. Alyssa didn't want to hurt anyone, just in case Thomas was forcing them into helping him. That wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Thomas's face turned pale when he noticed all of his wolves on the ground and not moving. He took another step backward, but stopped when a deep growl tore from Alyssa. She stopped right in front of him, not moving, not saying anything. I walked over toward them, taking my time. As I stood beside Alyssa, I noticed a very serene smile on her face, directed at Thomas. She was frightened at the moment. I know she isn't herself, and I don't think she will ever really be the same after this. She has never gone this far into her haze, and I'm afraid of what it is doing to her. She is such a gentle soul, but now that our pup was threatened, I think it pushed her over the edge. I hope I get my Alyssa back after this. Thomas must have just noticed me as he turned towards me. His face and eyes were red, like he had been crying. He was sweating profusely, and I could detect a slight shake in his hands. "Help me. Tell her to back off." "I can't do that. I thought you would be able to control her. You want to join with her after all." "Not like this, I don't. I want the old Alyssa back. And why does she smell so different?" "Look, bud. I'm not going to do anything but stand here and watch as Alyssa teaches you a lesson. You took my pup and threatened to hurt every single pup in our pack." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, see, I am Alyssa's mate. Her true mate. My name is Damien, Alpha of the Silver Thunder Pack." "Well, ex-Alpha now. Considering I gave up my position once Alyssa and I bonded. She's the Alpha of your pack?" "But she's a woman." "Yes, and I do believe that she is much stronger than you are right now. I'm not sure why you insist on insulting her. She's right here, and I don't think she's too happy with you." Thomas turned his face back to Alyssa and gulped as he saw a hand reaching for him. Alyssa grabbed Thomas by the shirt collar and brought him close to her own face. "You dare to threaten everyone I love? You dare to think that I would ever take you as a mate? You are a pathetic excuse for an alpha. Your pack will never respect you. You will be going with the king and queen, but after I am through with you, of course." "The king and queen? Why have they come?" "This is a matter between two alphas." "Yes, but you made it worse by taking an alpha's pup." "That is inexcusable," I replied. Before Thomas could react, Alyssa took her other hand and struck him firmly in the stomach. Thomas's eyes went wide, and he gasped in pain. The wolves from his pack were all looking on in shock. But they didn't seem scared of Alyssa. Alyssa stood before him, her expression hardening. "You made a mistake, Thomas. I always respected your father. He treated me like a person. But you always treated me like I was just a toy, and now you have done something unforgivable by taking my pup. I may not have given birth to him, but he is mine. Now, I will make sure that the palace doctor has his work cut out for him in making sure you heal properly." She raised her hand, making her point clear with a slow, deliberate scratch across his cheek. The cries that tore out of his mouth left most cringing, but it looked like Alyssa was lost in her anger. I wanted the kind part of her to come out of this, so just as she raised her hand again, I stepped closer and laid my hand on her shoulder. Her head snapped over to me, and a low growl slipped out. She felt I was interfering, and she didn't like that. But I had to stop this. "Alyssa, come back to me, love. You have done enough. Marty is safe." Her eyebrows turned down in a frown. I could see she was fighting for control. I kept going. "Love, think of the baby. Too much stress could make him come early." A bit of the anger lifted. "Marty is with Alexis and Julius and waiting for you. a little more lifted. The pack is waiting to go home now. Finally, she shook her head. The fur retreated under her skin, her features softened, and she shrank back to her original height. She looked at Thomas in front of her and pushed him away. She turned to me and collapsed into my arms. I could feel her body shaking and tiny drops of wetness on my shirt. I lifted her into my arms and started to walk back to the others. I stopped in front of Felix and motioned for him to take her from me. Can you take her back? I need to deal with everything here. Yeah, of course. Is she okay? What in the world was that? I will let her explain everything, but she will be fine. She is just exhausted. I brushed her hair away from her face and planted a light kiss on her forehead. Felix nodded to me and turned toward the camp. He shifted her a couple of times before he got her into a comfortable position enough for him to run. I waited until they were out of sight before I turned around to face the rest of the pack. They still had the remains of Thomas's pack on the ground. Let them up. Slowly, they all let go and Thomas's pack got to their feet, looking uncertain. We aren't going to hurt you. I have a question for all of you. If Thomas forced you to be here today, please sit. If not, then stay standing. Everyone but 3 people sat down. One of them was the large man who was holding Marty. I motioned for them to be restrained. The large man didn't say anything, but the 2 smaller ones were struggling. What on earth? I thought you said you weren't going to hurt us. I'm not, but I'm also not going to let you go. You kidnapped and hurt my pup of your own free will. You will be presented to the king and queen. Their faces paled as my guards took them away. Everyone else looked on in apprehension. I didn't blame them, really. Everyone else, please stand. They all stood. I know you now have no alpha, so I will offer this only once. You may come and join our pack, and you and your family will be welcomed with open arms. If you do not wish to, that is fine. But you will have to find another pack to join, as yours will be dismantled after this. Everyone nodded and fell into step behind my other pack members. I smiled and started walking back to my family. Time to go home and get back to normal. Epilogue. 12 years later. I was at the stove flipping some pancakes when 2 large arms wrapped themselves around my swollen belly. A trail of light kisses went from the base of my neck around to my ear. I couldn't help but smile as the arms tightened gently around me. I wish we could just stay in and relax today, love. I playfully swatted at his arms as I turned to place the pancakes on a plate. That is what got us into this situation in the first place, mister. And? I think you look extremely beautiful pregnant. Is that why I have been pretty much pregnant for the last 12 years? Yeah, pretty much. Plus, I told you that I wanted a lot of kids. I shook my head, walked over to the table, and placed the pancakes down with the horde of other foods. I turned around and noticed Damien staring at me. I shook my head and playfully tapped his shoulder as I walked past. You're absolutely terrible. I can't help it. Well, this is the last one. I'm telling you that now. Not even one more? I spun around and pointed my finger at him. No way. You said that 2 months ago. We have 10 kids. No more. Hey, at least I could start my own basketball team. I didn't even bother responding. I placed the juice in the middle of the table and sat in my spot. Damien quickly sat and started placing food on a plate. I did the same, and once our plates were full, Damien looked at me, and I nodded. Here we go. He winked at me with a charming smile. Breakfast is ready, kids. Come and get it. We began eating as if the entire house were shaking with the sound of our children running down the stairs. Damien turned to me. Who do you think will win today? Oh, Marty for sure. He leaves today, so they will let him win. True. How are you feeling about that? Truthfully, I tried not to think about it. I just shrugged and looked up as the first kid rounded the corner. Just like I predicted, Marty came first. I smiled at him as he sat down beside me and kissed my cheek. Morning, Mama. Morning, little wolf. I watched as the rest of my children filed in. Caden, our oldest boy and the baby I was pregnant with during the ordeal with Marty, came in next. He kissed my cheek and sat beside Marty after giving him a playful nudge. I shook my head and laughed. Our eldest girl, Molly, came next. She looked exactly like me, and she is starting to show signs of having the same protective instincts, including the red vision, which we still don't fully understand. As they all filed in, good mornings flew around, cheeks were kissed, and everyone sat down and began piling their plates high. Brooke came in last, carrying our youngest two. I found these two wandering around outside. She placed them into their high chairs next to me and smiled. Thanks, Brooke. The older ones were supposed to be watching them. I looked pointedly at Marty and Caden. They studiously avoided eye contact. She smiled and continued into the kitchen. I don't know what I would do without Brooke. She has been a big help with the kids over the past few years. Damien stepped back down after taking over as alpha for a while, so we could all heal from the ordeal. Marty took a while to get back to his happy self, but now he is getting ready to go live at the palace and begin his training with Rosie. Internally, I am nervous that my son will be the next king, but externally, I am extremely proud of him. Caden is beginning his alpha training today as well. If he decides he doesn't want to become the alpha, then Molly will take over for him. From what I have seen, I think that is what will happen. Caden much prefers to sit back and let other people sort things out. He prefers to avoid conflict whenever possible. Once everyone had eaten, I began talking again. There is no point in talking when they have just begun to eat, as they will ignore you completely. I sat back and laid a hand on my stomach. Little Wolf? Are you all packed? Marty smiled and nodded his head. Yeah, I just have to pack a couple more things. What time will the car be here? At about midday, so you have a few hours. I will be in my office for most of the morning, but I will make sure to come out to see you off, okay? Sure, Mama. Who is coming to pick me up? I'm not totally sure. Alexis wouldn't tell me. I shrugged. I hope it's Uncle Felix. I miss him. So do I, but he's busy with the little ones. The front door closed loudly, and little feet could be heard running across the floor. I smiled. Only one person had that much energy in my house. A little blonde girl came flying around the corner and ran straight to Damien. Uncle Damien. She climbed into his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. I laughed while Damien made sure she was secure and wasn't going to fall. He smiled back at the cute little girl. Her dad came walking around the corner, shaking his head. I swear, she has no concept of personal space. Morning, Uncle Thrain. Marty smiled over at him. Morning, kiddo. All packed and ready. Almost, just a little bit more to go. Good man. I'm sorry, but I have to borrow your mom for a while. We have work to do. Damien looked over at me with a worried expression. Usually, the only time I have to be borrowed is when there is an issue to solve. I smiled at him and walked back over to the table. I went down the line, kissing everyone on their cheeks and saying goodbye. I got to Damien and gave him a sweet kiss, prompting a chorus of groans from the kids. I'll talk to you soon. I walked over to Thrain, and he placed a guiding hand on my shoulder to keep me moving forward. I shook my head and gave him a light nudge in the side, and his soft chuckle made me smile. Midday came around way too quickly. I'm not sure that I am ready to let one of my children go. I know he has to go and learn how to be a king, but I wish it didn't have to be so soon. Thrain made a really good point, though. He and Rosie will finally be able to spend proper time together and further develop their bond. Alpha, the car from the palace, is here. I thanked the border guard and made my way outside the pack house. The car was pulling up just as I stepped off the porch. The car door opened, and a familiar scent hit me. I stood up straighter, and a large smile took over my face. A more mature version of my baby brother climbed out of the car. Before I could warn him, all 10 of our children came running out of various buildings and rushed to greet him. I winced slightly when I saw him struggle to balance under the weight of their enthusiastic hugs, but I couldn't help but laugh. I let them reunite for a few more minutes before stepping in. All right, give your uncle some space, you lot. Straight away, they all slowly started peeling themselves away from the uncle they missed so much. I couldn't help but shake my head. They have so much energy. Thanks, sis, Felix said as the last child stepped away. No problem. Now, come and give your older sister a hug. He came over and wrapped his arms around me, or well, tried to anyway, over my pregnant belly. Geez, this one is taking up a lot of space, isn't he? Oh yeah, not long now. I smiled up at him. Now, why didn't Alexis tell me you were the one coming to pick Marty up? We wanted to surprise everyone, of course. Felix turned to Marty. Are you ready to get going, dude? Yeah. Mama, where's Dad? Here I am. Sorry, Tony kept talking. Everyone nodded in agreement. Marty made his way to me while Felix put his bags in the trunk of the car. Marty towered over me now. His dark hair was constantly getting in his eyes, but he wouldn't let me cut it. He is starting to grow into his frame now, and his tracking skills have become invaluable to the pack. I brushed his hair out of his face and cupped his cheeks gently. My little wolf, I'm going to miss you so much. I'm going to miss you too, Mama. Don't worry about me. I will have Uncle Felix watching over me. That is what I'm worried about. I pulled him into a tight hug. I didn't want to let go of him. Come on, love, let me say goodbye to my boy. I reluctantly let him go. Damien drew Marty into a long hug. They must have talked through the mind link because I didn't hear them say anything out loud. I smiled as Marty hugged each of his brothers and sisters, Thrain and Delilah, and then said goodbye to his friends. I turned to Felix and raised an eyebrow. You take care of my pup, Felix. Do you hear me? Yes, ma'am. You know I will watch over him like he was one of my own. I smiled and hugged Felix one last time before watching them both get into the car. Marty stuck his hand out the window and waved to everyone. I felt a tear slide down my cheek. Damien wrapped his arm around my shoulder and drew me close to him. Caden came up to me and hugged my side. He was followed by the rest of the kids as the car slowly drove down the driveway. I wiped my tears and composed myself. I couldn't be sad. He will be perfectly fine. He will have an entire palace looking out for him. Come on, Caden. Time for your training to start. I took Caden's hand and led him with me up to my office.